Palisades Communications Operations, go ahead with traffic.
Operations, Palisades Communications, receiving a new report, structure fire 1680 Alta Mura, M-U-R-A Road.
Operations copies, 1680 Alta Mura.
Operations Branch 1, copy the traffic, and have apparatus engaged.
Thank you.
Division Tango Branch 7, are you up Carbon Canyon? I'm at Station 70, I can come up and meet you.
Yeah, firm. I'm making my way back to my vehicle. Sorry about that. I could meet you at Fire Station 70 in about 5.
Yeah, if you're up Carbon Canyon, I'll just start driving up and we'll meet up there. I haven't been up here today.
Hey, firm. My pickup's parked on Carbon Canyon. I'm up at a residence. I'm working my way back.
Branch 10, Deputy Operations.
Go for Branch 10.
Can you resend your 215 information, please?
Yeah, I sent it to Lauren. Did he not get it?
Negative.
I got it. Operations air attack on V1, 1 able.
Go for operations.
Yeah, operations from the Eaton dip, can you confirm that the high tension power lines are de-energized?
Just confirming where's the east dip. We'll find it. I don't think it's on the map right now.
Okay, the Encino Reservoir going to be in Branch 10. All the vehicles are parked at this staging area. I got high tension power lines, just checking to see if they're de-energized.
Stand by. I'll put a check on that. Deputy Operations on V1.
Branch 10, Deputy Operations, disregard the previous.
Oh. All right, everybody, how we doing? Check into the stream. Check into the stream.
V1, command.
Continued coverage of the... No, Biden's still talking. I guess he's still talking right now. Actually, let's check in with what he's saying about the SoCal fires. I do have the scanner going, but Biden's still talking live. We did miss the beginning of it.
Which is the Encino dip.
Like everything from groceries, the baby formula.
Biden's still giving a briefing.
As you've seen and you reported, a lot of these places are burned to the ground. There's not a single thing left in their homes. And so, if they contact disasterassistance.gov, anybody who's lost everything or anything of consequence, disasterassistance.gov or 1-800-2, I beg your pardon, 1-800-621-3362. That's what they, disasterassistance.gov, 1-800-621-3362 to get the kind of help they need for everything from the basics that they don't have access to right now. And this morning, due to the magnitude of the disaster, I was talking with the governor, and he requested if I could increase the federal funding that was authorized under this legislation from 75% to 90%. We're increasing it to 100% of all the costs to be covered by the federal government.
Wow.
For both the fire management assistance grants and the elements of
federal government's at 100%.
Declaration. So today I'm announcing that the federal government will cover 100% of the cost for 180 days.
Remember that.
It's going to pay for things like debris and hazard material removal, temporary shelters, first responders' salaries, and all necessary measures to protect life and property.
All right, that press conference is actually
okay, so it's still going. It's still going, but the federal government's covering all the salaries, the recovery of all of this, so then when California can use their own state resources elsewhere if they need to, if the federal government's covering 100% of it now. Now you guys
do what you can do, and the entire department is surging capacities, in my understanding, including the aerial equipment to fight these fires. So thank you very much. Now, I'd like to speak to our Department of Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm. She will brief us on power outages and initial assessments of impacts on the power grid.
I wonder if it's, so after the 180 days, I wonder if California can ask for more at that point, if they'll be able to reapply. I don't know if they'll continue to get 100%.
To board a plane, so if she has had to board, the Deputy Secretary, Dave Turk, is sitting at the end.
Okay, well, they're sitting there talking. I think that was probably the most, we actually caught probably the most important part is how much the federal government is going to be helping the areas, and I guess we tuned in at the right time there. That's really, honestly, I mean, unless you needed anything else from them, right? You're wondering, like, how much is the federal branch the federal government going to be able to help the fires right now? And he said that they just upped it from 75% help with the salaries and the devastation areas and the recovery efforts to 100%. So we'll see how that goes after 180 days. All right, so we're checking in with the fires. The Palisades fires at nearly 20,000 acres. Oh, I got to switch to my other camera here. Let me rotate. Yep, I got this one for the full screen cameras, so you guys can see more on the screen. So the Palisades fire is at nearly 20,000 acres. It's at 0% containment. Still, what are we on, day 3 now? I caught it late. I'm sorry I didn't cover it from the very, very, very beginning because I didn't know it was happening. Number one, I mean, people were chatting about it, but I mean, I was in my set daily stream we were doing, which we'll get back to when we can. But right now we're kind of locked into some breaking news coverage with the SoCal fires, but that doesn't mean I'm going to stop covering what we were doing every day. But you know, we're following this story as it happens. So we're locked into this now, but we've been locked in since. So the Palisades fire, 20,000 acres, 0% containment still right now. You got the Eaton fire, which is at 10,600 acres at 0% containment still. And then you can see the darker orange is the devastation area that has been tracked so far. So you can see how many houses are within that here on our 3D model of the fires. Again, the orange is where it's completely destroyed. So this is multiple neighborhoods within the Altadena area that are just completely devastated right now. I do have a YouTube video we can watch as well that was sent to the Discord from a guy who does biking content, I think, on YouTube, and he rode his bike through Altadena, and we can see what that does look like. So I'll pull that up when we can here. The Hurst fire is at 10% containment now, 671 acres. Okay, that's the one north of San Fernando. 671 acres there. And then the Lydia fire is at 348 acres, and that one is now at 60% containment. Okay, the Lydia fire is at 60% containment, and then the Sunset fire in the Hollywood Hills that we saw start live last night. That was, wow, what a time that was, right? It was just, I mean, there were fire here, and then there was also reports of arsonists, which makes sense to me because these fires, I mean, the embers could have traveled, but you know, it wasn't just a coincidence. There was some people out there doing bad things, but we did have some reports come in of people trying to start fires after I had left, literally after I logged out for the night and said, all right, guys, I'm going to see you tomorrow. The reports started coming in, literally right after I ended the stream. So I don't know if that's the cause of the Sunset fire, though. All the major fires we've seen, like all these major fires are still under investigation. Okay, there's no set like what caused these major ones, but that house fire, and then there was another one in the city as well, but they were smaller, and then just contained ones. There were arsonists around, but as far as in terms of the Hollywood Hills fire, the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire, the Hurst fire, and the Lydia fire, those are still under investigation, and we don't know the true root cause, 100% for sure cause of those ones yet. Okay, and I don't want to tell you if I don't know, right? So I don't know about those ones. Okay, so that's the overview right now of all 5 fires, because we're going to include the Hollywood fire as well. That one isn't, it's they're still like smoldering, right? It's not like it's spreading towards the urban areas near Hollywood Boulevard anymore. But it's, we can take a look at what that looks like. And here you can see it on NASA Firms. The dark red spots, I'll turn up the scanner too a little bit.
Communications and the 2 type 2s, I'll get them from Mike. Break. Communications branch 5, I'd like to order another ladder company from LA City for a structure fire at the Palisades High School gymnasium.
Palisades High School. So you're probably going to get a lot of the breaking news from the scanner here. I've been hearing it.
Julie.
Branch 5.
Correct address for that.
Requesting a ladder company from LA
Palisades High School.
Structure fire at Palisades High School.
Communication branch 5 in L.
So Palisades High School here is under a structure fire. I'm using Google Earth today. Chat recommended it yesterday because we get a good 3D model of the area now instead of like a top-down view. So Palisades High School is under a structure fire right now. Again, they got the police scanner or the fire scanner out in the background.
Will Rogers, staging operations.
Requesting a ladder company from LA City as closest resource.
Palisades Charter High School.
Operations from Will Rogers. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just heard Branch 5 requesting a ladder truck from LA City. I think you had one in the parking lot. Is it still there?
Palisades Communications or Operations. Division Mike, priority traffic.
Returned it back to the city. Sorry.
No problem. Hold traffic for emergency traffic. Division Mike, operations, go ahead.
Priority traffic, not emergency traffic. 283 Trino has a drone above it. A super screw girl almost hit it.
They're watching it on a drone.
Yes, we'll categorize that as an emergency. Copy. 283 Trino drone. Copy. Break, air attack, operations V1.
That's going to be in here, right? Now's the time to learn my geography. Okay, so we're likely going to be focusing a lot on the Palisades today because that fire is continuing to rage. Eaton fire is still 0% contained, but the Palisades fire is in the Malibu area now. It's still ongoing. Like you guys just heard, that just the Palisades High School is on fire. They're trying to bring reinforcements to it. ABC 7's out in Altadena right now. It's literally looks like
attack. Operations on V1.
Everything's destroyed.
Operations
It's
go
still
for air
standing,
attack on V1.
but severely damaged. You can see You know, part of the wall is down, the windows are blown out. This is just an example of some of the businesses that are suffering here in Altadena. Earlier in the day, though,
good evening, everybody. Check in.
Altadena and similar scenes. Giant pockets of destruction with home after home just burned to the ground. You know, we were driving around, we hit Tannable Drive, and this is a little more up in the foothills where there are a large number of burned out homes with untouched homes sprinkled in between, and that's where we found Mark Jackson. He was waving down some firefighters. His home was in ruins.
All right, so they're showing some B-roll on there. Biden's still talking. He's still giving a briefing. Let's take a look at this video here, kind of showing some of the disaster zones, and then we'll tune back into the latest on the scanner and see what the latest is with Palisades High School.
My God.
This is from John Hicks' YouTube channel.
Straight scenes of the apocalypse, man. That's another gas line. Jesus Christ, man. So much stuff in the air. Look at that, man. Stuff burning everywhere.
So this is in Altadena, you guys.
Another huge boom. Folks, how are we doing? Welcome. This is the first video of the new year. Today is January 8th, 2025. California is currently in a state of emergency. If you haven't seen the news.
We're watching it.
And because the winds were so strong, it created these ember tornadoes. And those ember tornadoes were just traveling from place to place, creating tons of really small fires everywhere. And they all kind of combined to make really big fires all over the place. There's also a lot of dry brush. We're in a drought season. There hasn't been any rain this year. Still burning. I mean, I'm sure fire department is spread thin. You can feel the heat from this. It feels like it's picking up, honestly. Another house right across the street.
About 8 months of drought, correct, California? I have lots of California in chat. Lots of, it's been dry for months and months.
Out here. Good Lord. Wow, this is truly apocalyptic. Jesus, man, the destruction in this area is unbelievable. Look at this, just overnight. Still burning, man.
About 8-9 months without rain at all
in this area currently, so there's no there's probably no risk of the fire, you know, starting back up, but this is just truly haunting, man. Memories, people's possessions just gone. Fire still spreading down there. You can see the fires are still going, just still spreading. Jeez.
Okay, here's the link to John Hicks's video here on YouTube. You guys want to watch it? I'm not gonna, it's 38 minutes long. I'm just gonna be skipping through it because we watched a lot of this on the stream, but I just want to give you his perspective.
Hey brother, are you from this area?
Yeah, I live right down the street, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like this.
He's never seen anything like this.
This is around Ultra B.
Yeah. I've always got one, but I'm afraid of getting.
That's what we've heard time and time again from everyone that's from there, that they haven't seen a fire like this ever, period.
That 2 cars burned to the ground, basketball court back there, they had a swimming pool, entire house leveled. Jesus.
Is Northern California getting rain?
I can't describe to you what it's like to see this with my own 2 eyes right now. It is truly kind of haunting. And then on this side, luckily they were spared. All it takes is for the flames to jump across the street, one little ember with the wind. Another structure fire actively burning right here. This guy's house is just burning. Does he know? Is he here? Is that person here? This house is on fire. I would assume they know. That, man.
Yeah, those are people that live there, likely.
Trying their best to put it out. Look at this house on the left. This is the one that we saw is burning. It's done.
That bike sound is tough, though, I'm going to be honest.
Still on fire. Just truly unbelievable. Man.
And down just a little bit.
The wildlife, man, that's one thing I really think about in these scenes, dude. So
it's wild. So like, it's wild how like some houses are just completely fine, untouched, nothing, no damage, and then literally the next house next door is completely gone.
As you can see, all that smoke, there's tons of
that house is completely intact, and then this neighbor here lost everything. That was the danger of the winds. That was the winds from 2 nights ago. It was like a hurricane, but with fire.
It's crazy.
The embers were traveling so far 2 nights ago.
I see a big fire burning currently. I mean,
it was still like 25-mile-an-hour winds last night, but not compared to.
Baby fire right there too.
What day is it? A Tuesday night? Is today Thursday? Yeah, Tuesday night.
Just devastation on every single block.
Ray Lindsay says Paris Hilton and Hunter Biden both lost their homes, and they say a lot of stars' homes are still in danger.
To protect what's left.
Yeah, the fire's still 0% contained. This gives you an idea here. This John Hicks video on his bike.
Still burning right there.
You got a helmet camera on showing you. Look at that, like right across the street. That whole row of houses is gone. Everything gone. Someone laying down, probably thinking they're blessed their house wasn't touched.
That's the most powerful thing we're going to see today, man. That guy laid out, just gave up.
I think he was laying down because his house doesn't look too damaged like the other ones.
Right here. Probably trying to do their best to just do what they can. Let's be honest though. It's tough.
No, this one's. Oh, God dang it! Well, Charlie's talking about it too. Sorry, I clicked the wrong button. Now this is the POV in the Eaton fire in the Altadena. Palisades is still ongoing. Palisades is still going.
Right now, but I mean, the reality is there's not much happening. No one's really, there's not much anyone can do about any of this. People are just kind of hovering around. Looks like they're all ready to go if they need to, but it's not like the wind is not creating a factor of like you need to get out of here. Crazy. I don't know what to say, folks. This is a pretty raw look at what's going on right now. This is a state of emergency in Los Angeles County. This is how it looks. Every car
he's in Altadena.
Comes by is full of people, and it's hard to tell if they're like casing stuff out or if they're trying to leave. It really could be either one.
And some places to the north of this, because now I know a little bit about Altadena geography now, unfortunately, due to this. Let me pull out, where's my 3D map? Where'd my 3D map go? Here it is. Like I can show you here. He's in areas where it's in the red still. Like he's down in these areas where it's like onesie and twosie houses or rows, like this whole row of houses, for example. You go a little bit north, it's entire like the entire blocks, multiple blocks are gone. Like, I wonder if he goes up north or further north in the video, but all these are just gone completely in Altadena.
All right, we're gonna get out of this neighborhood. We've been here for a minute. I mean,
looks like he does. Looks like he keeps going further north.
Like unspeakable destruction.
The video on Discord. I'll pull it up.
We're here on Mendocino Street. I really don't know my way around here, so we're gonna be playing it by ear and playing it as cool as we can.
And then I'll give you guys a status update here in a couple minutes on the situation.
Yeah, it's real smoky out here, man.
Oh, you have a Palisades video. Okay, Bonker sent a Palisades video. We'll check that out next.
Go around. Look at that beautiful BMW parked in the. Look at this tree, completely uprooted. Jesus Christ. Things burning just all over still. Fire department doing what they can. Oh shit. These are down power lines.
Oh dang. Be careful.
Oh, that fire's out of control. Really don't want to touch the power lines.
Yeah.
Look at that, bro.
Damn.
People are just walking out casually.
Avoid the power lines.
Christ. Okay.
Especially that part of the power line.
We're getting out of here.
Okay, let's fast forward a little bit.
This house is burning bad, man. This lady's just standing there. Your house is gone, folks. Y'all gotta go. I'm gonna get behind this truck. Damn, man. I mean, what are you supposed to say, man? What are you supposed to say? Everything you own and love is just burning up right in front of you. What else can you do besides stand there, you know? I ain't even mad at him. All right. More fires here. 3 down here. I can't believe what I'm seeing. I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record, folks. I'm trying to like give you this through my own 2 eyes, and I genuinely cannot believe what I'm seeing. There's so much destruction. There's so much. Like, there is so much. Jesus Christ. We got a big truck coming right at us. I think it's a heavy fire truck. We're gonna get across this street, man. Go this way.
Like I said, the further he goes north, entire neighborhoods are gone.
We can take any one of these roads south to get back to where we gotta go. But man, the scene last night here must have been just looking like it was in another dimension, man. Just houses all just full-blown erupt in fire. It probably felt like being in hell in real life, man. Hell on earth. My lungs are gonna be absolutely torched tomorrow too. Breathing in straight smoke, non-stop. They kind of got a handle on the big fires from what I've seen. I mean, we just saw that one big one. If you're catching in the footage, there's tons of little fires everywhere I go. Everywhere I look, in the corner somewhere, there's like a little fire going on. Not too many like giant ones. Seems like the fire department got a handle on all the giant ones.
Then I think he gets to the street we were seeing yesterday with the Aldis.
I did copy that traffic. I just want to know your wishes.
Ida, thank you for joining the channel. Thank you so much.
Oh my
that's
God.
That's the martial arts place we were watching. The van should be on the other side. There it is. Then we watched that van go up. So this is footage from yesterday.
You can feel the heat from that.
But that's okay. I mean, we after all this, the Hollywood Hills fire started, and then we didn't get anything from Eaton for like hours and hours and hours yesterday.
Around here?
What's that?
Around here?
No.
Hey.
Here.
Those are the news reports we were watching.
Get away from that. Down power lines. Get away from that.
So yesterday, then the fire was still blazing like in Altadena. I don't know what it's looking like right now. Animals evacuated.
Because, you know, if the family had to leave the pet and, you know...
There's specific reports on the actual scanner. Let's actually tune in quick.
So if we go ahead and if we need to go lock that down, keep it small so that it doesn't impact our north end.
I do have the scanner on in the background for the whole situation.
All traffic and 4 copters are already coming over. I'll let you know the progress.
Perfect, thank you. And if you need additional information, just go direct with LA Dispatch.
So again, guys, we have these 5 major fires. The Palisades fire is still at 0% containment, 234 acres. Looks like they've reduced the evacuation warning in a part of Santa Monica. These northern parts of Santa Monica have been under evacuation warnings and orders, but the fire hasn't.
Palisades operations, Ventura County Crew 11 on your command.
The fire hasn't spread south.
Go for operations.
Christian, Trevor here. Just sounds like you got stepped en route or air attacks en route from your incident to the new start near Bell Canyon.
I'll pull up the video from the Palisades in a second.
4 copters, air attack is going over to the new start.
Okay, copy that. Thank you. Ventura County's got a full response en route as well.
Yeah, copy that. Feel free to hit me up on this and let me know if I have to try to work out freeing some resources. We're pretty low, but we'll like to keep that small.
Okay, copy and confirming aircraft have been using LA County air to ground for your incident.
Our aircraft on this command was CDF air to ground 6, and the TAC was CDF air to ground 15.
Copy all air to ground 6 and 15 for air to ground command and tactical. Thank you.
So hopefully, as some of these other fires are contained, like Hurst is on the progress of being contained today, 10% though.
Branch 5, Palisades Communications.
Some of these other this is at the
Branch 5.
Like there's 60% containment here.
Branch 5, LA City sending truck 37 to the Palisades High School fire.
That high school is on fire. So.
Copy, and can we ensure that they come up on CDF TAC 2828?
This is the Palisades High School right there.
Yeah, this is from truck 37. Can you repeat that radio channel?
Truck 37, it'll be CDF TAC 28. If you don't have it, I have some LA resources there and we'll work it out.
Yeah, copy that. Who am I reporting to?
Should be able to go on the street.
Division Foxtrot.
Is there a street view? There we go.
Division Zulu Branch 10.
I haven't used Google Earth in a long time.
36.
It's a little different than Google Maps. I think that's the high school.
Zulu trainee Branch 10, go to communications with that hose order.
Yeah, that's a view of the high school. We'll be using Google Earth from now on, though. This is a really good tool, a good 3D map. Yeah, and the Palisades High School is currently on fire.
5800 Alpha.
I don't know if we have anyone out there live. Neither the news isn't out there, so we got to listen to the scanner. This is a NASA firm's view of what you can see from space. Look how big the fires are. Again, this is NASA firms. I use it to track the front lines of Ukraine.
Communications, Zulu trainee, on command.
And to see where the latest artillery hits have been, etc., attacks, Russian cabs on civilians, and then we track that. So it's a good tool to use, but let's try to show you how big the fires are. Look at these these are huge, massive.
5,000 feet of 1.5 inch, 2,500 feet of 1 inch, 25 1-inch nozzles, and 10 gallons of unleaded fuel delivered to Topanga Lumber.
A beautiful area, though. You're up in the hills. All of the video I'm going to show you, though, a lot of this is all the high school's on fire, but a lot of this is destroyed completely. These houses are just gone.
Correction, 1.5 inch.
Just like in the Eaton fire.
25 line nozzles and 10 gallons of unleaded to Topanga Lumber.
And 25 forestry keys. Affirmative.
Why am I struggling to find where the high school would be on this map? There we go.
Branch 1.
There we go.
Operations on command.
Trying to see if we see any air support over it yet. This is where the high school will be.
Branch 1 operations.
There it is.
Can you work with the other branches? I'm going to say the same message. If you guys can all identify 6 golfs that need to be short shifts so they can come back and be on even day shifts.
I don't see any air support over it yet.
6 golfs from this branch, or you have 6 total from the incident?
6 total from the incident, so need you to work with your partners. I'll let you be the lead on this and see if you guys can figure out what 6 we can short shift to bring them to the next day shift.
That's all in the orange.
I understand the request. I can tell you right now, I can pony up 1 or 2. If you can go to the other branches, we're just going to tie up command if we do this way.
Copy. Branch 10, operations.
Yeah, I copy that. I'll get you a dinner fire shortly.
Thank you. Branch 7, operations.
Let's get a big shout out to the
one here shortly.
Big shout out to the firefighters that are out there right now.
Yeah, copy that. At branch 10 operations, how many do you have to pony up?
Some of them probably haven't slept in 2 straight days.
Give you 1, possibly 2.
Copy. Thank you. We're looking, hopefully 2. We're looking for 6 total. Break, branch 7 operations.
Yeah, I think I can only do 1 lids, but I'll look and see.
Okay, well, we're waiting for further update on the high school.
Yeah, branch 7 operations, V1.
Let's pull up the video from Palisades that was shared to me so you guys can see what this looks like on the ground. I'm gonna pull it up on my Discord. Aftermath. Okay, so this was just posted.
Logan, do you have the ability to loan a strike team of Charlie's, or we'll take whatever, maybe if the other fire new start north of the 101 asks for anything?
Mobile Park Home in Pacific Palisades.
It'll hurt, but I mean, the new start's got to be the priority. If they come to us for something, we'll try and squeak something out. I'm just pulling back into Victor, which is kind of my priority area, so let me see what they got going, and let me know. I'll be trying to figure something out for you.
Yeah, just identify. They haven't asked yet, but I got a good vantage point here. Put off a good header there. We sent them aircraft, but they might ask for more.
I'll keep the scanner playing in case we hear an update on the high school or the...
Branch 10, Branch 1, Branch 5, same traffic. Just start to identify some resources that we can cut loose to help with IA for loan, and then we'll bring them back.
Again, this is a mobile park home destroyed.
The operations from truck 37 on V1.
Go for operations.
Yeah, we were unable to make contact with Foxtrot on our TAC. Can you give us an address for our destination? We've been dispatched from our home station into the Palisades fire.
Standby 1, Division Foxtrot, operations.
Go ahead for Foxtrot.
Hey, Foxtrot, we have a LA City truck 27 coming into the Palisades area to help you out. What is the address of location they're going to?
It's Palisades Park Recreation Center. Stand by an address.
Palisades Bowl Mobile Estates.
The address is 851 Alma Real.
Copy 851 Alma Real.
We go there on the ground.
LA City truck 27. Did you copy that address?
Yeah, that's
so they're in this area here, the mobile homes.
Copy 37, 20-minute ETA break. Foxtrot, you copy that?
Yeah, copy.
Zulu trainee, Palisades Communications.
Go for Zulu training.
There is no containment on it. 0% contained.
Zulu trainee, do you have a contact number we can give to supply?
It's at 0% containment. Still.
I
2
don't
days
have good
later.
Service, but it's 626-328-5924.
Zulu trainee, Palisades Communications copies. Just confirming, were you requesting any gated wise?
Negative, only NITs.
Zulu trainee, Palisades Communications copies.
Division Papa, Division Tango.
So again, this is the video, the aftermath of the mobile park home that we're seeing here. This mobile park home, Pacific Palisades Mobile Estates in here. This is the aftermath of it. Right off of Pacific Coast Highway. Where's that video? Where am I at here?
Operation Branch 1 with identifier for a crew release.
Yeah, copy, go ahead.
It'll be 9241 Golf. We'll go in on a 12.
Yeah, copy that. Do you have a secondary, or is that just one that you feel?
That's an absolute. We're trying on something else, but the crews are actually the kingpin for our plan that we're making right now.
Yeah, copy that. If you can lock things in, then we'll lock in. Tomorrow I'll have to deal with it. Thank you.
That's the scanner I got in the background.
Link, help with the bartering?
So that's...
most likely, I'll get back to you on that, but yeah, they will. It's just trying to write the shift so we have equal amount of crews, even and odd, so we'll see what the other branches come up with, and I'll get back to you.
That's like this entire hillside here. That's this entire hillside right here you're looking at. You can see wash machines, there's grills, home appliances, fire destroyed everything. And it's still ongoing. That's why I have the scanner going in the background, because the firefighters are still trying to defeat this Palisades fire. It's still at 0% containment 2 days in. Ocean and... oh my goodness. There's a Pacific Coast Highway. So since you, wow, that's literally this. They're looking at this right here on the video. So that's gone. This whole area is just gone right here, right on Pacific Coast Highway. And likely behind it too, because I don't know if we have any video of up here, but if we're at the high school right now, let me see, that's a Palisades Elementary School.
1151 Charlie Leader, Victor Trainee on command. Can you come up on TAC for me?
You have a couple elementary schools up there. There's the high school. So they're at the fire at the high school right now, which is just east of, because here's north-south. So it's just east of the mobile estates. And if this is what the mobile estates look like, you can only imagine what like closer to the hillside looks like. This is like a giant portion of that Pacific Coast Highway that's going to be just wiped out completely. That structure's gone. All the mobile homes are gone.
Operation Branch 10.
They're literally at the high school right now.
90, strike team 9351 Golf. We'll be on a 12. I'm trying to get another one freed up for you.
Bendybot says, I've cruised that stretch of coast so many times, never thought I would see it like this.
LA.
Ironically, so like I said yesterday, I mean, because a lot of us have never been to California, or I have, but others in chat might not have. But I know a lot of the trolls in here play a game called Grand Theft Auto 5, and some of your favorite areas in that game are like gone now in real life that it was modeled after.
Branch 7, Victor Trainee on command.
Interstate 5 highway goes from the border to What does NS stand for?
LA, air attack 52, V1.
Pacific Coast Highway 16321. There's another look at it. What is that? The Tahitian Terrace? That's gone. What is that? The Tahitian Terrace. Where is that at? Let me look it up.
Operations, Branch 7, come in.
Oops.
Go for operations.
1182 Golf will be the short shift today to roll the even days.
That's mobile home park. What's the terrace? Oh.
Copy that, 1182.
Or is that in Somar? No, that's on Pacific Coast Highway, but what is that place? Oregon?
LA.
It's right next to Tower 1. Yeah, some of the comments are unhinged, unfortunately. I have as much filters as I can for them. Is it right next to it? That's on Pacific Coast Highway, correct? Oh, it's the sign right here, wouldn't it be? Yeah, literally. Okay, I see it. It's the same place. It's just right off the highway. There it is. Got it. 16001. There's the sign. That's a house and a structure.
Branch 7, Victor Trainee on command.
And you can, what do they show you what it looked like there?
Go for Branch 7.
Gone. It's not there anymore.
Yes, sir. I've got a designator for an engine, and just want to know if you want me to launch them.
A negative request hasn't come yet, and I'll give you a call if it does.
Okay, and if need be, I can give up a total of 2.
I copy, thank you. And let's just plan for one, and I'll ping you uniform for a second if we have to.
Let's tune into the latest. They got a live presser.
And to the law enforcement officers who have been standing up against criminal activity to the best of their ability. I am confident that these steps we are taking today will give us extra leverage and support needed to really crack down on this important issue. To our residents,
yep, I got the presser on.
We'll continue to stand up for you. It's frustrating to me when we ask people to evacuate. Their greatest fear is, am I going to come back not only to a home that's standing, but if it is standing, have people come in and burglarize my home. They shouldn't have to make that choice. So with that, I would like to introduce our Los Angeles County Sheriff, Robert Luna.
Thank you, Supervisor. Just so all of you know, her leadership's amazing. And we've been on the phone consistently with a lot of the challenges that we're facing.
You said new fire?
Remind each other we're facing them together, and we have a lot of good things going on. So as we're working through this, I want everyone to know that the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has officially requested the support of the California National Guard for both fires, at least in LA County, both the Palisades and Eaton fire. We are in the process and will coordinate deployments for any additional request through the county. And just so everybody's aware,
where are you getting your fire notifications, Judy?
For law enforcement in Los Angeles County, I'm the primary regional coordinator for that. So the request was made.
Bell Canyon, I got you guys. The fire alerts.
In collaboration with the Los Angeles Police Department Chief Jim.
Really quick, Bell Canyon, fire moving towards Agora in a south direction. Bell Canyon in the Calabasas. That's the one chat's talking about. New start in Bell Canyon. It's not named yet. So there is a new fire in Bell Canyon.
So for the last 24 hours or so, we have had approximately 400 National Guard members throughout the state ready to support us. And as I just stated, they will be coming in. We expect that they may be on site as soon as...
So Bell Canyon, evacuation north of Agora Road, east of Cayman Road. Where is Bell Canyon? I'm going to have to leave the presser here.
They will be staged throughout the Los
Palisades Air Attack LAMV1.
North of Agora Road.
Also, while they're still ordering for the new incident is going to get Air Attack 330, Tanker 78 and 83.
There's Bell Canyon.
Air Attack 320, Tanker 78.
Now where's Agora Road?
330.
He's been
30 coming.
With our leadership asking what
Agora Road. I have to find it on my maps. This is Bell Canyon here. That Palisades fire is going so it's... Yep, Bell Canyon. That's the one I've got right now on the LA fire alert. Bell Canyon brush fire. 101 freeway will be impacted by the fire in less than 1 hour. This is the 101 freeway. This is the 101 freeway here. Let me pull up. Google Earth might be hard to see without. Let's do maps too. Let's do both.
Communication operations. Are you calling me?
I'm going to tell you something. The number just continuously...
Affirmative operations. Receiving a report of smoke and flames seen in the area of 600 West Rustic Road.
And the fire chief will come up and talk next. We're still working in a very fluid and active environment, meaning that there are still spot fires.
They're calling it the Kenneth fire.
LA air attack on the V1.
Fatalities. We want to give them to you.
Palisades Air Attack V1 go.
Do you have a 106 card for the new start? And can I get the name of the fire and all the frequencies?
We're going to get the name right now.
Copy, stand by.
Numbers is a family member. We're going to have to make notifications with our partners at the coroner's office to let them know.
This is the 101 here, Ventura Freeway.
Operations, Branch 1 copies the traffic for West Rustic.
Knew you would, thank you.
We do have confirmed 5 deaths between Palisades and the Eaton fire.
Still at 5 deaths confirmed.
As more information comes in and when we start to get into the damaged area. The homicide detectives for the LA County Sheriff's Department are trying to get into the locations.
I'll put your notifications on for fire alerts. Where are you hearing it? Where are you hearing the Kenneth fire name? What's the source for that one? Right. What's your source? What's your source for Kenneth fire? The name of it.
Palisades Air Attack LAV1.
A lot of people are asking us for.
Park on the scanner, Command 5. Ventura County Fire.
LA Palisades air attack. Do you have the 106 card for the new start?
Affirmative. I do have the new 106 card. Also, incident will be Kenneth incident. Advise when
Kenneth.
Copy.
Got it. Kenneth incident. Confirmed. Just heard it on the scanner. The Kenneth fire.
Copy. Go ahead with your traffic.
Just heard it on the scanner.
Air tactics is going to be Air Tactics 6151.3100. Transmit receive tone 1. Victor 119.9750. Your air to ground for the Kenneth incident. LA City air to ground 154.8300. Receive and transmit tone 9. Ground tactics Ventura TAC 3 153.9500. Transmit receive tone 7. Command will be LA County V4. Receive 152.5700. Transmit 157.8300. Tone 14.
I copied Air Tactics 6, Victor 119.975, air to ground at LA County air to ground, LA City air to ground. Give me the command frequencies again.
Command will be LA County V4. Receive 152.5700. Transmit 157.8300. Tone 14.
Now I gotta learn new geography here.
14 on both sides.
Victory Boulevard, Victory Boulevard.
And what is the name of the new fire?
Kenneth.
The Kenneth incident. I also have a rundown of resources when you're ready.
Is that the same?
Can you repeat the name one more time, and I'm ready for resources.
Kenneth, IC.
Victory Boulevard stretch all the way. Okay, it stretches all the way over. I see. Okay, I got you.
Kenneth, also priority traffic.
The other end?
Tanker 2 and 122.
You meant Victory Boulevard.
And keeping them on the Kenneth.
All fixed wing are going back to the Palisades, and the rotor wing are staying over here that were ordered.
Yep. I got Victory Boulevard pulled up here now. So now I can't rotate it.
Have an air attack on the card because I'm almost bingo fuel.
Affirmative, air attack 330. Lifted at 1509. Arrival on scene 1532. I also have a rundown on your resources.
Go ahead.
Tanker 78, Tanker 83, ETE 1500. You have LA Copter 15, LA County Copter 22. You have Ventura Copter 4, Ventura Copter 5, Ventura Copter 9.
Copy all, thanks.
I'm seeing them right now. So here's the helicopters they're talking about now that I know where we're looking at here. So there's a helicopter, the HH-60L Firehawk. 2 of them. Trying to go get this fire. Look at the helicopters in the sky right now. There they are moving. Here's their flight pattern.
Air attack, Camarillo, Helibase.
Intersection of Victory and Valley Circle. Victory Boulevard and Valley Circle. North of the 101.
LA.
There it is.
Camarillo, Helibase.
Yep, Victory and Valley right here.
Camarillo, Helibase, go with your traffic.
We're being told Helitanker 61 is also on that card for the new start. Advise air attack.
Palisades air attack LA, V1.
So not only do they have the Palisades fire now, they have this new fire. Let's see if there's any. Looks like KCAL has the image of what it looks like up right now. That's Eaton fire on the right there. I know that one. Looks like KCAL has actual air feed of it right now.
Command
you can see it right behind it. You can see it right behind the houses there.
Team 3 has been assigned to the
That's not good, you guys.
to assist with recovery.
I'm going to turn that down so we can listen.
Palisades air attack, are you still on station?
Okay, so we have aerial footage here on KCAL.
Air attack still on, switching over to V4.
We got the flight radar
Before
up.
you switch over from Camarillo Helitanker base, you have Tanker 61 that's lifted off.
Fire 1 and Fire 3, here they are.
Do we know if any of the fixed wing did empty a load over to Kenneth?
Again, this is Fire Kenneth fire.
Copy, Helitanker 61 coming from Camarillo, and the fixed wing empty on load and return. Probably going back to the Palisades unless I bring them over here.
Here's the helicopters right here over the fire. Fire 1, Fire 3, right here. They're literally right over it, dropping water on it. Which I could not do 2 days ago. That's the only positive that we have in contrast to like 2 days ago is the air support that is available today and yesterday. This fire is still spreading rapidly because of the size and scale of it, but at least they can use the air support for that. In contrast to yesterday, I wonder if we have an update. Oh, I got to put the Watch Duty app up. The Watch Duty, you guys should, if you're in California, if you're in Southern California, you should have this app. Or if you're just like tracking information. There it is, Kenneth Fire, 50 acres. Updates, evacuations have been requested for the area of North Agora Road and east of Canaan Road to the Oak Park High School. Per radio traffic, the fire is now approximately 50 acres and evacuation orders have been requested for the Smoke Tree Avenue area in Ventura County. Per radio traffic, this incident is now known as the Kenneth Fire. So it's all the confirmed. So there you have an animal shelter there. I'm hoping that small animal shelter has been evacuated. You got a large animal shelter here, as well as the people. Everybody needs to get out of this area. So north of Agora Road and east of Canaan Road to Oak Park High School. Let's take a look. There it is on the KCAL from the Sky camera. So this Watch Duty app, of all of them so far, I've put up the latest fire first. There's like this creek fire. What is that, right? That's only 1 acre. But that just gives you an example of it's seeming that this Watch Duty app has been the best at providing the latest fires when they happen the fastest. So there it is. You got the big Palisades fire here that we're tracking. And then here's the Kenneth fire, 50 acres. I think it's even faster than my 3D map. There was so much happening yesterday. Let me see if it's even on there. Not yet. Nope. No, they kind of have it. Kenneth and Kenneth. They're trying to figure out what it's called. Okay, so the map, the person who's updating this map is, they might have heard Kenneth and they might have heard Kenneth. But it's Kenneth, so it'll take them a few minutes, and I'm sure that they'll have this updated here shortly on my 3D map. They're trying to verify what they heard, probably. But it's the Kenneth fire. And again, this do we have another live? I know they're providing an update. We should listen in.
My name is Don Fraguglia. I represent California Team 5. I'm going to give you an operational update on what's going on the fire right now as we speak.
Perfect timing.
And, I'm going to talk a little bit to the map behind me just so you know, and I'm going to use a pointer since it's kind of a small map. Okay, we're going to start over here on the right flank of the fire. This is Santa Anita Canyon.
Gotta grab more caffeine.
Engaged there with several hotshot crews along the road and along the canyon bottom, and we're being successful. Throughout the day today, we've had rotor wing, the opportunity to fly rotor wing and fixed wing aircraft. The winds are still pretty high up there, so it's kind of a hit or miss deal. We get the aircraft up and we get them flying, and then it's just too dangerous for the pilots and they have to come back down. So it's a constantly evaluation, constant use of that aircraft, and we're being successful when we're able to fly them. As we come along the north end of the fire there, Mount Wilson was mentioned recently in this press conference. I want everybody to know the fire has made it to Mount Wilson. We're actively engaged there, and so far
let's get into those houses here.
Values at risk at Mount Wilson, and we're feeling good about what we have to do up there tonight to keep that site secure. As we come across the top,
Mount Wilson is where?
Over here towards the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. We're making good progress here as well. Values at risk obviously include the JPL among other things out there. So. Priority for me as an operations is this side of the fire over here is a high priority. We're concerned about the winds that are potentially coming to outflank us in the coming days. So all hands on deck. We're going to work day and night, and we expect to continue. You'll see some containment in the coming days. Thank you.
Go ahead for operations.
So this new fire is near the Calabasas, called the Kenneth fire.
So we got the okay from executive to utilize Nevada Clark. Those resources will be heading into Division Mike as previously planned.
Fire Chief for the City of Arcadia. I just wanted to express my deepest gratitude and our deepest gratitude to our community, to our public safety partners up here, many who are standing up here just for their work on the East End. I wanted to provide an update, a website for our Arcadia residents and businesses. You can visit www.arcadia.ca.gov/2025 windstorm, or visit any of our social media platforms.
Okay, our iBlue says Mount Wilson is the Eaton fire. Okay. I should know all my SoCal mountains, damn it.
Augustine. Chad?
I'm posting about the Calabasas fire.
Fire Chief. Thank you so much for being here today. I had the opportunity to fly this fire this morning, and the level of devastation is staggering. We're extremely thankful for all of our partner agencies here, local, state, and federal. We could not get a handle on this fire without them. And for my residents, we're committed to get back to full restoration as long as that takes. And you'll have the continued support of everybody here in order to do that. Thank you.
And then Sierra Madre Fire Chief Brent Bartlett.
I also have the scanner on, you guys. It's radio silent right now.
Good afternoon. Brent Bartlett with the City of Sierra Madre Fire Chief. Again, as my peers have already mentioned, thank you goes out to our partners in the...
Okay, he's thanking people really quick, so I'm going to give you guys an update. Evacuation warning. This just got posted less than a minute ago. Evacuation warning has been issued to residents in Oak Park area near Canaan Road and Agora Road, east of Canaan Road to Deer Hill. east of Canaan Road to Deer Hill per VC emergency. LA Fire Department is issuing a mandatory evacuation order for Van Noen south to Burbank Road, County Lane Road, east to East Valley Circle Road. Okay, so that's reports that are coming in here in the last few minutes. So evacuations requested, and now they've been issued. So LAFD issuing a mandatory evacuation order for Van Noen south to Burbank Boulevard, County Lane Road, east to East Valley Circle Boulevard. And then an evacuation warning has been issued to residents in Oak Park near Canaan Road and Agora Road, east of Canaan Road to Deer Hill. It's a level 3 evacuation order. That means leave. Now I got another one just posted too. So you got a warning and an order. I'm sure the map will be updated here. Let me refresh.
LA, Palisades air attack on V1.
Map will be refreshed, and then we can see the areas that are... I still haven't updated my 3D map yet. That still will be updated. They were doing well yesterday. They got the Sunset Fire up. That's the Kenneth Fire. Still have the scanner up. Nothing new yet. We got a live look at on KCAL, ABC7s in the Palisades.
Palisades air attack on V1.
The West Hills. West Hills.
Palisades air attack V1 got.
Is West Hills going to be the Calabasas fire that we're looking at, you guys?
Scoopers, Quebec 1 and 2.
Is that another name for it?
Refuel. Would you like to reassign them to the new start?
I hope the fires get under control soon. This is horrific. I agree, Dunk on you. Yes, okay. So this is another look at another angle of those same fires near the Calabasas, the West Hills. Okay, thank you. Let's tune into the press conference now.
But she will be coming here later today to see what destruction occurred here at Eaton. And this is very important because FEMA has so many resources that are
Palisades air attack. We're actually verifying that right now. Hold one on redirect.
Thank you so much, Dunk on you, for the 5 gifteds.
Advantage of, such as the clearance of roads. So
Palisades Communications Division Alpha.
We will get through this. And now I would like to introduce Mayor Victor Gordo Pasadena.
We heard from the mayor.
Just checking on the status of the logistics order hosed.
So News Chopper 4 on NBC's in the West Hills, and then you also have KCAL's chopper up.
Division Alpha, you were scratchy. Repeat.
Do we have just that?
Checking on the status of the supply order for snap tanks and...
Dunk on you, do we have that one chopper camera back up that was just a chopper camera?
Division Alpha, standby.
The National Guard. And again, thank you to Sheriff Luna, thank you to the supervisor, chief, all chiefs for...
God, it looks so, you can it looks so dry up there.
Individually and collectively. We're asking if you are under
attack, LAV-11 able.
A lot of brush that can set fire really fast. That's an accelerant on its own. But again, good thing the winds aren't as bad as they were 2 days ago. Get well soon, Dunk. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
Palisades air attack, LA on V1.
Let's check the helos over it. There's Fire 3. These are those are jets. Looks like private jets. Yeah, those are private jets flying in and out.
Operations, Palisades Communications.
Fire Department helo up there. United States Ventura County Fire Department helo up there. Los Angeles Fire. That's the pattern of this helicopter. Goes to refuel, then it does like 3-4 passes, it looks like. It looks like 3 passes. Maybe even another one. The amount of skill you have to have too in that helo. I don't know what that would all entail, but it's probably a lot. know when to drop the water, because you got to drop it early, right? So because you're flying over it.
Okay, that'll conclude our speakers for today. We're going to open it up to questions. Bruno Barnes will be walking around with a microphone, so just state your name, who you want your question to be to, and what media outlet you're from.
Okay, yes. Amy Powell from ABC7. Question for Sheriff Luna. I know you said the details about the curfew are still being worked out, but can you talk about, would that involve blocking access roads to certain parts of these communities, and how that might affect residents?
There's definitely going to be an impact on residents, but we will do whatever we can to brief the deputies and or National Guard members that are out there to be very sensitive to the needs of the residents. They've been through a lot, and we'll try and help them out as much as we can.
I'll give an update on the whole situation in 6 minutes.
What we're doing is to protect the properties that are there. So in regard to specific details of road closures, we will be putting those out to what that looks like. We will try and minimize the impact to our community, but we're also trying to maximize the security around there. So we'll try and find a good balance. But I do want to reiterate that as we talk about the National Guard being deployed, and or once the curfew comes on board, it's only going to affect the areas that have been heavily impacted by the fires. It is not a county-wide curfew. It will not impact other cities in the county that have not been impacted. What we're looking at as we're drawing up the paperwork, we're looking at the zones that were evacuated, that were mandatory evacuations. That's where our primary focus is, keeping in mind that the wind's still blowing, the fire's still not contained, and we will be flexible enough to...
There it is in the sky, you guys. Sky cam's up.
Take away areas where eventually we will be repopulating certain neighborhoods.
Wow. That fire is spreading so fast. Okay, so he's trying to figure. We already got it mapped. We beat the ABC7 guy today.
President Biden has ordered be undone after January.
Okay, let's tune into the sky cam.
Extended, but we're north of the 101 freeway. We're west of Valley Circle, and this is a fire that's being fought with a mutual aid assignment. So we have LA City Fire, LA County Fire, and we also have
go full screen now here
on this one. I'll show you some of the aircraft that are fighting this one. We've already seen multiple water dropping helicopters. This is the LA County Fire Department coming in for a water drop, but we've also seen fixed wing aircraft making fire retardant drops. They're really focusing their attention on a lot of homes that are in this area. And these are very large homes that are just off of, looks like it's going to be Woodland Hills is going to be the locator off of Iliot Street and Norland Drive. In fact, let me throw up my map because I think that will be helpful to our viewers to be able to see exactly where this is located.
That map overlay has been everything, so we can see what we're looking at.
And just beyond that is where we're seeing all of that smoke and flames. At this point, it's unknown how this fire started, but it did originate as some sort of grass fire in the hills beyond these homes.
Weird.
At this point, as far as we know, no structures have been lost, but clearly structures are threatened.
The center of our concern and worry and frustration are the winds. What are you feeling out there right now?
The winds, I have to admit, when we first took off out of Whiteman Airport and tried to head over to Altadena, they were pretty violent, much more turbulent than what we're used to. At the altitude that my pilot, James Pollard, has us here, over the, we're roughly over Woodland Hills right now.
There's another drop.
At the altitude that we're at, the winds are relatively calm for us, but of course, those wind speeds vary depending on the altitude. So down low level where this fire is taking place, the winds may actually be stronger than what we're experiencing because we have seen an incredible growth here within the last few minutes, which is what leads me to believe that the winds are still strong.
Okay, so you got ABC7 camera that's over some of the residential areas right now, and the fire's spreading.
Already fire trucks pulling into Hidden Hills and getting ready to engage in structure protection.
The Hidden Hills.
It's already
getting close. It's already getting close. They did not anticipate this when they first arrived on the scene. That's why they've gone ahead and issued those immediate evacuation orders. I cannot confirm. Perhaps, David, you can help me confirm whether that evacuation order includes Hidden Hills.
It does.
But
it does.
It does. Okay.
It does.
Okay. Very good. Because
right now they're saying they want everything north of Burbank. Burbank, and we'll take the double box here. This is Burbank Boulevard. Okay. This is Hidden Hills right here. This is where the fire is burning, and it's moving in this direction.
Oh boy.
So
that's moving
Hills,
towards the people.
As you can see on the map, Hidden Hills is right here, and I'm going to expand it even more. All of this community right now needs to get out, and they need to get out right now. As you can see, Chris, and we'll go back to you, those flames are now starting to touch this. I'm sorry, let me move it over. Oh boy, bear with me, almost there. The flames are here, and they're moving right over here, so they're touching the border of the community right now. This community needs to get out. That is Hidden Hills, what Chris is talking about.
Hey, scanner update, they switched to V4. V4 for this fire right now, this new one in the hills. All operations for this new fire is now on County V4, Los Angeles County Fire V4. Is this AI? No, dude. This is not fucking AI. Stop watching AI shit.
If you look at this fire,
staging from operations. I need 2 additional task forces to report to Zulu.
The way the wind is blowing these flames,
LA County V17 direct.
The fire is almost taking the shape of an arrow directly towards.
Copy. I got LA County V17 direct.
Look how fast that was burning.
Because they are already getting close, these flames, and there are already fire trucks getting into position to.
I'm also sitting here 1030 Hills, which is going to be engine 220, 266.
Going to World News Tonight with David Muir. They will have extensive coverage of all of our fires.
This is important. We're going to continue.
Okay, so they have the Skycam there. Okay, let's go to KCAL. Let's go to KCAL. There's a fire right next to a house.
Against a home there. It doesn't look like that's a home on fire, but it looks like it's certainly burning right up towards the backyard of that home. Let me see if I can get a better look on that. Yeah, let me look right now. Look like, let's see, so Farmfield Road, Eaton Park Drive, Thousand Oaks Boulevard. So this is actually the community that is even more to the east of Oak Park, I believe, right? This is the...
Here's the helicopters.
The Hidden Hills area, is that what that is? To the north of the 101 freeway right there?
Okay, so we can see the helicopters ourselves.
Operations proceeding. Did you copy on my last transmission?
Here's all the helicopters over the fire right now. Trying to get a hold of it. That's on entering civilians right now in their homes.
Go for operations.
Operations, you have 2 male hikers stuck on a trail off of Victory and Gilmore.
Oh boy.
They're approximately 1,800 feet west of the parking lot at the end of Victory. They're unable to get out due to the fire.
Why would you even be up hiking right now in the... I mean, I guess they're a ways from the Palisades fire, but I don't... Maybe not.
Victory and Gilmore, 1,500 feet.
We got guys trapped up there from the fire. I have this...
Operation Ventura Crew 12 Alpha on command.
Go for operations.
I have your 2 hikers. I'll be walking them down the middle trail system into the parking lot at the top of Victory.
Okay, he's got him.
That's a good copy.
He's got him.
Operation proceeding. Crew 12, are there any medical needs for the 2 hikers? Location.
Dropping water on it right now. This fire is spreading pretty fast. Again, this is the new fire in the West Hills. Let's give an update quick on the whole situation that we're looking at right now. The Kenneth fire, brand new fire that started since we've been streaming here again tonight. Evacuation warnings extended.
Ventura County, Medic Engine 142, V4.
That's the live scanner for the new fire we got. So the Palisades fire is at 17,234 acres, still at 0% containment.
Operation proceeding. I have LA and staging, looking for your location.
All right, still at 0% containment right now, Palisades fire. Now we got this Kenneth fire that we're tracking right now. It's about 50 acres.
Operation. Soldier traffic.
This is near Calabasas, north of the 101. Okay, and then you have the Sunset Fire. The Sunset Fire in Hollywood that we watched last night. It's at 42 acres. Haven't seen anything further on that today. I just don't know if they've updated the containment. The Eaton Fire over in Altadena, that is at 10,600 acres, still at 0% containment. The Hurst Fire is sitting at 10% containment, a little under 700 acres. Lydia Fire, 60% contained, 348 acres. So we're looking at a total of 6 major fires right now. 6 major fires, 3 big ones that are still not in containment, 10% on the Hurst Fire. We're tracking this new Kenneth Fire right now that's at 50 acres in the West Hills.
1031 from operation.
There's a fire engine pulling up to homes there. Those are some massive homes. Trying to see, there's another chopper above the houses. This, regardless though, the smoke's well over the neighborhood because of the West Hills fire. So it might look like some of these houses are on fire, but it's just the smoke coming off the hills. And we also, let's take an update on evacuation orders. So we have an order. Let's click the Kenneth Fire here. You see, I should get more. There we go. So there's a good map detail of the evacuation zone. Evacuation warning zone, Kenneth Zone 1. Current ongoing evacuation warnings in Ventura County. Evacuation warning has been issued to residents in Oak Park area near Canaan Road and Agora Road, east of Canaan Road to Deer Hill. LA Fire Department issued a mandatory evacuation order for Van Noen south to Burbank Road. Let's check the helicopters are flying over it right now. All multiple fire air resources are in the sky. Right, we're looking at it right here, right over it. That's where we're looking at these. There's the fire department on the ground, then they're also in the sky. So we're literally watching those helos right now on the flight radar. As this one's spreading pretty rapidly.
24 from Battalion 23. Can you come up on B17 direct?
Again, the good news of this is that they do have air resources to their availability. They did not have that 2 days ago.
These homes here, so I know they are moving as fast as they can to get structure protection in place, but look at the size of some of these flames, and again, the way the wind is blowing the flames, that's not good. You don't want to see. That's the scariest part. The way those flames rip through these hills and rip through this type of weather, rip through neighborhoods, is just so scary. And that is why this is so concerning, because of the distance this fire's already traveled, and now look at that. We are looking straight down through the smoke. We're showing you the flames that we can see with our eyes. What we can't see is what's happening underneath the smoke that's being produced. But clearly you can tell from Sky Map here, with all the streets that you see in the middle of this brush fire, this wildfire, there are a lot of homes immediately threatened. This is a whole subdivision of Calabasas with a lot of very large homes that are in immediate threat by this Kenneth Fire, which at last count was 50 acres, and that was probably not that long ago, but I could tell you it has already tripled or quadrupled in size. We're talking already comfortably, I could tell you, this has already burned hundreds of acres, and you can see all of the landscaping. Look at all the palm trees in this neighborhood. Look at all of the landscaping. Look at people already trying to get in their cars and getting out of Dodge. It is time to get your essentials and get out now. Grab your pets. Get out now.
I see structure protection, limited structure protection, but we're spotting those fire trucks that are starting to situate themselves within this neighborhood. They're helping to get the word out as well. Chris, what about that smoke? The 101 is just south of there. Is it going into the 101? Is there a problem there?
Oh, this will, unless barring a miracle, this is heading straight for the 101, and we'll see what it does after that. But this is happening so fast, it's important to talk to anybody. If you live anywhere near the 101 in this part of Calabasas, this could easily jump the 101 eventually, and probably and faster than we think, just based on the winds here and based on the behavior of
There's stronger winds in the West Hills.
On this neighborhood, because they're under immediate threat.
What's the wind speed?
Too much about what might happen or what's going to happen, but absolutely, this is 100% heading towards the 101, and there's a lot of smoke already.
This is a new fire, yes.
The 101 freeway. If you're driving along the 101,
this is a new fire in the West Hills.
Visibility is already becoming an issue on the 101 freeway.
Danny and Philip are creating maps, which we're seeing on the right-hand side. Danny, you're showing the wind direction, and you're showing exactly what Chris is talking about, how the smoke is being carried across the 101.
Yeah, you can see it really show quite clearly there on our map there. So there's, again, like you're showing, David, where that fire actually is, Hidden Hills to the east there. But where it's going is the other direction, to the west, to the south, heading towards, as you said, though, with that 101 freeway, towards Agoura, towards Calabasas. So we can see those areas certainly are right in the target zone for where these flames are going. There's the direction those winds are going. Again, in that typical Santa Ana profile, north-northeast winds pushing everything to the south and the southwest. So there you can see absolutely set up for you how it's moving. And that flame will go where that's.
It's already in the neighborhood.
Flames. As you mentioned, David.
It's already in that neighborhood.
We just barely got the notice on this. My gosh, less than a half an hour ago.
The Hidden Hills, that's up here.
Like, they had like a 10-mile coverage area on this fire, and now, I think you mentioned like up near 50 miles per hour, or 50 miles of burn zone there now, and so this thing is growing quite rapidly, and we can see, boy, on Christie's shot on the left there, we can see how much smoke is getting over those inhabited areas. So it's just really absolutely.
Let's check the air support over it. The helos are all over it. And check in the United States Ventura County Fire helos up. Fire 1 from the LA Fire Department's up there. United States LA County Fire Department must be a federal helicopter for Los Angeles. United States Los Angeles County Fire Department up in the skies. So there's at least 4 or 5 air resources in the sky right now. That we've seen this helicopter fly over specifically. That's another view of it from the other side. ABC 7's over the houses right now.
To move around this whole
it's already,
area.
David,
go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
It's already west. We're already moving west of that neighborhood now.
Okay. Yes,
already now
further.
You're looking at Malibu Canyon, Gates Canyon Park.
Oh,
the
boy.
Gates Canyon Park area is now under the gun. This is just west of the neighborhood.
Gates Canyon Park.
Your headset's off.
Sorry about that. I should tell you, the reason my audio is cutting out is because the county and the city are sending out emergency alerts.
Yep.
So everybody's cell phone is blaring right now with the updates on the evacuation.
That's just north of the 101.
Of course, when that happens, and it does interfere with our audio. So when you hear that, that's what's happening, because everybody down there is getting these alerts. But we're now talking about the area around Malibu Canyon, just next to that neighborhood that we were talking about. Now we're purely in Upper Las Virgenes. Farm Field Road is one.
There people are running right there.
That already seems to have.
No, that's fire department.
Okay, yeah, I've got it on my map here as well. I see what you're talking about now. We've moved from Collette Way, which is right here. Here's Gates Canyon right over here, and then right over here is Las Virgenes. So I'm going to expand out and show you now how quickly this is moving. I'm going to move like this. This is Collette Way.
This one could connect with the Palisades fire.
What Chris is talking about, it's gone beyond Shady Grove Place right over here into this area and all the way over into these homes right here. So you can see how rapidly this thing is moving, and this is Las Virgenes right here. So all these homes now are in danger. Chris?
Yeah, is that it right there? Yeah.
There's a helicopter.
Is that, yeah, I'm looking at houses. I think we have a structure involved right here, guys.
Okay.
Go ahead, right off right in there, right along Collette Way. Right along Collette Way, a large body of flames in the middle of these homes. I don't see any homes touched yet, but look at that. There are homes on both sides of this brush area. That was Shady Grove Place, Sloan Place, Newcastle Lane, Melbourne Court. We're talking about 2 separate areas, so I don't want to confuse everybody. It's a large area now that is an immediate threat. You have 2 separate neighborhoods that are now being touched by this fire at the exact same time. So you've got one subdivision, Newcastle Lane, Sloan Place right here along Shady Grove Place, and then you have the neighborhood Malibu Canyon, Gates Canyon Park immediately to the west. Both of these neighborhoods are now being touched by fire.
They absolutely are. This is a very tense situation out there. We're sort of monitoring it from here. Chris, as you're getting interrupted with your headset and getting interrupted by talking, we're looking at these active Los Angeles Fire Department alerts, and David's trying to pinpoint them on the touchscreen. But we do know that they have added an evacuation warning to Woodland Hills in addition to the other evacuation warnings that we've been talking about and the mandatory evacuation warning. So again, this is for Woodland Hills.
This house is up on a hill here. This is a big hill. And look at the fire going up the hill, hitting it's at the fence right now.
To Burbank Boulevard, Valley Circle Boulevard East to Woodlake Avenue. So again, Woodland Hills, just be on alert. You're seeing a lot of the smoke. Chris, I can't imagine a huge part of the valley is seeing this smoke. And now, of course, anytime you start saying Malibu,
people are getting out.
This is all in that area, which has so much fuel that can be fueled by these fires.
I mean, you're right about that. And Calabasas, I mean, you're talking about a huge swath of Calabasas. I have a feeling that Hidden Hills should be spared here. In fact, they've already drawn lines between the fire and Hidden Hills. So I think all of the attention now is immediately to the west of Hidden Hills, where what started as a fire on Kenneth is now
look at
fires.
that.
I know it's all one fire. We call it the Kenneth fire. But as I look out the window from the helicopter, there are fires in various directions. We're talking about a large area where there are multiple fires burning and now multiple neighborhoods being touched at the same time. I just want to make that really clear. This isn't like
there's a fire in the backyard of that person's house at the bottom.
Already got tankers showing
right there.
Up. They've got helicopters over here. They are trying to flood the zone with structure protection, and they will do so at all costs to save as many structures as possible. But as you're seeing from our pictures, there is already flames surrounded by homes surrounded by flames. At this point, we have not seen any properties actually touched yet, but the threat is imminent.
Yeah, okay, so I'm sorry for folks out there, it's confusing because this is rapidly changing. So this is the open area south of Bell Canyon, just north of Hidden Hills. This is where the fire started. It is quickly, as Chris mentioned, it's spreading out in multiple directions. So now you see the orange, the pink right here.
This spread is so fast.
That's in the Hidden Hills area, the Calabasas area, the Woodland Hills area, further back over in here, as well as...
There it is. It's up now. It's up now. We got it.
This community as well.
All right, so we got you, map guy. So here's the evacuation order. It's touching the Palisades evacuation area too.
Ventura County Battalion 13 is going to assume incident command and unified with LA County. Ventura County Battalion 26 is assuming operations.
Okay, so
we're going to configure this in a branch management configuration. We're going to initiate 2 branches. Identifying branch 1 is going to be everything on the north side of Highway 101.
That's here.
That is east of Las Virgenes. So everything east of Las Virgenes and north of Highway 101 is going to be branch 1. Is going to be branch 1. That'll be identified as Ventura County Battalion 19. Break. Resources coming into the incident report directly to branch 1. You'll be operating on V17 direct. How do you copy, staging?
So guys, we're listening to this newer fire, this Kenneth fire, north of the 101 near Calabasas.
North of 101, east of Las Virgenes, operating on V17. That's affirmative. The intent is structure protection and rescue. So all resources operating in and around Branch 1 will be engaged in structure protection and life rescue. Branch 1 will establish a structure protection groups as he sees fit.
Structure protection and rescue.
Copy that. I'm going to be sending you Task Force 1036, which is going to be LA County Engine 143 as lead. I got Engine 149, 156, and Patrol 150 in Task Force 1036. Break, I have Task Force 1037 with Engine 123 as lead, Engine 111,
Patrol 123, Engine 128, and Engine 107 at Task Force 1037. They will be sent to Branch 1. I copy break Branch 1. Operations, you copy that traffic?
So just checking in, you guys. Let's try.
Branch 1 operations on V4. How do you copy?
We're listening to the latest in the scanner right now, and we're watching it on your screen from KCAL.
44 operations, command.
Go for Branch 1.
Okay, Branch 1, you copy that. You're going to be establishing everything east of Las Virgenes, north of Highway 101. Staging is sending resources your direction right now. I need you to identify a reporting location for those resources. You'll be operating on V17 direct.
Copy. Confirming V17 direct from my TAC channel.
That's affirmative. All resources operating in Branch 1 will be operating on V17 direct. The priority is structure protection and rescue. Resources coming into your branch should be given intent and go to work.
There's a fire on that tree right there. It's so close to people's homes right there.
LA County Battalion 44 Stump, are you up on the command channel?
ABC7 showing it right there in the backyard of someone's house. Firefighters are getting to it.
Yeah, go for 44.
The firefighters are getting to it.
I'm going to assign you as Branch 3. You're going to have everything on the south side of the 101 and east of Las Virgenes. You'll be operating as Branch 3 and stand by for attack channel.
So right now it's just watching the ground. They have air support up, but here, let's go full screen.
I need you to identify a reporting location for your incoming resources.
That's what I was waiting for the full screen helo cam.
Branch 1, Battalion 23, can you meet me on B17?
Yeah, guys, this is the new fire in the West Hills, just north of the 101. It's traveling westward. Traveling westward. Let's check the air support. Let's see what we're looking at on flight radar here as this is moving west. You guys can see their patterns. They're up there. LA Fire Department's right there. LA County Fire Department, Federal Resource up there, right there.
Okay, I copy.
Multiple.
And, just so you are aware of, Ventura County Battalion 19's got Branch 1. That's everything north of the 101. LA County Battalion 44.
Private helicopters are up.
Branch 3, that's south of the 101 and east of Las Virgenes. Can you give me a TAC channel for Branch 3, please?
Yeah, I realize the wealth in this area, so that's somebody's private fire helicopter in the sky, private owner. United States Ventura County Protection up in the sky.
Yeah, repeat your
Ventura County Fire Protection in the sky. Let's go back to ABC 7's sky footage here.
Branch 3.
I have the county scanner in the background. That's probably the fastest information we'll hear. Looks like it's already, oh boy.
And I see operations. Okay, can you give me a list of my available TAC frequencies?
That fire spread so fast. Looks like it's not going to reach some of those houses there.
I copy VTAC 13.
We got, there's more brush fires.
Yeah, operations go for 44, Branch 3. Okay, does that make sense to you, Paul? You'll have VTAC 13, you'll have everything south of the 101 as it crosses.
It's in the backyard of that house there, but again, the ground sources are able to stop the fire from reaching houses as of now.
LA County resources report to the 101 and Las Virgenes there 125s, and we'll go to work.
Okay, copy.
Wow, look how fast that fire is spreading right there in front of us.
Boulevard. All the LA City resources parked on Victory Boulevard. I need you to get on the freeway heading northbound.
Good drop.
Exit Las Virgenes and report directly to Branch.
What a drop that was. Let's go.
Branch 3. You're going to be operating.
Dang, put that one out.
He'll capture
what a Chad.
Accountability of you when you're on scene there.
Big helicopter water drop right there. Put that one out.
Hey, Branch 1 from BC 729 on 4.
My goodness, look at this. Again, this is the West Hills heading towards, heading westbound north of the 101. This is a new fire. Not to...
LA Deputy 9 on scene.
Look at the spread of it, though.
Deputy 9.
It's in all directions. All that brush.
Branch 1 from BC 729 on
Look at that. Oh, my goodness. Oh, look at how much of it's touched already. All this is for the fire's been already. That's all charred.
Established earlier as a Hidden Hills structured defense group. I'm in Hidden Hills. Are we working off of the command and V-17 direct still?
That's affirmative. We'll keep you intact as Hidden Hills Structure Group. You'll be reporting directly to Branch 1 on the assigned TAC frequency, V-17 direct.
I copy that. And currently I have 1032 only assigned to me right now and some law enforcement for evac.
Okay, and can you give me an update on your current situation? Are you being impacted right now?
Grab him with the door open.
We're surveying still. I have 2 engines standing by and reconning the remainder.
Okay, I copy. Break staging operations.
Operations from stage to go.
I'd like to take the resources that are staged on Victory Boulevard and start moving them over to the area of Las Virgenes. Have a reporting location of Las Virgenes and Thousand Oaks Boulevard.
I don't know what we're looking at here.
To start going house by house in the neighborhood here and start door knocking to get folks out. This is all
they're door knocking.
Place that we're watching as this deputy, it looks like a deputy from my vantage point, looks like a deputy uniform walking through this neighborhood.
It did look like somebody in uniform that is on some sort of official duty.
Another water drop.
Task Force 1038 under the command of LAPD Battalion G2, which is going to be engine 93, brush patrol 8.
That's the private helicopter. That's the private one that we saw on the flight radar.
At Task Force 1038, I'm sending them in your direction.
There it is, right here. The private owner, N261CG, just dropped a water load on it.
Hail Branch 1 on the command
Look at the paths these helicopters have been taking already. Look how many their route for dropping water.
Copy. What was the Las Virgenes and what was the cross?
Moreau Road, just north of the 101.
The operation is air attack on command.
Yeah, air attack, go ahead.
Bonker Bag Darrell says they are contracted by government. They have a bunch of choppers working all over this, including international. There's Canadian resources too.
Just on the phone with air attack.
Canada's given resources to fight this fire. Also today we should have let me try to look it up and see if Utah has arrived. They were supposed to arrive today. Dozens of Utah firefighters head to California. So they're already there by now. 64 Utah firefighters deployed to California. Also Arizona. The Phoenix Fire Department and Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management have sent equipment and personnel.
I see operations.
Oh, what happened to the okay, hold on. Happened to our news feed. Okay, Hilo might have to go refuel. Oh no, what happened there?
Branch operations.
There's a view of some of the firemen up in the hills that are trying to fight this.
Operations, go ahead. Okay, Guillermo, I'm going to convert you. You're no longer going to be called Ventura Branch. You're going to be called Branch 9. You'll have everything west of Las Virgenes on the north.
They have to go dig trenches, basically, correct? That's why they have shovels.
West of Las Virgenes.
They have to dig fire breaks themselves. Isn't there like a movie made after these specific firefighters that go up in the hills?
Okay, operations, Branch 3, command.
Branch 3, go for operations.
Yeah, hey Tony, I'm going to change my report.
There they are digging. They're digging them right now. They have there's a bulldozer used at their.
Calabasas and Park Sorrento. I'll voice it, but that'll give me a little bit east. Parkway Calabasas, and Park Sorrento for all the Branch 3 resources.
I copy Parkway Calabasas and Park Sorrento.
So they are trying to dig.
Give me an update of what you got going on right now, Paul, and what your resource needs are going to be.
Another warning issued. I can hear it.
Yeah, give me 5 from there. I'm coming from top of Liberty, but I'll get that to you ASAP.
All right, copy.
Or they got to go hike up the mountain. You got to be in serious shape for that work. Holy cow. There they go.
All LA County resources responding to the Kenneth incident.
You just got an evacuation. Was that your evacuation warning? I just heard it. I'll read them off.
Parkway, Calabasas, Los Sorrento. For all LA County resources.
Chunga says they're called hot shots, those specific firefighters. They have all that gear. They got to go up the hill.
Okay, 134, go for operations.
Now, I did some ruck marching in the military, but not to fight fires.
Engine 132 and Patrol 33 are all working together up in, I believe it's Elisa Canyon. What branch are we looking for and what's the comm channel?
Okay, are you at the end of Las Virgenes right now?
Let's check the fire warnings here. So, 18 minutes ago. Is this the zone? This zone here, the evacuation zone?
At the end of Las Virgenes.
Ventura County.
Ventura County, Battalion 19, Task Force 143.
Evacuation.
143, go for branch 1. 2.
Evacuation warnings have been issued in LA City, which is described as Ingomar Street, Satakoy Street, south to Burbank Boulevard, Valley Circle Boulevard, east to Woodlake Avenue.
VNC Battalion 19, Task Force 1036. You up?
There's an image of the warning zone.
Go in for Battalion 19.
There's some of the resources used on the ground.
1036, he's copying you. Go ahead with your traffic.
I don't know what happened to the helicopter. I think they're just fixing it now. They had their helo up in the sky. I don't know where it went.
Shot out here so we can get a kind of a better bird's eye view of everything that's going on. And you can see the hillside there. And if Oliver, pan to your right, I believe. Look to the south if you don't mind, because I want to look at the Oak Park neighborhood.
All those hills.
So if you can continue to move your camera to the south and we'll look at that area here. So this is the other side. You know, we had that one chopper perspective. They're looking at it from the east side. And then this is now from the west side of the fire. So obviously we're still contending with a lot of aircraft up there and, you know, making sure that we're keeping our distance so that everybody can do what they need to do there.
Wow.
But, you can see right below him on that hillside, I believe, is the Oak Park neighborhood. So Oliver, pan down for me, yeah, and then to the left, I believe that is the Oak Park neighborhood that he is looking at right there. So the fire just on the other side of the mountain there, so you can kind of understand why they are issuing those evacuation orders, and then you know, having some concern about that. So if we look at the other chopper, though, this is the area that they are.
Let's check in with the WCLA.
And Michael, when I checked in for work at 2:30, this fire wasn't even on the radar. It didn't even exist.
No.
We were planning on
this fire,
the Palisades fire for the top of the 4 o'clock and the Eaton fire prior to that, but we didn't even get to even.
Yet another fire that started during the stream too as well here. This again, we have a new fire in the West Hills.
With traffic, Farley, you're coming in low volume.
Okay, let's do a time. It's 4 o'clock, just a minute after 4 o'clock in California. It's 6 o'clock here in my time, Minnesota. Full overview of the whole situation. Again, I know we're focused on one fire right now, but that doesn't mean the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire stopped. They're still going. Palisades fire, quick. Let me move to this screen. Palisades fire, still 0% contained, 17,234 acres. Again, 0% containment and everything. I'm hoping that these two fires don't connect between the Palisades fire and this Kenneth fire. There is still some distance between them, but it's so dry outside. These fires are just wild. Eaton fire, 10,600 acres, 0% containment. And again, that's the Eaton fire. You can see most videos are coming in. We watched some at the start of the stream of what Altadena is looking like right now. Just complete. Entire neighborhoods wiped out. Again, 0% containment. The Hurst fire is at 10% containment, a little under 700 acres. Again, that's the Hurst fire. You have the Lydia fire here, which is at a little under 350 acres. That's at 60% containment now. So I'm hoping that as some of these other moderate fires in contrast to these ones are just so massive in scale. As they start to contain those, more of their resources can be used to attack the Palisades fire, which is just still blazing and destroying a lot of Malibu right now. And again, we have a new fire in the West Hills, which is called the Kenneth fire. The Kenneth fire. Okay, let's get the latest on that really quick. Let me click it. Updates 3 minutes ago. Evacuation warnings have been issued for zones. I don't know what that means. These are zones. Now I don't want to share my location. Additional evacuation warnings have been issued for Ventura County. Okay, this is the evacuation zones. Is it because they're up in the hills and it's different layout? Okay, it's not loading. Okay, ARC can not load. Thank you. Perfect time for. Okay, there it is. Evacuation warning zone 5, Kenneth. That's up in the hills. Wish I could see where is that on the.
We could get relief. I'd like to request some tankers over here.
Let me pull up the. Turn up the scanner a little bit.
LA copies. Request for relief no later than 1625 and request for tankers.
Requesting for tankers. So that's going to be up in this hills area.
If I'm going to have relief.
That's going to that's going to be up in here. That's where we're seeing these orders.
From Hidden Hill Structure Defense Group, do you copy on 4?
Go over here. So that's these areas we're seeing that's already in the red. Look at the warning spread too. We got a spread of the evacuation warning. Let's look at it here. See here. North south.
One. Are you up on command?
It's spreading westward. It's spreading westward. Right along the 101. What is that? The Agora Hills.
599.
What's that? Oh, that's the Oak Park High School.
Can you show us attached to the incident on Las Virgenes and the 101?
They got an incident on Las Virgenes and the 101. Let's see if any of the news helicopters are back up there.
Structure Defense Group.
Oh, they're showing other things. Let's go back here. Put a comment in the chat where you're watching from in my live chat here. You can look at the firefighters up in the hills. They're fighting that.
Be advised, we're moving the command post to
Wow.
Cavalry Church off of Lindero and the 101 freeway.
Out there digging fire breaks.
We'll run operations. We are going to be in unified command with Ventura Fire Department. Also, LA City will be an assisting agency.
Santa Cruz, California. We got Hamilton, Ontario, Canada, Georgia, Houston, Texas.
Kenneth, I see we have a report at 26018 Alizia Canyon Drive. They need help evacuating with a disabled patient.
Oh no, 26018 Canyon Drive. Where's that?
Kenneth, I see also we need a TFR release.
Canyon in Calabasas. That's right along. That's right. The Liza Canyon, Malibu.
We need a TFR release from the Palisades incident.
Oh, that's apartments. Apartments.
Lower the 101. Work that out with Palisades IC, please.
Oh boy, that's a lot of people to evacuate. Or what are those? I don't know if you call these apartments, but what are these?
132.
Multi-family.
132, go for operations.
Yeah, just for your whereabouts.
Like condos?
26001, Elysia Canyon. Was there intel?
Those are like condos.
Person inside need help out?
That's still a lot of people in that cul-de-sac here. That's still a lot of traffic that's going to be back there.
Canyon break. LA, can you advise that address of persons trapped, please?
We're looking at it. It's they're condos.
Staging operations.
That's the spot.
Go for operations.
Back to Google Earth.
Branch 1 from Strike Team 1038.
You can hear all the sirens in the background.
1030, go for branch 1.
Look at that, though. There's a look at Palisades.
LA City Strike Team 1038 coming to the location of Las Virgenes and Moreau. Las Virgenes and Moreau. Just confirming we're going to be on 17 direct.
Las Virgenes and Moreau.
The
affirmative. Once they get here, they can help me
There's Moreau Road.
B17 direct.
There it is. So they're right here. Las Virgenes and Moreau.
Have 2 rescues report to the command post.
Moreau Road and Las Virgenes. So they're...
Branch 1, VNC, medic engine 134.
How am I looking at this ring?
Kenneth, ICLA. Is that corrected location for the family that needs help evacuating 25170 Jim Bridger Road?
Repeat the numbers again.
25170.
Operations and staging.
No camera, no ground camera back there. That's a gated community in there.
Staging from operations. It'll be at the end of Victory Trailhead.
Yeah, and it's a gated community. Can't go in there.
Hey, operations, Branch 3, command.
Wow, look at this.
Branch 3, go ahead.
That's how the helicopters are getting more water.
Yeah, I understand. I'm north of Moreau. It's Thousand Oaks Boulevard area.
So they have nice refill points, it looks like, set up in the hills.
Okay, I copy, and just for your information, I went back to that original staging locations, Las Virgenes 101.
And that's what they're talking staging. Okay, no.
Okay, I copy. Work with Branch 1 and try and shore up your branch breaks as you guys start to build some situational awareness. And you know, if you feel like it's appropriate to adjust them, I'll let you guys deconflict that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, A-firm, and that's what I want to do is just make sure
Battalion 705, Battalion 17, operations.
So if you're just tuning in, we're tracking this new fire.
We need to 05 go. Some roles and responsibilities here. Can you come up on the command for me?
We got the scanner in the background to hear the latest.
Battalion 705, Calvillo.
Oh, they got desperate. They will use nearby swimming pools of the houses. It's happened a few times.
Yep, ops from 705, go.
Got a new brush fire in the West Hills.
Your current location?
Not at this time. We're heading that way now. I just met with the task force. I have Task Force 1039. We've figured out the location we want to go to try to give you guys the best eyes and give you an impact time to the city if there will be one at all. Give me about 15 minutes to get located and get that information back to you.
Text evacuation warning was a mistake.
Con is telling us it was a mistake, a technical error, and of course a correction will be issued here not too long from now.
What was that?
Continue to look at these pictures from the Kenneth fire right now burning in West Hills. Jonathan, we watched your coverage. You were on for several hours.
There was a mistake in the text notification.
Sense of security that the winds had died down. You know,
What area was told to evacuate? That's not good.
Palisades, but the winds were not nearly as strong as we've seen. And then all of a sudden, we see this.
Yeah, our meteorologists have been warning that the winds could pick back up. And we've been talking about those record winds that we saw when these fires initially broke out Tuesday.
I don't know about the correction yet.
Hurricane level winds, but...
Oh, they sent it to all of LA? They sent an evac warning to all of Los Angeles? Oh boy.
Enough and strong enough to push a fire.
Yeah, that's not necessary.
Here with the Kenneth fire, you know, this is not an area of any stranger.
This is bad, but this isn't. It doesn't require all of LA to evacuate. They just accidentally texted all of LA. Oh my God.
You know, in recent decades.
Oh no.
Unfortunately,
that's not good.
Area flare up again, and it's the same thing. It's not just the wind here. We see the fire system create its own weather pattern, and then there's plenty of fresh, you know, fuel to burn. We had all that rain last year. We had those lush green hillsides for months on end. We enjoyed it then.
Well, we're gonna definitely have more people tuning into the stream now because they just got that notification. Oh
Jonathan,
boy!
How much comfort does it bring to you that we see those that air attack happening?
Seriously,
we see those strike teams already been deployed. It's got to bring you a little bit of comfort, perhaps.
Absolutely, guys.
Yeah, they're attacking that thing.
City, where our station is, I could see.
But this was 2 days ago. Oh my goodness.
And it was dark, it was black, and it was billowing into the air. And that's.
I mean, they're still dealing with the fires from 2 days ago, right? Imagine this one just started just in the last hour, 2 hours, and they are containing as much as they can. They stopped it from getting to civilians right now in their homes. It's still up in the hills, but 2 days ago this would have been very, very, very bad.
You need relief, and what kind of tankers were you requesting, and how many?
Need relief at 1625. We're going to be out of fuel. We'll have to go to Van Nuys. And the tanker request was going to be 6 tankers, any type.
LA copies, 6 tankers. Can you repeat the type?
Any type tankers.
LA copies, 6 tankers, any type. Relief time 1625.
Okay, Kenneth Fire has jumped.
LA Kenneth, the relief trailer. Come here if you can ensure all tankers inbound. No, there's no air attack here.
That's the private helo.
LA copies.
Fire jumped Thousand Oaks Boulevard, moving southwest. Resources are currently engaged.
I see, go ahead.
Let's also move our staging location to Fire Station 125.
Copy. Staging location, Fire Station 125.
Okay.
Yeah, LA County AC7, operations on the command.
You guys are listening to Los Angeles County Fire V4 frequency for the West Hills fire, which now you can see another brush fire has sprouted from. Oh my goodness, that one's going to hit the trees pretty quick. The good news is with these the air support has been dropping them pretty quick.
Branch 9 staging.
Look how fast that fire is on the trees though. That's exactly how it spread so fast in Palisades.
Tony, this is Chad. I have 9346 Golf here in staging. I heard chatter. You guys might need to assign them. Are you taking them?
Yeah, have them go direct with Crew 12. They're at the heel of the fire. They can access at the end of Victory Boulevard. Victory Trailhead.
Copy that. Victory Trailhead, tying in with Crew 12, Jimmy.
Yeah, and you said that was a golf strike team, correct?
Affirm.
Okay.
Couple swipes of the helicopter will take care of this one. There's one. Oh, they're using fire retardant too, it looks like, in there. Okay. There was one swipe.
Operation 34.
Maybe, 2, 3 more will take care of that. But it's spreading even further. It's spreading to the right side of the screen. It's spreading there as well.
WhatsApp, just looking to make sure that we are form up as a task force.
Check the...
Yeah, you're coming in broken, but understand that you guys are in place. You're looking to form up as a task force. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I affirm. Just looking at what branch we're in and what the comms are that got missed.
Okay, you guys are going to be Battalion 19, and you're getting on V17 direct.
Okay, working for Battalion 19, LA County, or our Battalion 19?
It's our Battalion 19.
LA, the whole county? Oh my god. They texted the entire LA County. Good night. Yeah, that's not required. I'll show you why really quick in case you got that notification.
LA County Assistant 7. We have one IC.
Wow.
That's going to be IC Turk County.
Okay, yeah.
We have...
It's like...
Ops.
The line would say it would be the 2.
In Ventura County, you have...
The comms are messed up pretty bad.
Established and start getting everybody...
Man, those comms are rough, but you're up in the hills.
Assistant 7, landline, Deputy 9, ASAP.
Yeah, they got to use a different line of communication there. That was broken orders there. You can't have that.
Kenneth, air attack LA.
So if you just got that notification, all of LA County evacuation is not necessary at all. The evacuation areas and the Palisades fire.
AC7, stand by 1, just on the line with air attack.
It'll be like north of Santa Monica, okay, and Malibu area. You guys can see here. The Calabasas would be west of Valley Circle Boulevard.
We're working on adjusting the TFR. For immediate need, make contact with Palisades Air Attack to coordinate.
And then the Eaton fire.
I have contact with Palisades Air Attack. Do we have a fill for my relief yet?
The Eaton fire is north of the 210, or northeast of the 210, around Altadena, north of Pasadena. So that fire, I haven't gotten an update on how that fire is being contained, but right now we still have 0% containment on these fires. 0% containment. But if you live in like LA, like the city of LA, like downtown area, that you don't have to evacuate, or you don't have to. The northern area of LA too.
Battalion 26, operations on command.
No, it's very, very strict. That's crazy, though. They probably got the whole city of Los Angeles is tracking the fires if they weren't already. I'm sure they were, but now even more people are going to be wondering what the hell's happening here. 680 acres in the Hurst fire, that's at 10% containment. The Lydia fire here is at 60% containment. That is a view, that's a good 3D view of like where the fires are right now in LA County. It's not all of LA County, it's not all of Los Angeles. That text message that the county sent out was a mistake.
LA Kenneth, I see.
Seems like another one's going out here. Maybe it's a correction.
Kenneth, go ahead.
I hear it in the scanner.
We were relocating command post to the Calvary Church off Lindero. If you have any 911 calls, go direct operations, Ventura County Battalion 26, and he can.
There's another fire, a water drop.
To the branches that are established.
Another water drop.
Brush and full of oil in it.
I just leave the scanner on. Just leave the scanner on. I just got another notification say disregard that last one. They meant to send it to those near the Kenneth fire. Yeah, we got that. Yep. I'm not getting texts in LA, but the countywide evacuation was a mistake.
Do you have a report of someone trapped right now?
We have a report of a party at 28400 Tulare Lane. Need help evacuating with a disabled patient.
I copy 28400 Tulare Lane. Work on identifying who that's in. If there's any resources up on the command that are in the area of 28400 Tulare Lane, can you advise on the command channel?
You guys are listening to the latest in the scanner in the county fire. Again, they're trying to fight this new brush fire in the West Hills. Are successful. Look how quickly it's just the smoke and visibility. There's another drop. Another drop in the hills.
Hey, operations, branch 9.
You almost can't even see the helicopter visibility is going down too as time's going on here.
Hey, operations, disregard, standby.
I copy.
This is the NBC LA camera. Great coverage from the UK. Thank you.
Operations, branch 9.
We'll do another situation report on the whole thing in like 8 minutes, and we'll check the whole, all of the fires.
That's in our area.
Okay, I copy. Thank you.
Operations, I see. Did we come up with some control objectives?
Camera went down. Let's rotate.
For right now, our western
Back up.
control objective is going to be Canaan Road. We're going to look to keep the fire south of the Santa Susana Range.
Santa Susana Range.
West of Valley Circle, and look to keep the fire north of the current Palisade footprint.
Yeah, because they don't want them to connect.
I'll type those into the notes.
Don't want the two fires to connect.
LA
did you copy those control objectives? If you can put them in the LA County notes.
There's Las Virgenes and Moreau. This is about the area where the fire is. They're trying to fight it right now. It'll be east of Malibu Canyon.
Operations IC, we got a mix here because we got a little bit of a wind. It's relaxing a little bit, but we got some perimeter control and also some structure protection as a priority unilaterally.
This is about where they're at right now in the sky cameras. They already prevented it from reaching the civilian, the homes down there.
Okay, yeah, I copy that. Air attack's working on trying to drop retardant, but they're having to grab release air attack, and there's none available. So we're working on that next.
They got to get more fire retardant. There's all the passes it's done. That's the LA Fire Department helicopter. That's done a ton of them now. There's the private one. So we got about 2 air resources up there right now. The other ones are trying to get more fire retardant. Here's another one.
Go ahead.
This one doesn't show up on there. This one's super private.
Kenneth, I see also, I want to reiterate, staging is now being moved to Fire Station 125, and we're going to the CP at Calvary Church off of the 101 and Lindero.
101 and Lindero.
Affirmative, LA copies. Staging is at Fire Station 125 command post at Calvary Church off the 101 and Lindero.
So again, guys, we're tracking this newer fire. Well, it's in the last couple hours it's begun. North of the 101. It's called the Kenneth fire. Kenneth fire. We got the updated evacuation area here. It's
Operations, I see one more thing with the 101, as jammed as it is, have a management action point that we need to close the 101 and get these vehicles off the road if it's going to cross the 101.
101 traffic jam. Makes sense.
Right. LA, Kenneth, I see.
What time is it?
Go ahead for LA.
4:25 p.m.
Let's get both sides of the 101 shut down.
We're going to shut down the 101. You just said let's get both sides of the 101 shut down. I don't have a sky cam of the traffic.
Right now with Lindero and
That's up here.
Valley Circle.
Yeah, you can see the overlap of the warning zone.
Unified IC, Battalion 13, your other Unified IC. That's just, we need to have a management action point. We don't need to shut the 101 down yet, but we need to have a trigger point that we make that decision so people aren't trapped in their cars.
Ooh. Talking about it now. They don't want people trapped in their cars because there's already a ton of traffic on the 101. Oh, there's the fire spread. Some more homes there. There's another fire.
Battalion 19 from Medic Engine 134.
Looking for air cameras right now. We got one here as the fire continues to spread westward. There's the fire retardant being dropped down.
Yeah, Kenneth, I see your Kenneth operations.
Landed right on all the homes. That's what that red is. Yeah, one fire behind it. Police car moving. Let me check. See if we got another camera. Nope. This is on the ground in Calabasas.
When it comes to this particular area in Calabasas, we've noticed this kind of frantic running around to both sheriff's deputies, the fire department, and people either grabbing their things and going or coming back to grab their things before they could go, as sheriff's deputies are coming in to get to these particular areas. You know, obviously it's been a scary situation for 2 days now, and if you're in one of these areas where it's been safe for the last couple of days, sadly you're just kind of wondering when and if it's our community, and it's the community of Calabasas right now. now. There is concern about getting out of here as the fire moves closer. We don't know the distance and how close it is, but I can tell you, especially if you're driving up the 101 going westbound, you see that huge plume of smoke moving out from where it is, and you can see it from where we are right now, the kind of grayish haze in the air at the moment. We're even getting some kind of burnt embers as we were standing here as well. So obviously a big concern for this community as it moves kind of down and over from kind of north
westbound.
And west. And those communities at the moment, it seems as though the road has kind of cleared up a little bit, which is good. When we first got here, Las Virgenes was absolutely packed to the brim with cars trying to get down to the 101.
Oh,
same
boy.
goes for Hidden Hills and same goes for West Hills.
101 is going to be a jam right now.
People out on the streets as we have essentially emergency vehicles coming up towards the fire and residents and people leaving in the opposite direction. Obviously, an ongoing situation as we speak. We want to get a little bit closer to see just how close that fire is. It's been burning in the brush, but obviously there's a breeze right now. You can see it if we show you the trees here. It's moving. It's not gusty at the moment, but clearly windy enough to move the trees around and certainly move this fire in this direction. So obviously cause for concern. Hopefully people who have been paying attention over the last couple of days at least thought in the back of their mind, maybe here's what I would grab, here's what I would put in the suitcase and put in my car, and now's that time for those folks. Turn around real quick for a second. You have people running up the street to their homes right now, trying to get back to their house to grab anything they can. It's kind of that frantic moment where you have to grab your things and go, so folks not taking any time to waste in this. And you see the road has for the most part cleared up as people are going. You making a U-turn here? Yeah, come on around. Take a step back here. Don't want to get in folks' way as they're trying to get out of Dodge, but obviously the concern is,
there's a helicopter drop.
As we see the air support coming overhead as well. They've been dropping some water on this and obviously been trying to fight it from below. The concern, of course, is kind of triangulated. It's interesting because there's a lot of gated communities here, and getting access to them has been a little tough, and we've seen fire trucks go into a certain community.
Catch-22 of being in a gated community, right?
Having to leave that community and come back around. So we'll get it back to you guys in the studio. We keep an eye on this as crews are coming in and folks are heading out, but we'll have an update real soon.
Yeah, you can see everyone urgently trying to get their stuff out. You can see behind you with the police. Thank you so much, Tim, for that live report. We're going to go to Air 7. We're going to go to Chris Christie overhead the Kenneth fire right now. Chris?
Back to the fire.
That's right, Colleen. The Kenneth fire is still burning, and the fire department is continuing their aerial assault on this fire, which has created multiple spot fires in and around the neighborhood of Upper Las Virgenes and Malibu Canyon north of the 101 freeway, where Tim Caputo is right here. You're looking at Ruthwood Drive, which has a whole stretch of homes right here and apartments on the other side, just off of Las Virgenes Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard, where the closest flames are now within feet of these structures. But here's the good news. A lot has happened in the last few minutes. That aerial assault has been really, really effective, and they have knocked down a bulk of the most threatening parts of this fire, despite the winds that have really picked up and is whipping the smoke through this neighborhood. The leading edges of these fires have been extinguished to some extent, but there is still active flames. But here's the other thing. The wind is also shifting a little bit over to the west, a little further to the west and less to the southwest. And so now it's pushing it up this ridgeline towards Las Virgenes Road, but almost around this neighborhood, which is surrounded
Oh boy, there's a fire.
So what was earlier a pretty medium-fueled fire has turned into more of a grass fire in the immediate land around these homes. And that grass fire is not spreading nearly as rapidly as this fire was in the initial phase when it started in the West Hills area. So we've moved a little bit further to the southwest. The winds have shifted a little further to the west, and this neighborhood is now looking like it's in a much better position.
There's the 101.
Than it was even 15 minutes ago. So some good news there.
Traffic's moving. That's good to see.
Be taken lightly. There is a lot of active fire, and these folks are heeding the warnings. As you can see, the 101 freeway is seeing a fair amount of evacuation activity, both on Las Virgenes and on the 101 freeway. We're seeing a lot of traffic start to stack up in both directions, and a lot of folks making their way
there. It's stacking
out of
up.
this neighborhood.
There it
Fire
is.
in the neighborhood. There is active flame and a lot of smoke. But what there is not so far are any structures that have actually caught on fire, and we have to breathe a huge sigh of relief there. But
look at that Chinook.
Because this is still a very active firefight.
They got that thing. That's
these water drops in this neighborhood, guys.
That's an Army they got to have an Army pilot in there, huh?
We have to stay vigilant because the winds are going to pick up. They're going to shift.
Probably an Army vet killing it there. Just guessing.
They're watching it closely. That shot of the 101 was a good one, and we've been talking a lot about getting in and out of the area. So what you have to consider when there's an evacuation order like
wow,
this,
look at you can't. It just goes right into the smoke.
Out of nowhere to multiple communities. Is there are folks who are trying to run into that community to evacuate their home or help people to evacuate, as well as just getting people out of homes. So it's traffic going both ways, which we need to think about and be concerned about.
No doubt about it. We know the 101 is heavily impacted. I think, Danny Romero, you're taking a look at our map.
Goodness, just look at the smoke.
We're going to talk about the emergency alert, the clarification as well.
Further clarification here, and I know a lot of folks, and thank you for texting and emailing us.
Okay, let's switch over. Let's do our status report on everything now. It's 3 minutes past 4:33 p.m. in California, 6:33 p.m. my time. Again, Palisades fire. Let's go from the biggest around here. The Palisades fire is still at 0% contained. We're what, day 3? Because it started Tuesday morning, yesterday, and now it's a full day today already. So 3 full days of fire from Palisades. That's at 17,234 acres, 0% containment. Eaton fire, same thing, 10,600 acres at 0% containment still. The Eaton fire around Altadena. The Hurst fire, 10% contained, just under 700 acres. The Hurst fire, you got the Lydia fire, which is just under 350 acres, 60% containment. And then the fire we're looking at right now and watching the firefighters is the Kenneth fire at 50 acres, and we don't have any percentage on the containment.
Conflicting information.
I also have the scanner on in the background to get the latest.
Operations, I know this is the Kenneth incident, and that's on B4 is what I was told.
We're talking about it right now.
Okay, and I just got off the phone with Air Attack. He said he handed it off to you. He's off station. We're looking at about 600 acres. We're turning around a portion of the fire. That's all tracking what you're seeing.
600 acres, Kenneth fire.
Yeah, Elko copied all that traffic from Air Attack.
It's marked at 50, but he said about 600 acres.
I copy that. And what helicopters do you currently have over the fire?
Okay, currently I have City Fire 1.
City Fire 1.
City Fire 3.
See.
LA County Copter 15. Ventura County Copter 4, 5, and 9. Helitanker 61 and Helitanker 55.
Okay, I copy that. And then structure protection is obviously still the priority, but if we can start engaging in some perimeter control going direct on that right flank, I think we stand to keep this north of the 101.
They're going to keep it north of the 101.
I would agree. You got quite a distance before it does get to the 101.
California Department of Forestry.
We are clear now in for the right flank, so we're going to continue to work the right flank and the left flank simultaneously.
Man, firefighting like this sounds like military comms, doesn't it?
This is identified as operations on Battalion 26, Ventura County. If someone else is picking you up as operations, I need you to help me deconflict that and figure out exactly who that is.
They're planning their attack to try to keep the fire north of the 101.
Battalion 26 is operations. If I hear something different, I'll let you know. This is City Fire 7 at Telco.
Check back in with the sky cams.
Thank you for the support.
Okay, so plan of attack to keep it north of the 101. They've been doing well.
Kenneth, Air Attack, go ahead.
Yeah, this is the Kenneth fire.
Confirm no relief for 330, correct?
Kenneth, Air Attack, can you repeat your traffic?
Want to confirm no relief for us, correct?
Kenneth, Air Attack, we have Air Attack 51 relieving you. We have Tanker 79 responding, Tanker 78, Tanker 83, Tanker 41, Tanker 122, Tanker 107, and Tanker 75, and stand by for the ETAs.
Okay, that was Air Attack 5-1.
Negan Grimes says, in France, firefighters are part of the military.
That's affirmative.
We do have military firefighters too, by the way.
We
yes.
are running out of fuel. We're en route to Van Nuys. I'll see if I can get them on this channel for release. Currently have 107 on scene making positive contact with Helco. The Helco on Air Tactics 6.
There's a helo right there. Let me see. There's a drop.
LA copies.
Oh, there's wind. Oh, dude. All right, hit it though. There you go.
Branch 1, Branch 3 on command.
There you go. That was a good swipe there.
Branch 3, go ahead for Branch 1 on command.
David, thank you so much. That was a good swipe. I was worried that the miss. I was worried that the wind blew that back, but no, it landed.
125, the 101 Las Virgenes.
Copy that. I'm en route into Boulevard. I'll make my way down to you.
Okay, you said you'll come to this location?
Yes, affirmative.
Look at the spread of this fire is just wild.
Okay,
what are we looking at?
That. See here.
What is that? We're looking at Erickson Aero. So the aero tankers are up. That's what they're talking about, getting the tankers in the sky.
DC-729.
They got big fire retardant air tankers in the sky right now. Erickson Aero Tanker. That's what you guys are hearing on the...
Branch 1, go ahead.
You guys are hearing that on the scanner.
Battalion 729, we're assigned structure defense group in Hidden Hills. I have one task force here, 3 engines, with no impacts to Hidden Hills. You want us to hang tight here in case wind shifts, or move on?
What is this plane? Let's try to figure what's this one now called. I mean, it's Erickson Aero Tanker. Where is it on the...
What is your current location at Hidden Hills?
Big air tanker.
What's the task force?
That'd be this one. Right here.
Branch 1 operations.
Force 1032.
Right here. TKR 107, Erickson Aero Tanker.
Branch 1 or branch...
About to fly over it right now. It's about to fly over it right now and drop some fire retardant.
Operations, Branch 3.
We should see that here.
Okay, Paul, just a little correction. Fire is actually east of Chesbro. It's at the end of Bell Canyon Fire Road. It's checked up right now. There's an opportunity to start picking it up direct. So if we have any staged resources, especially Type 3s, let's pump them into the end of Las Virgenes at Bell Canyon Fire Road, see if we can start grabbing an egg and working back towards the heel.
Thank you for the gifted.
Copy that. The end of Las Virgenes, Belkin Fire Road, working back to the hill.
Yeah, and if you can get a hold of Branch 1 and coordinate that with him. And then I have a bunch of resources over here in Branch 9 that'll...
Oh, it might have dropped it. We missed it. Might have dropped some and we missed it. It's...
We'll make that the priority, and also I copied that conversation here regarding the dozers, and if we get them here, I want to go ahead and put them to work.
So you're getting the dozers for the fire breaks.
Break, Charlie Strike team that came into staging. Can you come up one more time for that operations on the command channel?
They're trying to prevent the spread of it in the hills.
Striking 21 Charlie.
Here it comes again for another pass.
21 Charlie. Do you copy that direction I just had with Branch 3 and Branch 1?
Plane's coming back around now. Again, big air tanker.
Got the directions. As soon as I can get pulled over, I'll get them from him. We're working our way back from the Palisades. ICP.
Oh, we're losing
the 101 right now.
No, not a time to lose the air feed. Thank you.
Las Virgenes and Highway 101 and Hale Bridge.
Wow, look at the brush fire.
When you get there.
The line of fire from the brush. Oh, God.
Hey, Operations Ventura County Superintendent 12 on B4.
I want to see that air tanker fly. Anyone have any other footage of it?
Good for operations.
Look at the brush fire. It's still like blazing, you guys.
Give you a picture of
just when you think it gets better.
So we've got most of the heel picked up.
I don't know.
Over the fire road that comes off the Victory Trailhead break.
I know, right? What a like blue balls on the
west from that point.
Air tanker usage there.
The fire's been held up on a fire road 2-track using Dozer 14 and just now starting to run into resources coming off the Las Virgenes side.
That's the 101.
Yep, okay, that's what I'm looking at right now. So I see where Dozer 14
What time is it? Oh, they might be doing a shift change here soon.
It just starts to bend southwest, right back towards Las Virgenes. Does that sound accurate?
Might by Las Virgenes.
So if you're tracking Dozer 14 on a map, yeah, we've got everything held up to that point.
Can we cut back to the air tanker in the sky?
Shrink our box a little bit. We'll start choking resources in.
Fox 11 will have a copter up there too.
Access to the fire's edge at the end of Las Virgenes Canyon at the Bell Canyon Fire Road and start trying to go direct working towards you guys.
They're on Fox 111.
Copy that. And yeah, type 3 or type 6 suitable. Not
Wrong Fox.
All right, copy. Break branch 9. If you have any resources available that you can cook over to branch 1, have them report to Las Virgenes, and we'll call up Moreau and have them hail branch 1 on V17 direct.
They have Harvey Levin on the line.
9 copies. I'll be sending 66 Charlie.
You guys want to hear from Harvey Levin?
All right, copy.
Fox getting all the exclusives.
Branch 1
9440 Charlie.
That's up in the hills, you guys. So they're talking about those bulldozers. They got to get it up there to build fire breaks. So there's firefighters like on the ground marching up in these hills with axes and shovels.
Fuel in return, or do we get a relief? Secondary, if we can focus the rotors on both of the flanks, we're going to have success going direct. So that'd be the priority, is fly the rotors, any that we can before sunset, and if we need to do nighttime water dropping, we'll do that as well.
That's the scanner in the background.
Do not believe that there's a relief air attack coming out here. Right now we have Fire 7 as held.
Here comes the plane.
Fire.
There you go.
And I'm not sure if you picked up the update, but we're about 600 acres. We're retarding around a good portion of the fire. It's checked up at the end of Bell Canyon Fire Road, and we're starting to engage and going direct right now with helicopter support.
There's the air tanker.
And I just want to confirm, so we got rid of Alpha and the structure groups, and now we're just operating off of branch 1, 3, 7, and 9.
Currently, we just have branches 1,
There's
3,
a drop.
7, and I'm going to start working
Big
on
drop.
down, as we start to go direct here.
Okay, so did you bring the original division Zulu and structure group into those branches?
So he drops it on the non-affected areas to prevent the fire from getting to it.
In branch 1, that was all that stuff was operating in branch 1.
Try to create like a.
Okay, so go through that again more time. So
Try to stop the spread, right?
Now I got 1, 3, and 9.
So they have like 3 layers of attack on this fire with the firefighters that are on the ground.
Kenneth, I see.
Then you have the helicopters that are attacking it directly. And then this air tanker.
That we got an air attack on order or relief for the one that went down. We'd like to drop retardant before the sun sets as a priority on those flanks. And additionally, we can keep the
That's what we're seeing right now.
Open, and then we'll let you know if we need to close the 101 freeway.
LA, air attack 140 on V4.
Air attack 140, go ahead.
Air attack 140 just lifted off of Camarillo en route to Porterville. I'm listening to the traffic. Am I needed back on the Kenneth?
Air attack 140, we have air attack 51 relieving air attack 330.
Damn, dude.
Copy. Apologize for jumping in. 140 direct to Porterville.
Kenneth, I see. Did you copy? Air attack 51 is relieving air attack 330.
Having a shift change in the helicopters.
Copies. Air attack 5-1.
Iconoclasting of the 5 gifted, also 10 gifted from Nell.
Operations copy. Air attack 5-1 will be en route.
Thank you for supporting myself and the community.
That's affirmative. Break branch 1 operations.
So mandatory evacuations in Mountain View Estates area.
I know that V4 gets into a hole. It's hard to get out, but did you copy that traffic I had with branch 3?
Mountain View Estates area.
Branch 3 now is going to give me some resources. We're going to try to go direct here up here at Las Virgenes and Bell Canyon Fire Road.
We're looking at.
Let's get it out right now and get some type 3s in here.
Kenneth.
Try and go direct.
Kenneth fires at.
Okay, and additionally, you got Ventura County's crew 11 and 12 at the hill working towards you.
Okay, they're planning some stuff here. I can put that down. A little under 800 acres. A little under 800 acres in size. The Kenneth map, the Kenneth fire is at this time. That's the latest update we have. Strike teams are out. We're watching. I mean, we're literally watching them attack it from the sky. So all the resources are pulled, seems, to stop this Kenneth fire. The evacuation warning zones. Like basically, if you're around the 101 in the Calabasas area, you got to leave. Heading towards Oak Park. Let's get the here's the full areas that we're told to evacuate.
Yeah, that's affirmative. Have them hail branch.
Oak Park near Canaan Road and Agora Road. I'm waiting for if we have another evacuation. So evacuation orders. There's some zones here, but a mandatory evacuation order for Van Noen south to Burbank Boulevard, County Lake Road east to East Valley Circle Boulevard. You got a warning for in Gomar Street, Satakoy Street, south to Burbank Boulevard, Valley Circle Boulevard, east to Wood Lake Avenue, and then Ventura County, Kenneth. This is the Kenneth fire. Zone 1, Oak Park near Canaan Road and Agora Road, east of Canaan Road to Deer Hill. So parts of Ventura County are under evacuation warning because of this Kenneth fire. Let's go back to the scanner. The scanner is Los Angeles County Fire V4 for Kenneth.
Operations from El Camino staging. I have 2 additional task forces ready to go.
I copy, and those are all Type 1 engines, I'm assuming?
Correction, I have 3
Hey, we lost this.
task forces, all Type 1.
It's back.
Okay, I copy. What do you have total in staging right now?
Look at the spread of this one. Look how fast this fire spread, seriously. We watched this one start too.
Task forces, a total of 6 Type 1 engines.
We watched this Kenneth fire start.
Go ahead for LA.
It has spread significantly. Okay, they're doing a weather report.
We've established Las Virgenes staging at Station 125 with Ventura County Training 18. We also have Ventura County Rescue Ambulance 41 staged there for any medicals that are on the line.
Okay, NBCLA's got a copter up there.
Staging operation.
Dozer 7. Operations from El Camino, staging go.
For now, keep those resources staged. If you get any Type 3, any bulldozers, or any hand crews, let me know.
B-roll.
Operations, LA County Fire, Dozer 7. I'll keep you updated.
Dozer 7, go for operations.
There's going to be high winds. Oh boy.
7, we just tied in behind a VMC dozer.
That's not good.
Out with them. What are your wishes?
They have a high wind warning for tonight.
Okay, go ahead. So you came in off Victory Trailhead.
That's why these need to be defeated as fast as possible before it can get to how it was 2 nights ago.
No, it's negative, sir. We got off at Valley Circle, and we flipped back around. We're behind.
Is it shift change time?
Dozer, I believe it's 12.
Okay, I copy. I'm going to have you guys report into the end of Las Virgenes Canyon and have you guys offload at the Bell Canyon Trailhead. Start going direct. You guys will be operating in Branch 1, V17 direct.
Operations 9348 Lima.
Checking flight tracker.
Lima. Go ahead.
We have Ventura Dozer 12 is with us with LA County 7 behind us. We are going to Las Virgenes Trailheads where we are heading to.
That air tanker's coming from General William J. Fox Airfield.
The Bell Canyon Fire Road at the end of Las Virgenes. You guys be working towards Dozer 14 on V17 direct. You're working in Branch 1.
Copy, Branch 1, heading towards Dozer 14.
Private jet. All their air resources, not all of them, there's still plenty of air resources over Palisades. But we're tracking this. We've got to stop this before nightfall as the winds are going to be picking up, it seems, here tonight. Okay, back live.
Come down the trail as quick as possible and...
Another air feed up.
With traffic for Branch 1, identify.
Hey, check on Mount Wilson. There are some critical comms towers and buildings that are used for broadcasting in LA. Mount Wilson.
I'm here with 1032. Do you still need us in here? There's no impact station.
Does it have a YouTube channel?
I copy that. Just for there for a few minutes, and I'll get back to you. And your identifier was 729?
Yes, DC 729. I got Task Force 1032 with me, and I have engine stage.
Do we have like a Mount Wilson link?
You and the Amundsen.
Can we get a link to that Mount Wilson camera? Send it to the Discord.
Copter 17 LA.
Send it to the Discord. The link is in the description. Join that. Mount Wilson, the antennas for LA TV.
LA, go for Copter 17.
Copter 17, confirming you're on scene of the Kenneth incident.
That's what we're watching right now, the Kenneth fire.
LA, that's a negative. We're at a refuel at Barton.
17, copy.
Fire was at the camera a few hours ago. Okay, if we can't find Mount Wilson campsite is unavailable. Well, we'll keep that in the queue then. Good suggestion, Larry. We'll keep that for a future coverage here. If it comes back. The Mount Wilson cams are offline. Okay. Appreciate that. Thanks everybody in mods.
Okay, so you've got quite a bit of equipment that looks like it's scattered through Oak Park. I'd be comfortable releasing Quint 44, and then if you can reconcile with the leadership that you have over there and get a game plan on who the priority releases will be. Okay, copy that.
So again, this is a look at the West Hills evacuations or Van Nowen south to Burbank Boulevard.
Yeah, Branch 9, Quint 44 copies, just confirming you want to release this now.
I don't know what Fox 11 is showing there.
That's affirmative. Right now, we'll release Quint 44.
There's another helo. All right, let's watch the air attack on this.
Going direct, we'll start releasing resources. For right now, we're still going to keep everyone in place as a contingency, with the exception of Quint 44.
Frequency is Los Angeles County Fire V4 for the Kenneth fire. 1, 2, 3, and 4
Kenneth
are used.
Operations, LA.
All of them are used for the whole fire, but specifically Kenneth Operations is on
Kenneth
V4.
Operations are getting reports of tree fires off of Mount Calabasas and Las Virgenes.
New tree fires.
Mount Calabasas and Las Virgenes break Branch 1. Did you copy that?
Oh boy. Got the scanner. So again, County Fire V4 for the Kenneth fire here.
Operations, strike team 9442 Charlie, correction 9441 Charlie, 101 and Las Virgenes exit.
I copy 41 Charlie. Go to the end of Las Virgenes to the Bell Canyon Trailhead. You're going to be working for Branch 1. We're going to work on going direct. You'll be on V17 direct.
I copy V17 direct, and that's right after we get off of North 101.
No, you're going to get off of... yeah, you just get off at Las Virgenes and head north. Branch 1 operations.
Operations, go for Branch 1.
Okay, so just a couple things as we start to go direct on this. You have all of Branch 1, and you have resources coming from both directions at you. Originally, there was 2 divisions that were established. And so what we need to do is start building in some middle management underneath you to coordinate this effort of going direct. You've got Ventura County crews.
Look at the traffic now.
Towards you.
Look at the traffic on 101.
Them into your subordinate leadership and start building some divisions in that area and reconcile with what they're already operating on.
Operations Branch 1 copies that. We'll start division this thing out. And just to confirm, Ventura County Crew 11 is a point of contact working down to me.
No, go direct with Crew 12.
Copy, Crew 12.
All right, guys are watching the coverage of the fires in Southern California. We're looking at the new Kenneth fire that started in the last couple hours.
Branch 3, go for Branch 1 on command.
Other news is covering some other stories. We got the NBC camera up in the sky showing the 101.
Yeah, still waiting for some Charlies to show up here to push up like we talked about, but I do have a Task Force 23. It's Type 1 engines. I'm going to send them up Las Virgenes, tie in with LA County Engine 107, and have them start plumbing this, going north up and then back to the east to the hill there. So they'll start plumbing it.
So the Kenneth fire is at a little under 800 acres. Little under 800 acres in size.
Yeah, Engine 107 is parked up there. They got a water source, so I'm going to have them report to them. I'm sending a BC up there for leader's intent, and they're going to start plumbing it, and I'm still working on that,
there we go.
Request for the dozers.
They're still trying to get more bulldozers up there to build more.
Copy that. I got a VNC task force here that'll assign to them to help them out.
Got to get more fire breaks built.
Okay, and then, yeah, as the Charlies come, we'll start pushing them up there off that fire road, and they could start going direct.
Look how close it got to houses, you guys. These fires, we saw it.
Identify the BC coming up with those engines.
We saw this on the stream in the sky feed. The firefighters prevented the fire from hitting all the homes here.
LA County Battalion.
At least as of now.
Bravo. LA County Battalion 22 Bravo.
Yeah, this is the Kenneth fire specifically. But again, to give contrast, right? We just saw the firefighters save these houses here. in multiple sections of the evacuation order.
Operations from El Camino staging. Just to update, I have 3 tactical task forces for a total of 9 Type 1 engines in staging.
Altadena did not have the same availability for support with the air support. You guys can see, just to give a contrast, this is the Eaton fire. The entire quadrant's wiped out by this fire. Again, 3 fires quick, a full update. Palisades fire, which also same fate for a lot of the neighborhoods in Palisades. Same thing. About little under 20,000 acres.
LA, Kenneth, I see.
0% containment on this Palisades fire. 0%.
5 S2 sitting at Porterville. I'd like to put a request in for those for perimeter control and life safety.
Eaton fire, same thing, still at 0%. We're like 3 days in now. That's a little under 14,000 acres. 13,690 acres. You got the Hurst fire, which is at the 10% contained, a little under 700 acres in size. The Lydia fire, 60% containment, a little under 350 acres. And again, the one that we're watching right now, this bunch of sky cameras, is the Kenneth fire, which is a little under 800 acres in size and is heading west. It is heading westbound. It's the warning zones and evacuation orders for both Palisades and now this Kenneth fire is starting to overlap as time has gone on here. You got some more cameras in the hills. Let's go back to it here.
This is really where they're getting the 1,000 acres, is this entire hillside. If the fire continues to push this way, these hills would burn. But fortunately, due to the very effective aerial assault that we have seen,
yeah, they've been dominating.
And rotary wing, this fire has really had its growth slowed.
Another plane.
There's a tanker coming in right now.
Another tanker. Which one is that one?
Figure out where's the best way to make his fire retardant drop so that he can be as precise and effective as possible.
That's this one right here.
I used to liken that to aerial ballet. I mean, when you...
Okay.
Fire rep here. They got 5 S2s at Porterville. I just placed an order with LA. You should be getting those. And they
Neptune Aviation. That's what we were likely seeing that other tanker do.
In time.
It's trying to figure out their best plan of attack. Do we have it on the camera? Is it going to do it? So we heard the tankers get called.
I'll get back with LA on that. And then additionally, we originally ordered 25 Type 1 strike teams. Do we still need that, or can we reduce some of that?
That's the tanker right here.
We can reduce that down, Nick. We are good with, I think, what we have right now. We have enough resources and staging and pre-positioned around the perimeter of the fire. Based on the progress we're making, I think we can cancel that request.
And one thing to run down, Branch 1, Branch 3, Branch 7, what tax are they working on?
Branch 1 is working on V17 direct. Branch 3 is operating on VTAC 13, I believe. I'll confirm with you on that. And Branch 9 is working on Ventura County TAC 3.
I see this tanker drop the fire retardant.
Break LA. Kenneth, I see.
Kenneth, I see.
There, quick, really quick.
For what we have filled for Type 1s, if they're still pending, we can cancel that order for the 25 Type 1 engines. We're going to be sufficient with the resources we have on scene and stage.
They got to limit how much they use, right? Because of the other fires. So if they don't need it, they're going to not use it. Evacuations, 331,335 evacuations. Of those, 191,811 have been mandatory. 139,524 of those have been voluntary. Those are the estimates right now. People were asking yesterday about how many evacuations there have been. Turn the scanner back up.
13 direct.
Okay, I copy. Thank you for the clarification.
Still a state of emergency.
Operating on LA County E13 direct. And for all intent and purpose, Branch 3 is organized as sort of a contingency right now, but they're starting to move resources into the Branch 1 area.
Branch 1, I'm wondering if that's Palisades.
Yeah, I see. Do you copy that update on the TAC channel assigned to Branch 3?
Look at that line of fire still.
Repeat the comp plan again.
Okay, let's go back.
Branch 1 is operating on V17 direct. Branch 3 is operating on V.
That fire's getting close to some homes there now.
Branch 9 is operating on Ventura County TAC 3.
Remember, this thing's spreading westward. They defeated it. They defeated it spreading eastward further, but they got to stop this line that's heading west.
Kenneth, I see.
Kenneth, I see.
again, to reiterate.
Sorry, correction. That one is spreading. That one is spreading eastward. They already stopped it from getting to most of the houses. Okay.
LA City is a assisting agency. We're also in unified command with Sheriff's Department.
It's wrapped around this hillside here, so this one is spreading to the top of the screen here. It's already burnt all of this. I haven't seen it get to the 101 or anywhere close to these houses here yet. They actually stopped it from getting into the neighborhoods. Wonder if we're gonna see the same here. Again, this is the Kenneth fire specifically in the West Hills. Like I told you guys, a little under 800 acres have been burned so far.
Ventura County Crew 12 operations command.
No containment. I'm sure we'll get a percentage update maybe on the Kenneth fire faster than Palisades and Eaton, but Palisades and Eaton fires are not contained at all. 0%. Look at how much is burnt.
Ventura County Crew 12.
I wish we could keep it there for 2 seconds. That would have told you just while we've been sitting here, because the other fires have been going for days. But it'll show you how much that fire has burnt in the Kenneth fire.
Update on the north end there.
In the north of Calabasas.
Yeah, affirmative. Like mentioned, coming off the Victory Valley Circle area, the trailhead, moving west along the fire road. Everything's held on the fire road. Some direct line in there where it got over closer to the heel break.
They have multiple. There's the United States Forest Service plane.
As you come farther west, approximately a mile and a half from Las Virgenes, it leads
Multiple planes.
And, just now getting a Type 3 strike team in, a couple crews, and we're going to start picking it up direct.
Multiple tankers are in the sky. We did hear requests for those on the scanner.
Basically some subordinate leadership or some organization in there at the division level.
Los Angeles Fire Department.
Conversation earlier with them, have not spoke with them. You do have Zulus established at the heel with one of the LA City folks, thinking really right about where the point that we're going to peel off and go direct through the hills, probably establish another division going over to Las Virgenes Canyon. Heady copy.
That's the other update earlier. Okay, federal assistance will be at 100%.
Branch 1 in the loop, or if it makes, yeah, just keep in on the loop on how you guys organize that.
What are we looking at here now?
Copy that. Nope, everyone out here is still working off 17 direct in Branch 1. And then, yeah, I'll get with Branch 1 and confirm all this.
I am under voluntary evacuation orders, and I want to say this because I'm here to give information to our community and appreciate being here with all of you, but I have gotten texts and phone calls from family members and loved ones across the country. So I am here working. I'm in that Kenneth fire evacuation zone. It is voluntary at this time for Bell Canyon, and I hope it stays that way. But, you know, it's not the first time that it's happened to me, but it is very concerning when you first hear about it.
Yeah, of course.
And in this particular sense, when you've got this massive fire of the likes of which we've never seen before in so many different areas, even when it strikes so close to home, you are a little bit more, I don't want to use the word worried, because I'm here, I'm okay. My husband is also not in the house.
There's a little bit more concern, for sure.
Piece of dirt, leave Zulu from the heel, basically to where I'm at now. And then the only other thing is we're going to need a tactical frequency if we're going to change.
There's a view of the devastation in the Palisades.
I copy that. I'll work on the SAC channel for with
entire sections wiped out. KCAL seems to be the only helicopter in the sky. There's a plane. There you go.
I still got you. You know, 17.
Plane drop right on that line.
So if we don't want to cause any more confusion, we can just leave it on that.
Fire. Oh wow, very effective.
I copy that. Just move your traffic.
Very effective drop.
Direct for whiskey.
Fire retardant right on the line. So again, the pilots are planning their plan of attack. They're doing a couple passes before they drop it because they don't want to miss. That one hit directly. That one lined up perfectly right along that line of fire.
Branch 1.
We're tracking the planes on the flight radar.
Unit calling Branch 1. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was a really good job. Now he's going to have to line up and try to do a similar one. This one's getting close to some houses here. We have tons of ground resources there, though. Look at the firefighters on the ground.
And we've met up with MRTA resources that are doing structure protection up at the top near the infrastructure. I have a tankers for you.
Multiple tankers in the sky.
Alpha, Houston's IC on command.
Be scratchy. Can you help me on B-17 direct?
Yes, stand by.
They're talking to people. I just want to see how
Operations IC on command.
The attack of this Kenneth fire is going.
Just trying to help with drawdown with LA County. I know we're looking good on resources that we have.
Look at that spread of the fire, though. Just in the last, couple hour, 2 hours, we've been sitting here watching this one.
Replace any rolling stop type 1s from LA County so they can fill
What a
their
spread.
stations. And then additionally, if there's any other LA County type 1s that are going direct or LA City, we need to try to swap them out with non-LA County LA City.
That just in the last couple hours, what you're looking at on screen right there, the Kenneth fire.
I don't have good accountability of the LA City resources that were engaged over on the Victory side from the IA. If there's any way that you could...
That tanker just dropped. There's tons of helos above it.
Start getting a couple additional type 3 strike teams on scene.
Okay.
I'll work on releasing some of the LA County stuff. I got eyes on the fire right now. By no means is it out. There's still a bunch of open line, and it's got wind on it. So I'd like to just keep what we have for the time being until at least it gets dark and we start getting some direct line in place.
I copy that. And then do we need any orders for additional aircraft so we can kind of pin this thing down before it gets dark, or are we looking good with the rotors we have?
I've got about 6 rotors overhead. I would definitely like to employ some nighttime water dropping aircraft. And then I would
Nighttime aircraft.
need for resources tomorrow. So if we need to place an order for that, or if LA County is able to provide that, I'll let you coordinate that at the ICP.
So they have both rotors and which is the helicopters and the air powers in the sky still. You got the United States California Department of Forestry plane. That's a private jet, sorry, private plane. This is a United States, another Department of Forestry.
Ventura County Patrol 20 State, Las Virgenes, CO.
Big Department of Forestry planes up there. Oh yeah, 3 of them in the sky. 3 Department of Forestry planes up. Private planes are flying over it too. Helicopters. Looks like the helicopters are refueling. Oh, here they are. Coming back in again. Los Angeles County Fire Department. County Fire Department. Another Chinook. Another private Chinook coming back in. Right over this Kenneth fire as we're seeing it. Here's another look back on KCLA. There's a plane flying over right now.
Kenneth, I see. Do you have a reporting location
Another
for
drop.
Helicopter 3?
Another fire retardant drop. That's the red. So they're trying to, you see the line they're making, the fire retardant line?
Copy, 69 Bravo.
That plane's attacking it ahead of time, and then here comes another plane. I wonder if this one will hit the fire. Oh, there's another line. 2 swipes. Really trying to establish that. Kind of like a safety net, that it's ahead of the fire, and then the other planes can attack the fire directly, and the helicopters can attack the fire directly. Wow, that was really well coordinated. 3 passes on that. That's the Department of Forestry planes that we just saw on the flight radar. 3 of them. California Department of Forestry. Let's check in with what they're saying in the helicopter.
Picking back up.
That's right, they're picking back up tonight, and KCAL meteorologist Evelyn Taft is tracking the conditions and is here now with your next weather forecast, Ev.
Pat Juan, I mean, we are getting a look at windy conditions, wind advisories now through 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The good news is we're pretty much through with the wind warning, so it's not nearly as windy as where we've been, but we're still, of course, looking at wind in the forecast. We're certainly not in the clear.
They got to stop these as fast as they can.
This is the map that we're showing you right now. Again, we are looking at calmer wind speeds as we head into the next little bit here, but there is another uptick in winds possibly overnight. And then again, as we head into next week, which I know we're getting a little bit of fatigue when it comes to the winds. Next week feels so far away after everything we've been through this week, but we really just have to stay vigilant over the days to come.
Yeah, well, we're waiting for further on the Kenneth fire. They're on the ground here in Altadena.
It gets dark, there's no power. We've seen a lot of utility crews coming through, making sure that all of these
So again, just to give you an update, this is the Eaton fire. Okay, we've been watching this Kenneth fire, which is just under 800 meters. This Eaton fire was in Altadena and wiped out entire neighborhoods, just like the Palisades fire has. Thankfully, because of the conditions, the air, the wind speeds, the firefighters have been able to stop this spread of this fire from reaching any civilians at all in the Kenneth fire. It wasn't the same 2 days ago for the Altadena area.
Operations, DNC staging on command.
So they're in the news is on the ground here in some of these devastated neighborhoods and from the Eaton fire.
Cottages, a lot of them Spanish and English style. All of these chimneys are really all that's left here, and you can still see that each home has a little open flame near gas lines. We saw gas crews also coming through today, making sure that they were turning those off. It is heartbreaking. I spoke with somebody who grew up here. He says his dad helped build an addition on one of these homes.
Still at 0% containment.
He described actually that
0%.
Sit on their front porch and they would watch flames on the Angeles Crest right next to us here. All of these years, they never anticipated that it would ever get close to actually their house. Now it's here and they just don't know what they're going to do next. Thankfully, a lot of these people have been here for generations, and so they do have family nearby. But again, this is a look at James Village on the 200 block, and it's not looking good.
Driest start to winter since 1964.
Appreciate that perspective. Thank you. We want to get to NBC4's Karma Dickerson. She's live in the Pacific Palisades. She's near
the Palisades. That's the big fire. Still got the helicopter crew over the Kenneth fire at KCAL. You can fast forward here. We're talking to people devastated. This is the Eaton fire.
Gone. This is where they had all their toys over here. They had their little playground. You can still see the playground. Yep. They had a little, and then over there we had a little outdoor setup.
No, concrete survived.
We thought we were going to be here forever and ever, and
yeah, I do too. That's making me a little nervous.
Yeah.
Because you don't have a mask, right? I don't have a mask. And there's still some open flame. So I don't know. I think maybe you should.
Probably shouldn't have the kids so close. Probably not. Probably should pull the kids away from that.
Sort of get a break from the wind and the air quality.
Come up to Calabasas information.
Copy 9440 Charlie. I'm going to have you report into Branch 1. That's going to be at the north end of Las Virgenes Road. And you're going to be hailing Division Whiskey. And that's going to be on V17 direct.
Right, that's the Kenneth fire.
Copy Las Virgenes, Division Whiskey, and V17 direct.
Okay, that's affirmative. Branch 1 operation. Did you copy that?
Waiting for anything further on the Kenneth fire. You got an air feed here. It's smaller. Well, they're giving a weather report. I'm sure they'll cut back to the air feed here. SP says like and subscribe, share. This channel is worth it. Thank you, SP. As if you could hit the like button on the stream, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't, or if you're on Facebook, share the stream, follow the page. We're live on Facebook and YouTube.
55, go ahead.
55, we are off the Kenneth fire back to Van Nuys, about 3 minutes out from Van Nuys.
Hard to hear the comms.
Hal Tanker 55, copy, en route back to Van Nuys. Can you repeat your timer?
55, you can show us arrival. We're just a couple minutes out for short final.
So as we heard a little earlier on the comms, 6 copters are currently working in the fire, and additional night-capable helicopters are being requested. There is retardant around parts of the fire, but there is still a lot of open line. That's kind of what we're hearing in the radio chatter right now. So night resources have been requested. 6 copters are in the sky. We literally are watching the fire, the retardant get dropped.
Las Virgenes to get tied in with Division Whiskey, it sounds like.
Are they doing another press conference here?
Okay. Okay, I copy that. 9440.
Right. Let's tune into some of this press conference.
Alrighty, folks.
Another city press conference here.
Chief McDonough, I got you right here.
Hey,
Thank you so much, everybody, for coming. My name is Zach Seidel. I'm Deputy Mayor Communications for Mayor Bass. We're going to start with a brief update on the Kenneth fire. We're going to hear from Mayor Bass as well as Chief Crowley of LAFD. Following that, Mayor Bass will come back to the podium and provide remarks. We'll hear from FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell, Senator Adam Schiff, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, Sheriff Robert Luna, County Fire Chief Deputy John O'Brien, Fire Chief Crowley, PD Chief Jim McDonnell, followed by Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. As always, we appreciate people signing up for notifications at Notify LA. We are also joined by leaders throughout the state and federal government. We're joined by FEMA Regional Administrator Bob Fenton, Congresswoman Luz Rivas, Congressman George Whitesides, Congressman Brad Sherman, Congresswoman Laura Friedman, Congresswoman Judy Chu, Congressman Jimmy Gomez, Congressman Ted Lieu, also Assemblymember Rick Zabur, Assemblymember Mark Gonzalez, Assemblymember Jessica Caloza, Assemblymember Celeste Rodriguez, as well as Assemblymember John Harabian. We're also joined by Mayor of Santa Monica, Lana Negretti. Thank you so much, and Mayor Bass, I'll pass it off to you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and let me just thank all of the leaders that are here with us today. I think it is a perfect example of how we are speaking with one voice. We will unify our city, we will get through this crisis, and we will rebuild a better Los Angeles. First and foremost, of course, my thoughts are with the thousands of Angelenos impacted by these continuing fires.
Thank you, Bone Mama.
There is a new fire, unfortunately, in West Hills, pushing into Ventura County.
That's what we're watching.
We are expecting this fire to rapidly spread due to high winds. This is a reminder that this is a very dynamic situation.
There, we can watch it at the same time.
Quickly. The priority for all Angelenos remains stay safe and please follow directions from the public safety officials. When you are told to evacuate, please evacuate. When you don't evacuate, you compromise the abilities of the first responders, one, to address this crisis. You put yourself in danger and you put others in danger. Again, we know that this is an active situation. LAPD will be assisting with evacuations, and I want to thank the firefighters from all over the state and frankly from many other areas who have come to respond to this unprecedented situation. Now, for an update on this most recent fire, I'd like to call Chief Crowley.
Okay, SITREP from the chief. Thank you, XAJJ Killers.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Kristen Crowley, Fire Chief of Los Angeles City Fire Department. We are now actively engaged in a new brush fire. We're calling it the Kenneth Fire in the West Hills area of Los Angeles.
You guys knew that hours ago, didn't you?
Of Ventura County. This fire was over 50 acres upon arrival, with the potential for rapid growth over the next hour. Over 60 fire companies from the Los Angeles City Fire Department, LA County Fire Department, and Ventura County Fire Department were initially dispatched to the specific incident. Additional resources have been requested and are en route. The fire started in the city of Los Angeles and burned rapidly into the county of Ventura. Los Angeles County Fire Department and Ventura County Fire Department are in unified command. The LAFD is now an assisting agency. There are currently immediate evacuation orders in place. South of Van Owen, north of Burbank, east of Valley Circle, and west of County Lane Road. An evacuation warning is in place west of Valley Circle, north of Satakoy.
Oh boy, that fire looks dangerous.
And south of Burbank.
What's that fire? Oh,
I'll now be
geez.
providing a quick update
Look how
on
fast
the
it's
Palisades
spreading.
Fire. Current acreage is 19,978. There are currently 5,316 structures.
That's the Kenneth fire, you guys. It's still blazing.
And unfortunately, our thoughts and prayers go out to the families. We do have a confirmed 2 fatalities that are now due to this incident. In closing, I want to make sure that we thank the residents of Los Angeles for remaining vigilant, and this new fire shows that we are absolutely not out of this extreme weather event. I personally want to take and show, I should say, my thanks and gratitude to all of our firefighters, our first responders, and for their families for all the sacrifices, their relentless efforts in battling this historic fire. And I should make that plural, historic fires. Next up, we're going to bring back the mayor. Mayor? Responders.
Thank you, Chief Crowley, for your leadership, and thank you for that.
There, they have it on now.
Critical updates on the state of this emergency broadly, including resources for Angelenos who have been impacted.
I'm going to use the bathroom, guys. Don't go anywhere.
The priority of all Angelenos remains
Don't go anywhere.
to stay safe and to follow directions from public safety officials. I was at the command post for the Palisades fire with Governor Newsom and other federal partners earlier today, and we talked about strategies to provide relief. First, I just got off the phone with President Biden, and right before this press conference, I also spoke to Vice President Harris earlier today. Earlier today, the president announced the federal government would pay for 100% of disaster response costs from the wildfires in this area. This is unprecedented because usually it is not 100%. As the FEMA Administrator Chris Wall will discuss, new resources are also available for impacted Angelenos to recover from this emergency. So thank you, FEMA Administrator, for being here today and for your continued partnership on behalf of the White House. Second, as you heard from the update from the county, at the Eaton Fire Post, in coordination with the County of LA, we have requested the National Guard, along with the sheriff, and the county has implemented a curfew in all burn areas. And actually, let me correct that and say that the county is looking at a curfew, but has not implemented it yet. In Los Angeles, we have had evacuation orders in place in the Palisades and in Sylmar. Those evacuation orders have the force of a curfew, meaning you must leave and you cannot come back into the area, period, 24 hours a day. We have to protect the area, especially from those properties that remain. I've joined the sheriff in inviting the National Guard to take on non-emergency roles and provide us with resources to keep the burn area secure so that our frontline firefighters and police officers can focus on saving lives. So let me be clear, there's going to be zero tolerance for anybody that would be, I don't even know how to say this, but that would dare to enter houses or loot property or anything from the individuals or from structures that remain standing. I was with DA Hochman this morning, and he made it very clear that if anybody is involved in looting or any property damage, that he is ready to prosecute to the full extent of the law. So my team is in coordination with the Adjutant General who heads the National Guard, and I've spoken with the governor about the National Guard to take on specifically non-emergency roles to free up our firefighters and officers to do the life-saving work that they do in the city so that we are sure to have enough resources to surge our first responders so that they can focus on the life-saving work. Third, we're already looking ahead to aggressively rebuild. The city of Los Angeles will lead in this effort. In the areas that are impacted by the city, we are going to clear the red tape and unnecessary delays and cost and headaches that people experience in ordinary times so that we can rebuild your homes quickly. We're going to clear the way to rapidly rebuild our neighborhood infrastructure, which means roads, sidewalks, street lights, and utilities. We will clear the way to rebuild and open our small businesses and provide assistance to make it through these closures. This is a massive effort, but we will be ready. And we will get the job done by turning away from the usual city system and moving forward in a new direction. LA has to be strong, united. We will reject those who seek, in this emergency, when lives are at stake and lives have been lost, we will reject those who seek to divide us and seek to misinform, because as evidenced by the leadership standing here today, we will be united. We will rebuild our city, and we will do whatever is necessary to get us past this crisis and we can do that by being united. So let me just introduce our FEMA administrator, and I really want to thank her for coming here from Washington, D.C., obviously on very short notice, Deanne Criswell.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. First, I would just like to start by saying on behalf of President Biden, Vice President Harris, and the entire Biden-Harris administration, our hearts go out to everybody who has been impacted by this truly tragic event. And I think as you heard Mayor Bass lay out her really aggressive vision for how you're going to rebuild, I just want you to know, Mayor, that we are going to be here with you along the way to help you rebuild in a way that makes you stronger and more resilient. As the firefighters continue to bring in resources and support the suppression efforts for these fires, with the major disaster declaration, we now have the ability to begin having those conversations about recovery, as well as help the individuals who have lost everything on jumpstart their road to recovery. If you live in Los Angeles County and you have been impacted by this disaster, you can register for FEMA assistance. You can go to disasterassistance.gov. That's the best way to get into our system and start that process. You should also contact your insurance company because we will need that information as well as we start to work with you on your claim. Some of the things that you're going to be eligible for: if you incurred costs for temporary lodging as you evacuated, if you're going to need longer term lodging because you're displaced from your home for a period of time, if you need repairs to your home, we have some financial assistance that can help there. If you lost other things like a vehicle, we have some financial assistance. We know that everybody's situation is going to be different for each person. It's going to be unique to them. We want to be able to work with each of you individually to help you on that road to recovery, help you get to the right resources, whether it's FEMA resources, complementing what your insurance company may provide, or bringing in our nonprofit partners to help make sure that we have a holistic recovery for everybody that's been impacted. But we'll also work with you, Mayor, for things like temporary schools, temporary road repair if you need that, all these temporary measures that are going to be needed to help stabilize the community as you start to rebuild, and especially with the debris removal. And as President Biden announced, we're going to cover that debris removal and all of your emergency protective measures at 100% for 180 days, because we know it's going to take a long time to get that debris removal out. I think what I'll just say in closing here is we know that recovery is complicated, and for something as catastrophic as what I have seen so far here across Los Angeles, we know that this recovery is going to be complicated. But it is doable when we all come together with the city, the state, the federal government, our nonprofit partners. When we work together, as you can see behind us here, anything is possible, and we will help you rebuild in a way that makes you stronger, Mayor.
Let me introduce now, and first of all, let me just say that the President Biden and Vice President Harris just could not have been more supportive, and various members of the cabinet. But let me introduce our Senator, Adam Schiff.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Thank you for bringing us all together, and thank you for your leadership. I want to begin also by acknowledging those that have lost their lives and lost their homes. I was on the phone much of the early part of the day talking to people that had lost everything, and for so many, because of the nature of these fires, they not only lost their home, they lost their whole neighborhood, they lost their whole community. They lost their school and their place of worship. It's all gone. And I just want to express the heartbreak I know we're all feeling over those massive losses, unprecedented in our state's history. I also want to, as the mayor was alluding to, take this opportunity to thank the Biden administration for what they've done. Senator Padilla and I and the California House delegation, several of my colleagues here today, have worked to try to get a quick declaration of a disaster, to try to get the most we could in terms of federal match, and we could not have asked for more from the administration. The declaration was almost immediate. And as the mayor was saying, you're lucky normally to get 75% of a federal match. We learned today from the president, we're getting 100% federal match here. That's extraordinary. I talked to the president and the vice president today about both these issues and more and the needs ahead, and they could not have been more committed to making sure that California and Southern California get the resources and help they need. And I thank our FEMA administrator also for her work on this. Finally, I just want to say, candidly, we are not through this by any means. We keep seeing these fires pop up in different places. We may see more before this is over. If you're told to evacuate, then get the hell out. You might think you can outrun a fire. You are not going to outrun these fires. You're just not. The way they are moving, the unpredictability of how they're moving, the swiftness with how they're moving, you are not going to outrun these fires. If you stay, you're going to die in them, and it's not worth it. So if you're told to evacuate, get the hell out. Save yourselves. You can rebuild, because we are going to rebuild. We also, I think, have to be mindful of the risks that will follow these fires, and that is when the rains come and the risk of mudslides. So I say that because we need to know what we're looking forward to ahead. But I want to underscore finally what the mayor was saying also. We're going to get through this. We're going to get through this. We're Californians. We will bounce back from this. We will rebuild from this, rebuild our neighborhoods and our schools and our places of worship. We will come back from this. And once again, I thank all of you that are on the front lines of this, all of the first responders who are out there every day putting their lives on the line, doing heroic work. I'm grateful to all the other jurisdictions that are providing personnel and materiel. Just going through some of the fire areas earlier today, you see one truck from this county, another from that county, from all over the state, the country, and indeed other countries as well. So thank you to the first responders. Thank you, Mayor.
Before I bring up our supervisor, let me just acknowledge City Councilman.
All right, I'm back.
He wanted to be here today, but because of the latest fire, he.
I'm not back. Let me grab some water. I need some more water. One second.
Supervisor Lindsay.
Look at that fire. That's a live image of the fire while they're talking, you guys, in the background.
West Hills, Hidden Hills, Calabasas residents are under evacuation order and evacuation warning for the Kenneth fire. As you heard, it just started over 2 hours ago, and at the rate of spread and the density of the communities in this area, it is serious. Please,
the fire's spreading
swiftly,
pretty bad.
Move
still.
Quickly, evacuate now to protect your life, the lives of your community members, and the lives of our first responders. A shelter has been established at El Camino Real Charter School.
Everyone's covering it.
5440 Valley Circle in Woodland Hills. Continue to stay updated at emergency.lacounty.gov to ensure we can protect lives during this critical time.
When this ends, we'll have the helo camera only.
The elected leaders in this area, and we are united in our commitment to keeping people safe. Our independent cities have lived through this before. They are resilient and they are strong, but they must stay informed. Your partnership is critical to our success in keeping you safe.
It's very dry in SoCal.
Impacted by these devastating fires, my heart is.
It's a lot easier to see the fire now, you guys, that it's nighttime.
That we have witnessed out there is immense. As we see homes and neighborhoods.
Look how many ground resources are there.
Forever. And as the time goes on, it feels heavier. We are weary, but we will not break.
They're not going to allow that fire to hit the houses.
Both in the crisis and on the road ahead. For my 3rd District communities impacted by Palisades, Sunset, and Hurst fires. The Pacific Palisades, due to the President's major disaster declaration, impacted community
What's
members.
her at? I'm dead.
Applying for relief now, as you heard. Please visit disaster assistance.
I heard people ask that in the last one.
Or call 800-621-FEMA to get started. For my residents in the Topanga Canyon, I've been in contact with Chief Maroney and Captain C2, and Topanga Canyon is the #1 priority for Palisades fire area today for them. Personnel, both aerial and on the ground, are being deployed to protect our Topanga Canyon communities. And we are here for you, and every resource is committed to you and your safety. To our residents in Malibu, be on alert for additional evacuation instructions.
That's the Palisades. Oh, the Kenneth fire as well.
We are already suffering so much.
There you go.
And we are fighting even greater devastation.
Some of the air power.
We are here for you. Santa Monica's curfew remains active from sunset to sunrise, and their evacuation orders are unchanged today. Santa Monica Mayor Lana Negretti is here with us this afternoon, and we stand strong with all Santa Monicans. Hollywood, the Sunset Fire, is contained with no structures destroyed. All evacuation orders have been lifted. Please continue to stay alert and move with caution as you return to your homes. Crews are still working, so your safety is their and our priority. I want to especially thank Senator Schiff and FEMA Administrator Criswell for their support. Alongside many present here, I was able to join so many in visiting and learning from our extraordinary firefighters, our law enforcement officials, and first responders at the Palisades Fire Incident Command Post earlier today. They are digging even deeper, despite treacherous conditions and long hours. Help is on the way for them, but we know you will have our back until then. Shortly after that, President Biden called me personally to offer his additional support. His compassion knows no bounds, and his deep understanding of our pain means he has our back too. With that, I want to close in talking about the devastation that people are feeling. Mental health supports continue to be available through the county's Department of Mental Health, 800-854-7771.
Embers are spreading there.
We have sent mental health professionals out to many of the shelter locations to ensure that while people are waiting.
So this is still the Kenneth fire traveling west.
And getting the support that they
We'll
need.
do a SITREP on everything here after this.
The distress helpline is also available for crisis counseling. You can call or text 800-985-5990. Our county is doing everything possible to respond to these fires and to work towards containment. But please continue to follow evacuation orders and stay vigilant. I know it is hard to walk away from everything that you have invested yourself in, but if you don't, it puts us all at risk. Please follow these evacuation orders. Take care of yourselves and each other. The only way we get through this is together. We will protect our communities and come through this stronger. And next, I'd like to introduce LA County Fire Chief, Deputy Chief John O'Brien.
And from the fire chief.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John O'Brien, Chief Deputy of Emergency Operations for the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. Tonight, I'll start by giving an update on the Eaton fire affecting the communities of Altadena, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Arcadia, and Monrovia. The Los Angeles County Fire Department remains in unified command with Pasadena Fire, Sierra Madre Fire, Arcadia Fire, the United States Forest Service, and CAL FIRE, as well as the Sheriff's Department and our local law enforcement agencies. The Eaton fire is now over 13,609 acres and still remains 0%.
13,609 acres.
1,527 firefighting personnel assigned and mutual aid resources from across the state and nation.
0% containment
with this fire. We have had several firefighter injuries reported and estimate that over 5,000 structures have been destroyed. This is based on aerial imagery that's been provided. We expect those numbers can change, either go up or down, based on additional mapping of the fire, as well as when our damage inspection teams get out there and complete their thorough damage assessment of the burn area. We also had one firefighter injured today who sustained injuries battling the fire and is currently at a local area hospital.
I hope he recovers.
The cause of the fire is unknown and remains under investigation. As soon as the cause is determined, we'll be sure to get that information out to all.
Still unsure of the cause.
Horvath and Chief Crowley mentioned, the Kenneth fire started just after 2:30 p.m. today in West Hills.
Nice drop.
Has grown over
nice drop.
800 acres in that short period of time. We have a significant augmentation of ground and air resources assigned, with evacuations currently in the communities of West Hills, Hidden Hills, and Calabasas. Additional information will be provided as this incident develops, but I encourage all to be vigilant and visit lacounty.gov/emergency for the latest incident information.
Yeah, it's so impressive.
Assigned to this fire siege event has increased significantly, and we are in a much better position than we were earlier in the week. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in Los Angeles County, and we are appreciative of our fire partners from throughout the western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning, the National Weather Service predicts the warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and the majority of Ventura County through Friday, with another likely event impacting both counties earlier next week.
Oh boy.
I encourage all residents and communities to remain vigilant as we weather this fire siege together. And again, visit lacounty.gov/emergency for the latest information on all incidents.
Fire siege.
And lastly, I want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of my Los Angeles County Fire Department personnel and all the firefighters who are here assisting, both on the lines and those behind the scenes who continuously place themselves in harm's way to protect the residents and property of this great county. Thank you for always being there and continuing to be a safe and take care of yourself. Those around you and the people who need us most. Thank you. And with that, I'll now turn it over to Los Angeles Police Chief.
This isn't the news narrating. We're listening to this press conference. This is the latest information from all the officials.
Good evening. Los Angeles Police Department extends...
I'll give an update after this.
...those who've been affected by the devastating fire. Our community is facing significant challenges, and ensuring the safety and well-being of our residents is our #1 priority. The department is fully committed to protecting lives, property, and...
Here comes another drop.
...during this crisis.
Nice.
I want to also, as you've heard, I don't know...
They have night vision and shit on.
Members of the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department...
Night resources.
All of our fire partners, and then others that don't get recognition. The Department of Public Works, Department of Water and Power, so many others that are out there on the front lines and doing the job to try and restore order to everyone. There was a fatality reported earlier today around 10 a.m. Officers were notified of a death investigation in the 15,300 block of Friend Street in the Palisades area. LAPD investigators immediately notified LA Fire Department Arson.
So they're all in the houses ready in case this fire gets any closer.
And determined the death to be fire-related. The LAPD and our law enforcement partners are actively maintaining law and order in areas.
Look at that wall of fire trucks.
Officers are patrolling these areas to try and deter criminal activity and ensure public safety. Protecting homes and businesses in the evacuated and vulnerable zones is our priority.
They're dumping both water and retardant.
Of a difficult situation. As the mayor said earlier, there will be zero tolerance for looting. Looting or exploiting this disaster will not be tolerated. Individuals caught looting or committing crimes in affected areas will be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Good.
There are no reports of looting at this time tonight. Our people remain vigilant, and patrols in burn areas have been increased to prevent and respond swiftly to such activities. To enhance public safety and allow first responders and recovery teams to work effectively, a countywide hard curfew is in effect or will be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the affected burn areas. Anyone violating this curfew order or that will be in effect or the current evacuation order without valid reason may face legal consequences. The measure is essential to protect residents and support recovery efforts. The support of the National Guard is invaluable during this emergency, and we're thankful for that, enabling law enforcement to focus on crime suppression. The National Guard will be assisting in the following areas: traffic control, to maintain roadways and ensuring access to affected areas.
Near the wall right there of fire trucks.
Personnel. Critical infrastructure security and checkpoints verifying credentials. And
they're out there fighting that one right now.
Into those protected zones. These measures may cause inconvenience to many, but they are necessary for public safety and community recovery. Residents are encouraged to report any suspicious activity to their local law enforcement agency. A united effort is key to ensuring a swift and secure recovery process for all. Law enforcement, the National Guard, and other first responders are here to support the community during this difficult time. The commitment remains steadfast in restoring safety and normalcy as quickly as we can. Cooperation and resilience from the community is greatly appreciated, and we're
There's a bulldozer. Bulldozer resource.
Thank you. Let me now introduce.
There it goes, digging fire break.
Following me is LA Unified School District Superintendent Alberto Carvalho.
Dozers are up there now.
I'm sorry. My mistake. Now my partner, Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna. Thank you.
You forgot about me already. Just a quick overview. We have close to 500 sheriff deputies working throughout the county, working on evacuations, working on traffic control, both ingress and egress, and we are also working what we call looter suppression. It's unfortunate that we have to assign people to do that task, but we have behind that. In regards to resources on the way to this press conference,
dang, wow, look at the command right along the fire.
For 100 more deputies or roughly.
Okay, hold on. Let's listen to this.
Operation Branch 1.
I'm gonna turn him down quick. Look at him, dude.
Sounds like you got a spot fire north end of Las Virgenes, on the west side of Las Virgenes, where the dozer's unloaded.
That's what we're watching right now.
Bird Division Whiskey, they're sending some strike teams. So Charlie's in there to work on that, and also like to request 2 additional dozers.
Right in there, dude. What a brave firefighter right there on the dozer. Right in there to try to stop the fire from getting any further.
Branch 1, I copy. Sounds like you got Copter 22 overhead. They've got eyes on it. Go direct and coordinate your efforts with him.
Oh no, go back to the let's go back to the dozer that's building this fire break, who's literally like in the fire right now.
Copter 22.
I believe so. You pick up the copter over the spot on air ground, he'll come up for you.
So I do have the scanner in the background. I turned it up because the guy in the dozer right along the fire line there.
Branch 3 operations, can you start pushing some of your task forces or strike teams that you have staged into All Space Drive? Coordinate that with Branch 9.
Look at him. There he is. Still doing it.
Yeah, operations. Repeat that last. You were scratching.
Yeah, based on the location of the spot fire, it looks like Brittany Court and Mount Calabasas.
Guys, they might have problems with more spot fires.
Above that spot fire.
The wind speeds are going to be picking up here through the night. So it's the embers, just like the Palisades and just like the Eaton fires, how they spread so fast.
We'll get the strike teams moved up there at Brittany Court, and I'll get the other cross.
Oh, boy. The spread of the embers from the wind.
Correction Branch 9's area. He's headed that way right now, but go ahead and just coordinate as you see fit. You're there.
I wish we could get a camera on the dozer again.
Okay, and just repeat, I got Brittany Court. What was the cross?
Brittany Court.
See if the other news is showing the dozer. Nope.
Copy. Brittany Court, Las Virgenes.
What a Chad. Literally, like, you gotta, how hot, he has PPE on, but it's still gotta be so hot, and you're like right next, and that fire can spread so fast, and he's like right next to it. Yeah, I don't have one. We can hear it on the scanner.
Operations IT, we're copying all that. You think you're gonna be able to pick that up with the rotors and the ground resources?
Yeah, they're working on it. Really, the biggest issue is those structures that are right there, but
wow.
Right now it's still situated on the north side of the landfill.
Spot fire.
We can track those dozers back and try and start picking that up direct.
Have an estimate on size on that spot?
Not yet. I'll try and get that.
There's a good drop right there. Good helo drop. What are you doing, camera? That was a good drop right there. It looked like it hit the fire. Okay, let's let the...
Clarification is not county-wide. The curfew will only take place in the impacted areas, specifically those areas that have had mandated evacuations.
No,
So,
put it
for
back on the
example, city
dozer.
of Los Angeles,
There we go.
as they're requesting.
Look at this shit. Look at, hold on. No, look at this. Turn this back up.
Operations Whiskey, unable to read you.
Look at them. Built that fire break right along it there. So now they can just hit it with the air resources and it won't spread. Unless, again, the embers from the wind.
Go for 1036.
Wow, what a brave firefighter that is there, too.
Whiskey, Operations Command, how do you copy? Hey, got you now, Tony. I'm sure you copied the traffic. We got a spot now on the west end of Las Virgenes. Knock some of the steam out of it. I got multiple Charlies engaged in it now. Okay, you have approximate size and potential? No size yet. I'll get that when I can. I'm boxed in, but I'd consider our evacs over there. I don't have the ability to look at that right now. Our evac needs and growth on that. It's
that fire they're talking about right here.
okay.
Look at the guy. They have guys on the ground up in the hill already.
Go ahead.
Those are firefighters right there. Firefighters are up in the hills. This is a new spot fire. It just started.
A correction of Las Virgenes under an evacuation order.
Wow. That fire jumped the whole neighborhood.
Community, that little pocket there, Alasa Drive, Mount Calabasas, and then Brittany Court.
Dude, you gotta be like, the firefighters have to be like, kind of like, I served in the military. I don't know if I have any veterans in the chat, but they're like QRF. They're like QRF responding to the spot fires, and they're like on it. But you still got to climb that hill. Boy, the shape you got to be in to do this job here.
Tinker 55, go ahead.
655, we're listening from Van Nuys for the Kenneth incident, and 5 minutes on the clock.
How Tinker 55, copy, 5 minutes on the timer.
This is like how a military would react to an invading force with this fire, basically.
Battalion 23, operations.
California Conservation Corps out there too. They fight fires. We've been tracking it on the flight radar. Waiting for the full camera to come back. We're listening to the city report, but
Battalion 20, all that operation that you wanted for order is already under order, and then they're gonna do a warning on the Chesborough area.
we got the county scanner out in the background. While we're looking at these, the winds are picking up.
LA County Battalion 23, operations command.
Put a comment in the chat where you're tuning in from. If you could on the stream, like the video. Just help the stream get out there more. Shout out to all the viewers we've gained in the last couple days. You guys are awesome.
Task Force 1037, operations command.
We get some trolls, of course, but most of the chat is pretty solid, so thank you so much for that. Okay, let's see what they're saying in the press conference here.
Sources available to them. We also recognize that some areas of our community are struggling with power, with electricity. Obviously, not being able to perhaps have connectivity or electricity for their devices. That is why at our regional centers we have packets of instructional materials for all grade levels and subject areas for those families that may need them. For tomorrow, not only are our schools closed, all extracurricular activities and athletic activities previously scheduled have also been canceled.
All activities canceled, basically.
4201 Prado de los Pajaros, non-factor. He's looking across the 101 freeway at the footprint of our fire.
I copy, non-factor.
What are we looking at? Look at the...
Operations Whiskey on command 1AO. Whiskey, go ahead.
So they got to keep the houses safe and not let the fire hit the homes in there. Look at bang. Nice. Good drop there. So they're hitting the spot that fire dozer built the fire break so it won't go any further, and then the helicopters have time to hit it. Nice drop.
Branch 1, operation.
All LAUSD schools closed tomorrow.
Division Whiskey, command.
All Los Angeles.
Division Whiskey, operations, how do you copy?
All Los Angeles schools closed.
Unable to read you, but we got 2 spots, acre and a half. Moderate rate of spread, we got copters on it. I'm confident if we keep the air support going, we should be able to get around it. Okay, I copy break. Battalion 15, operations on V4. Operations go for Battalion 15 on V4.
They have layers and layers of firemen here.
Get out very well on V4 that are operating in that area. Are you able to get into a position up high to function as a radio relay for branch 1?
Suzanne says combined arms approach to firefighting. Yes, it is.
89s and 36s area. See what I can do.
I copy.
We're at 960 acres in the Kenneth fire now. 960 acre fire for this Kenneth fire that started during this stream. All right, looks like the press conference is over. We can go back to my other camera we had here. Switch to the... We got all the impertinent information out of it. Flip that. Chat back over here. Okay, let's tune into what the helo's saying.
Evacuation zones, our fire personnel, law enforcement, and any utility that may be there to reestablish phone connection, internet, Wi-Fi, power if you've lost power as well.
Those are the mandatory evacuation areas.
That is correct. And if it goes into effect, he was saying earlier today, it would be from 6 p.m. till 6 a.m. the following day.
12 hours of curfew.
Shutdown, basically a curfew in these areas.
In the well, I'll go over the affected areas. Actually, we should do that now, quick.
City fire, and of course Ventura County. We heard from
really quick. Let's do an overview of what the hell is happening between all the fires. We're talking about this Kenneth fire, but again, there is a total of 5 major fires right now. 5 major fires. We got the Palisades fire, which is connecting, and I'm hoping it doesn't, but it's almost overlapping where the area for the Kenneth fire is, at least the evacuation warning areas are. Palisades fires at 17,234 acres. This is the fire that, let me switch my, sorry. This is the fire that started 2 days ago, well, almost 3 days ago. The first one, okay, and that is at 0% contained. We're still tracking that. The Kenneth fire that we're seeing all the air support being used on right now, and where the dozer is, we're looking at that like right over here.
Kenneth, I see that's affirmative. Helitanker 55 is en route. They have about 2 more minutes on their ETA.
2 minutes to tanker.
I'll get that request for a Copter 76 and the Helitanker.
Okay, they're gonna have another tanker support here, so another
Tanker 6-1 on the Ventura side.
another plane's coming. That's cool. So you guys are gonna see another plane here in a couple minutes on the Kenneth fire.
I see just additionally you have Copter 9, 412 that's tank. We don't have a second Firehawk.
And Kenneth fire again was at 960 acres. We haven't had that update yet. So 2 minutes tanker to the Kenneth fire. More resources coming in 3 minutes. So in the next 5 minutes, we're going to see a lot more resources, air resources over the Kenneth fire. Eaton fire, a little under 800 acres. Oh, sorry. Wow, that was wrong. Eaton fire, 13,690 acres, 0% contained still. Again, this is the Altadena fire that I started watching. I was late to the Palisades beginning of this one, but the start of the Eaton fire last night, or 2 nights ago now, is destroyed neighborhoods in Altadena. So we're still tracking that. Major fires, 0% contained.
Ventura Copter 5 en route back to the Kenneth incident with 3 souls, 10 minutes on the timer.
Branch 1, operation.
With 3 souls. Hurst fire, 671 acres, 10% contained. That's the Hurst fire. And then the Lydia fire at 348 acres. at 60% containment. So this is our overview of all the fires right now. Again, Palisades 0% contained, 17,234 acres. Eaton fire at 13,690 acres, 0% containment. The Kenneth fire, which we're watching it live on the sky cameras of the news, and that's a little under 800 acres. But actually, it's at 960. We got the update. It's at 960. Yeah, waiting for more here.
Those two spots, I got a hose line coming from the bottom of the Lost Virgin that's working their way up. I do have a strike team, 1031 Alpha LA City, going up to the top of the...
I guess the press conference is still going.
Structure defense, but we're looking real good up here.
Looks like the press conference isn't done yet.
Do you have any additional resource needs?
Not for now. I heard you ordered the copters. That should be good. And
Yeah, this is the Kenneth fire you guys are watching on the screen right now.
those additional Lima for whiskey.
I see. Do you have any Limas available?
That's a negative. I think, did you get that one from the Hurst fire to arrive on scene yet?
Bringing in some of the resources from the Hurst fire.
Would have been 9348 Lima was coming from the Hurst. Do you guys have them on scene or in staging?
I see from whiskey. I got 48 Lima with me.
I mean, these firefighters have been out there
We don't have any other.
for 3 days straight.
Okay, I copy. And then Nick, we're gonna have to do a little reorg right now. I'm gonna have to step away for a family issue. I got Battalion 27 here with me. He's gonna assume operations along with LA County Battalion 5, and then I recommend making Ventura County Battalion 15 Branch 9.
Okay, I copy. So Battalion 27 is going to assume operations with LA County Battalion 5, and then Battalion 15 is going to become Branch 9.
The Hollywood Hills fire, the Sunset fire, is contained.
Yeah, that's affirmative.
We saw that yesterday. I'm sure we're going to see the Kenneth fire contained too during the stream at least.
Branch 3, 22 Bravo.
They're on it right now. It's still going, but they have way more resources and capabilities.
Operations from BNC Battalion 15, I copy Branch 9.
Okay, and all resources assigned to the Kenneth incident, Ventura County Battalion 27 is now assuming operations.
Got even more resources coming now. Okay. What are they talking about here?
Again.
Next question to Dakota.
Oh, we got questions.
Oh, well, let me just say.
We did pick up our press conference. We left off with Mayor Bass, who was addressing some questions from reporters, and her answer as to why she wasn't, why she has been receiving criticism on these fires. Her answer was, well, that number one, the fires are happening right now, and the job of the city is to ensure that lives and property are saved. We will download, and I'm just paraphrasing, what happened on day one when she wasn't here at a later moment, but right now they're focusing on saving lives and property. Chief Kristen Crowley said that the biggest asset right now,
look at that dozer. This is live right now.
Assets, those choppers.
Okay, we can listen ourselves.
Contact with Elko. You can go direct with Superintendent 11 or Branch 1 for that spot fire.
Back on the dozer. They got one of the line that he was up in the hills a little ways back, but he's going down the hill now. Building this fire break with the fire dozer. I'm just going to call it the fire dozer. I don't know what it's called, but that's what I'm calling it.
Yeah, I'd like to collapse Branch 3 at this time, and then only lingering piece would be the two strike teams that are up Las Virgenes, protecting where that spot was.
The strike teams are the guys on foot.
Okay.
Guys and gals. There's women in that too.
Can you remind me what
Wow, here comes another drop.
strike teams were?
Yeah, A-firm.
Nice drop. Wow. Got it. What a solid drop that was. Fire, yeah. There's some little spot fires there, but it took care of the bulk of that one. You see what the sky cam is saying?
I always see them flying as a pair. Now we know it.
They fly in pairs. Thank you. Okay. Let's check the flight radar ourselves here. Let's look at the flight radar over the area. These are the helicopters we're seeing. Los Angeles Fire Department's up there. We got the Ventura County Fire Protection, Los Angeles County Fire Department. Looks like you got a private helicopter up there too. We've been seeing a few of those. The Chinooks are up in the sky. They have all resources. Let me see. What's this? Oh, that's a civilian airliner. What's this one? That's a private jet. I'm waiting to see the air tankers come in. I don't know if you guys are tracking any of the air tank. What's this?
Fire is going to be 960 acres.
No, I'm waiting for they have more planes coming in that have the fire retardant. They said it should be there in a couple minutes. So I'm waiting on it still. Looking at the latest at the Kenneth fire, specifically 2 minutes. The fire has been mapped at 960 acres. The perimeter can be viewed on the watch duty map, which we're doing. Please note that the fire maps indicate the general burn area, but do not detail the measures being taken to protect structures in the homes. Even if a structure or home is within the marked fire perimeter, it doesn't necessarily mean that it has been damaged or destroyed. These maps are preliminary and may be updated. Okay, so they're updating the fire area and the warnings of the evacuation order area, and then the warning zone.
Okay, copy. It's still scratchy. Sounds like Helco's saying that we've got a pretty good handle on it. No need for air attack. That's a good copy.
They've been dominating it. They got another dozer over here behind my camera.
Okay, if that's okay with you, we can go ahead and depart for Fox.
They got, looks like all available resources to the Kenneth fire.
Roger that for air attack.
Oh, they did that. Let me zoom out and see if we have where it is totally, but it did not reach any of the civilian homes or the streets. They look at the trench that was built too.
Oldman, get on the news.
Yeah, go for branch 3.
Built a big trench right there.
Hey, just circling back with you. So I copy that. You're going to collapse. And
Wow.
Can you let me know what strike teams you still had up Las Virgenes?
They did that within they had to do that within the hour.
Yeah, I positioned one up Las Virgenes when that spot happened. Another one I still have right here in staging. So
There's a spot fire.
when the time is right, I'll get those 2 on the road, and it sounds like the other county resources are in the works to get released.
Okay, copy that. Just tie in with me when they're leaving.
Okay.
Yeah,
perfect time to cut away from that.
Look like at least 2 or 3 LA City.
They're still
Alpha
answering
strike teams that are
questions.
staged up there halfway up Las Virgenes.
It's the only way we can see what's happening in what we were just looking at, some of the spot fires.
Branch 1 operations.
They're gonna crush this Kenneth fire. This thing is not gonna. I'm just guessing. Again, we'll see. It always could because of the wind, but the way that the air support and the ground teams are working here, I don't think this Kenneth fire will spread and become
LA City that are up on Las Virgenes, are they employed?
become worse. But again, look at the fire spread though.
From LA City employed down the Calabasas tribe.
Look at that.
Spot. Spot's looking pretty good, but we're just going to keep them there as a contingency if things change.
They did well on that.
Okay, copy that. They're going to be a priority release, so let me know when you're in a good spot to let them go available.
Future fire departments will study this one.
1120 Alpha from LA County. They're assigned to branch 9, but they're just here in staging. So, just for your information, want to look at that release.
What prevented it from 2 nights ago was the winds. They could not put any resources in the sky at all. They could put anything in the sky to help with the Palisades fire, and then they had issues with water supply.
For now, until we have a good handle on this spot, and then we'll make sure they're released.
One copy.
Sheriff, deputies handling evacuations and traffic control.
This number that we gave was 5. I believe that splits 2 from Palisades and 3 from the Altadena incident. But even as I'm telling you that, it's leaving my lips. I'm nervous about that number. And the obvious question is, do you think it's going to grow? I am praying it doesn't, but based on the devastation that is clear, it looks like a bomb, an atomic bomb dropped in these areas. I don't expect good news, and we're not looking forward to those numbers.
County OES said that so as of now, they're at 5 deaths. They said 3 from Palisades and 2 from Altadena. Julie, thank you for joining the channel. Tanker 103. Tanker 103 inbound.
What was your ETA?
Tanker 103. Where are you at? Oh, it's the Eaton one. Show on map. Yep. Coming back. There's the Eaton tanker. The Erickson Aero tanker.
Air Attack 51 LA.
There's still a few minutes out though. That one is coming back. What's this one? Nope, just Delta flight. It's on its way. They're on the ground. Let's go back to the sky camera.
After do another water drop there on the hotspot. So certainly a much better situation than we were in earlier. As the Kenneth fire, and I need to correct myself, 960 acres on the Kenneth fire there as it burns. Now, those evacuation orders are still in place. You know, we had heard a little bit earlier that the ones in West Hills, which is the city area, have been lifted, but the main ones here that are still in the Hidden Hills area, the Mountain View community, Calabasas, those are all the mandatory evacuations, and then you've got the Agora Hills ones that are voluntary. And I'm going to check the Ventura County evacuations really quick here, but last time I checked, the Oak Park and the Bell Canyon orders, yes, are still in place, and those are voluntary at this point. So the good news is, though, another community has been spared, it appears, by our really good work of the fire crews out there. So really, really good news that they're able to do that. That's a dozer down there as well. So
fire dozer.
Crews, that dozer is cutting lines there to be able to stop the keep containment on the fire and keep it from spreading any further. So really good news at that. I'm going to ask Oliver to zoom out or pull out and look at the Palisades fire, because the area that we were sitting in here, we were able to actually see both fires. Yeah. So I got a lot of calls, and the reason I'm asking him to do this is because I got a lot of tweets and some messages from people that are in the Encino area that were concerned because they could see the fire, the glow of the fire, of the Palisades fire, coming over the Encino area. But look at this, Pat. I'm not seeing any of that.
I'm in awe.
Yeah.
And that is such good news. I mean, the firefighters really used today to really, try to get the good containment lines on these fires. So the good news is...
Yeah, GG's to the firefighters, big time.
Here we go.
My goodness.
There's the Palisades fire. Sorry about that.
There's Palisades now.
I have to say, that was remarkable.
Yeah. So there is. But look, I mean, we're not seeing those huge towering flames like we were before. We are seeing, definitely some hot spots, definitely some spots that need some work, but certainly a much better picture than we.
They put on a clinic with that Kenneth fire. Chat. I mean, we saw the beginning of that one, and the firefighters just dominate that thing.
But definitely still
the coordination,
hot pockets that they're dealing with in the canyons there, and that's
the precision,
the topography of the Santa Monica Mountains. There's just so many canyons, kind of in and out, that they have to deal with, and
that's a big GG's there. My goodness.
Yeah. Several, but let's start with this one. That shot that you showed.
So again, guys, this is the Palisades fire, which is still going.
We pinpoint exactly where that is.
Yeah, Ollie, let's go back.
Hey, Trevor's looking to get an update on that spot. How's things looking?
So we can tell our viewers exactly what.
See, there's still some spots out there. There's still you can't even see the Kenneth fire.
From Whiskey, be advised, crew's done good work and picked up the spot that was west of Las Virgenes break. And then fire behavior moderated, and dozers were able to get in place and give us another hour here, and I think we'll be direct along the whole north side tying into Zulu. How copy? Okay, yeah, I copy that. Let me know if anything changes or if you need anything else.
Wow.
Appreciate the update.
They would have been able to do that too 2 days ago.
For now, I do have a couple of resources that have to get released due to being committed to other incidents, but I'll handle on my end and run through you.
And now they can be freed to go to do the Palisades fire. So that will help with the Palisades fire get put out a little faster.
Let me know when you do, and then
I'm doing some reconciliation with the IC right now on prioritizing all those releases.
They stopped it from getting to the civilian houses. Like
21 Charlie Cal Fire, that's got to be out by 2000. And OSC Crew 3, that's got to be out by midnight as of now, is what I know.
they stopped those fires.
I'll get back with you soon.
Looks like a couple of structures were under the flames there. Probably looks like maybe city structures, or I'm not sure. What is that? At least it's under the report. What is this? Crummer Canyon Road? I don't even know what that would be. What structure would that be? Crummer Canyon Road. Might have to even switch over to the frequencies. Uh-oh, just the hiking trail buildings. It's this stuff right here. Is this a house here? I didn't see any houses burned down though in this Kenneth fire. We watched it from beginning to end. Oh, there are some houses up there. It might be where the Devastation is, but I didn't see any. That's a house. We would have saw it. It would have been we would have saw the house burn like we saw for the last 2 nights. The news would have pinpointed it. I didn't see any houses actually burn in this Kenneth fire. There's some more of the spot fire. Let's check back in.
Not go outside of those lines. So that is what a containment is, and that is what they are still working on. That's what we saw those hand crews doing, and those dozers. They're working to build the containment lines.
Okay, I knew you had all the incidentals that we need to know and to share with our viewers. But again, this looks so much better than it did just even less than an hour ago.
Oh, 100%.
So great work, and we know they are still out there working, as they are in the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. You know, well, this is a good time, Mike, to bring in Evelyn.
I'm going to switch frequencies actually back to V1 because that Kenneth fire I'm going to say is contained. There's some spot fires. We can check back in with it. But I'm going to go back to V1 feed for Palisades. Well, they did a great job with that one.
Communications operations.
That could have been really bad, like the other ones are.
Operations, communications, go ahead.
Hey, good day, Mercado. Great live streaming. Thank you so much for the support.
Cross of Hoven Weep Lane. Power lines across the road.
So that's going to be reports from Palisades. 960 plus acres burned in Kenneth fire. 960 plus acres burned in the Kenneth fire.
Go ahead, Palisades Helco, go ahead.
Palisades Helco, Kenneth is actually requesting QRF. Is it possible to release Copter 76?
They even call it QRF.
The incident.
I can see why a lot of veterans become firefighters. Got an image of the fire dozer there. There's still some of those spot fires. They'll be able to put those ones out.
Just confirming, inquiring if we need the QRF.
Helco, it's just confirmation if we can release them so they can go to the Kenneth. Specifically, Copter 76 and Tanker 47.
LA Palisades Helco, affirmative. We can release QRF back to the other incident. Thanks.
They got to stop this one. I think we're looking at here. They built that fire break, but it's in a tree right now, and those embers could jump that fire break that the dozer dug. I think that's what we're listening to here. They need a QRF. Look what we're looking at here.
Palisades Communications, LAV1.
Oh no. How would you do that? Okay, Fox 11 camera's still looking at it. All right, let me actually pull back up the V4 then.
Palisades Communications, LAV1. We're getting information from MSC that they're getting a additional start received in Ashurst. They're showing a construction unit in the area, but we don't have direct comms. Can you relay?
Not hearing anything from V4 yet. Thank you, Bulldodger. I have the scanner on in the background, you guys.
LA County.
Again, Palisades fire, most destructive in LA history.
MFC gave us a call.
What happened?
Intersection of Ashurst Lane, Reseda Boulevard. We show via tablet command there are units in the area, but we're unable to get a hold of. Can you confirm if it's a start or if it's them working?
Let me see. We have a update on maybe the cause of the fire, or at least a source of the Kenneth fire.
Boxcopter 606 on LACV1.
I don't follow him on this one.
LAV1 go.
LAPD tells me Kenneth fire now being investigated as an arson, and one person is in custody.
Copter 606 pilot. We're in the area. Reported multiple structures down. This area is burned thoroughly. I'm seeing several hundred IR targets. It looks like just natural gas lines. Nothing matching description of burning trees.
606 LA copies.
I wonder if one of the hikers that we heard that were still up in the hills. Remember those hikers that were reported still that were up in the hills? I'm guessing though. I'm just guessing. But we did get that on the scanner. So again, Brian Enton, LAPD tells him that Kenneth fire that we're listening to, the Kenneth fire, now being investigated as an arson, and one person is in custody.
Go for LA V1.
Yeah, we heard him on the scanner. Now, what do you guys, yeah, we don't have the details of the Palisades fire or the Eaton fire. We don't have, do we even have it's still under investigation for the Hollywood Hills fire. Let me pull that up quick. But man, the embers traveling that far, I did not believe that last night. Because 2 nights ago, yes, the wind was so bad. But last night was just, let me see. Hollywood Hills fire cause. Yeah, we just listened to that. So, fierce wildfires burning out of control. Greater Los Angeles area have killed at least 6 people and forced nearly 180,000 from their homes. Authorities said total number of deaths is unknown. At least 5 fires sparked by dry conditions and powerful winds causing unprecedented scenes in areas not known for fires. The Palisades fire has burned through more than 17,234 acres, almost 27 square miles. It has destroyed 1,000 structures, and it is entirely contained, entirely uncontained. We have 0% containment, making it the most destructive in LA history. The Sunset Fire, which started last night in the Hollywood Hills and threatened iconic landmarks, is fully contained. We have a cause of the Hollywood Hills fire. A new brush fire, the Kenneth fire that we're tracking now, which, as Brian Netton reported, is being investigated as arson, and one person is in custody. You don't even know what Kenneth fire is. Maybe gotta watch what's happening. Man, I was just, let me see here. Just finished interviewing LAPD. They tell me Victory Trailhead is now a crime scene, and Kenneth fire is an arson investigation with one person in custody. Man, how many of you guys think the other ones were started by arson? Let's just call us, I don't give a fuck. We'll call a spade a spade. How many of you guys think the other ones were, let's do a poll actually. Let's do a poll. And again, we don't have to be right or wrong. We're just guessing on the other ones because it's still under investigation for the other 2. What was the cause of the fires in LA? What was the cause of the fires in LA? Random wildfires? Like what? How would that even happen in this time of the season? All right, but random wildfires. Regardless, though, what the fact that we do know, okay, the one fact is the winds and the drought definitely fueled it to the level that it got to. That definitely happened for sure. Okay, the Santa Ana winds, the drought, and the conditions definitely fueled it. But people are wondering what started it, right? The cause, the origin point, the, you know, how it got to this, right? What random wildfires? Arson. What else? Just random. Just give me some ideas. Random wildfires, arson. I'm gonna put I'm not sure on there for people that like to vote. I'm not sure. Russians. Wow. Okay. Arson would fall under that, so I'm just doing arson. I'll just do random wildfires, arson, or hybrid warfare. Dead. Unsure. We'll just do 3 options. Or both. Well, both would be the reason, right? So the origin point, and I guess we could do both. For maybe like say one of them was maybe the Palisades was not arson and the other one was. But so far the random fires we saw last night, what was it? Just behind the Hollywood Hills. What was the name of that fire that just had started? And if we're getting crime scene for the Kenneth fire, I mean, that's just, so we'll do both arson and wildfire. And then we'll do unknown, unsure. Cigarettes. Or maybe accidental arson. Is that a thing? Like, you know, you're smoking a cig and then a fire starts that's out of control, but you still are good. You still go to jail for that though, whether it was accidental or not, right? Negligence, you still go to prison. Or do you not? Okay, we'll just do my poll. Random wildfires, arson, both arson and wildfires, or you're unsure. What was the cause? Well, Kenneth fire, Brian Eaton interviewed LAPD, told him Victory Trailhead is now a crime scene, and the Kenneth fire is an arson with 1 person. There were 2 people that were on the hill, though. If it was 2 people in custody, you could guess that it was those hikers that the fire department had to rescue up there. So it would have been 2 people, but this is 1 person. And he says Kenneth fire is up to about 900 acres. 900 acres. Well, I'm gonna have to keep Brian Eaton's feed refreshed to get anything further on this criminal investigation now for Kenneth fire specifically. So, Kenneth fire is being investigated as a crime now. Again, that is going to be would be to the north of the Palisades fire that we've been tracking for the last few hours. Dude. So then you got the Palisades fire again. Let's just do an overview of the whole situation. Again, official cause unknown for Palisades, or as we're getting further information for other fires, you know, obviously we got to wait for the final information, but 17,234 acres, 0% containment still for Palisades fire. And then we're going to go over here to the Eaton fire.
Los Angeles 606 on LACV1. We're coming up on what looks like possibly a spot fire or a news start. I'll get you a lat and long shortly. Looks like maybe 2 to 3 acres right now.
Oh boy, another 2 to 3 acre fire. Do they have that on the news? Really quick, again, Eaton fire, 13,690 acres. That also is not contained yet. The Hurst fire, we did hear some resources being pulled from there on the scanner, but it's at 671 acres, 10% contained. And then Lydia fire here is at 60% containment, just under 350 acres. Kenneth fire, again, Kenneth fire, as Brian Eaton reported, is being investigated as a crime, as arson right now. And that's what I got for the overview of the fires. Let's see if they're talking about a spot fire right now. Oh, what's this now? Breaking news. What's happening? LA County yeah, we got that. If you got a text to evacuate and you're in like downtown LA, that was a mistake. Or basically anything south of Santa Monica.
Again, there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of trepidation. So to get a warning like this,
is this that spot fire they're talking about on the? This might be that spot fire they're talking about on the scanner.
How reliant are?
They don't know what they're looking at yet, but I think it's that spot fire. We just heard it. I'm trying to turn up the scanner. It said about 2 to 3 acres. So this is likely going to be near the Palisades fire now, as the Kenneth fire seemingly has been put out. We'll keep updated on Brian Eaton. I'll keep looking down at my phone, see if he's got any further on the what he says is, or what he's reported from the LAPD to be a arson for the start of the Kenneth fire. Again, Brian Eaton reported, just finished interviewing LAPD. They tell me Victory Trailhead is now a crime scene and Kenneth fire is an arson investigation. Again, that's the fire we've been watching for the last couple hours. What is this one now? Not hearing anything on scanner.
Severity associated with them. They're
talking to somebody on the phone. Is this that spot fire they're talking about? Not hearing anything on. Let me pull up V4 again. Maybe V3. I'm gonna pull up all of them here. What do we got? This is V1. Not hearing anything on the scanner. They'd be talking about it. V4. V4 was the Kenneth fire. I think that's that spot fire the scanner is talking about. How far away is that from the shit now?
Branch 1, Superintendent 12, V4.
Superintendent V4.
Negative. LA County 12, go for branch 606 on LACV1. You're not sure if the information was real?
Go ahead.
Copy, we were over the creek incident. We are departing back en route to the east. Just wanted to check when we weren't aware that was the creek.
Copy, just for orientation, creek was northwest of you. If you look west-northwest, that's going to be the Hurst incident, currently working. Directly due west, you will have...
Are you guys seeing these two fires? Or
V1's command and Kenneth incident, which is going to be on V4. Try to remain on V3 if possible.
Okay, we're gonna have to listen to how they direct
LA, the last year transmission was broken.
On that.
All right, so we...
Palisades air attack will be
Absolutely.
on V1.
Kevin, thank
Kenneth
you for that.
air attack will be on
NBC
V4.
4's Karen Wallace is monitoring the Palisades fire. She's along PCH here in Malibu.
What were we looking at there?
On V3, I'm not getting you back.
Well, and Colleen and Michael, let me first tell you why it's so important that no people get in here tonight except for first responders and law enforcement. Take a look. This is what half of this neighborhood looks like. You can see that burned out shell of a car, and behind it, that eerily high chimney. That is what much of this neighborhood looks like. We spent much of the day along the PCH, which, as you also
If anybody finds out what the spot fire comms are, let me know in chat. I'm trying to figure out which one it is. I do have V1 up, but he broke up where he said that they're going to be using comms. They have that spot fire on the camera, but I don't know where that is right now.
their efforts by just people trying to come in and see what's going on or try to get to their homes.
That one's going to spread now.
And then, of course, they also have strike teams that are going into the canyons and still fighting.
It does look like lava.
Which is the largest of them all.
That one, this is that spot fire I think he was talking about. That's 2-3 acres wide. Let me try pulling up V4 again. Maybe is it from the Kenneth fire?
We have learned today that there are 2 deaths. So,
okay, I'm in a bad spot, Chief. Give me 2 minutes and I'll hail you again.
Okay, copy.
But they have to do their job, and utility crews are also
Kenneth air attack LA.
trying to figure out, trying to get those down lines.
Look how fast it's spreading.
And so the cleanup can begin, and so sometime, hopefully in the next couple of days, people can get back into their homes.
Branch 1, LA County Battalion 44, command.
Thank you.
All right.
Battalion 44, go for branch 1.
Overhead and News Chopper 4 Palisades.
Yeah, I just want to close the loop with collapsing Branch 3. I have a strike team up here that's on Las Verdes Brittany Court when that spot fire went out. Looks like everything's mitigated. If you approve, I'd like to release them.
What are we listening to?
Palisades fire. Earlier we were coming to you from the San Fernando Valley, which would make it the north side. So this is the south side. And so what I want to do here, we obviously see that large flame of fire there, that large area that's burning, but I want to show you using our map what the terrain looks like and what's ahead if those flames continue to push in
Farmers Fire Road.
Bear with me here as I give you our essentially our overhead map.
Farmers Fire Road. What a name.
The area that I'm pushing in on now is where the flame is, and you can see
Rustic Canyon.
This area, it's all brush. There's no homes up ahead. So in the direction that the fire is heading right now, there's not going to be any structures.
Okay, good.
Path, thankfully.
Okay, good.
Those structures unfortunately have burned that are just below that ridge, and those are the homes that we see there. So let me bring it back live to our current image so that we can show you those flames again and the proximity to the nearest homes, which really isn't far at all. But again, the fire is burning away from these structures, so unless there's a significant shift in the winds, it shouldn't double back on itself and should just continue to burn that brush. And I'll widen out the shot again so I can give you a better perspective of what the fire continues to look like pretty much everywhere else. We do still have some pockets of flame. This is further to the east, kind of the northeast. This is basically the top of the ridge that I was showing you when we were on the San Fernando Valley side. These were the flames that were on the very top of the ridge and possibly starting to make their way south on that side of the hill. But again, at this point, they seem to be holding right at the top. We don't anticipate that they'll make their way down to the Tarzana side unless there's a significant shift in the
this is Palisades fire still.
I need to widen out the shot so you can look at Pacific Palisades here. Let me brighten up the image for you just a little bit. So again, these homes where you still see the light, those are the homes that have been untouched by the fire. But right here where I'm zooming in, where you just kind of see, light here and there, those are the homes that unfortunately were damaged or completely destroyed by the Palisades fire, where of course this fire does continue to burn.
We've been trying to pinpoint the
summit.
leading edge of this fire. As we look at your picture here, is that what you would call this?
What?
The leading edge of the fire, Colleen, I believe was your question. I believe that this is going to be it. This is the, so this is the most furthest west that we have in terms of flames. The most furthest east are those little flames right there. So right now the fire appears to be holding in this little canyon, this little gully area. And again, in the direction that the fire is burning, at least on this side of the mountain, there's no homes in the way. So that's why you're not really seeing what I would call an active firefight directly over these flames. There are aircraft here. I do see at least 2 or 3 firefighting aircraft. They are equipped with night vision goggles, so they will continue to do those nighttime drops. We won't be seeing any fixed-wing aircraft, though, of course, because at this time of the night, it is too dark for them to fly. But there is a request for them to come back first thing tomorrow morning so that they can continue the firefight. So there's one of the fire helicopters that I'm talking about there. So they're still here, they're still monitoring, and we do still have a lot of ground crews. In fact, I believe that's a couple of fire trucks up there. You'll notice there are lights here. Bear with me for just a moment while I throw in the doubler. So you see the hand crews up there doing what they can. Again, I was concerned about the top of that ridge because if there is a shift in the winds, those flames could go over the ridge and start making their way down into the San Fernando Valley and towards Tarzana. We saw a very similar fire behavior in the 2017 La Tuna fire when the fire started on the La Tuna side of the Verdugo Mountains and then because of a shift in the winds made its way all the way to the top of the ridge of the Verdugos and then came down on the Burbank side. So when I saw that on the San Fernando Valley side, of course, that was my first concern. But again, at this point, the winds are in our favor, continuing to move away from homes on both sides of the mountains.
All right, Eliana Moreno live for us there, a news chat before. Let's switch on over to David Bigger. Again, you're keeping a very close eye on not only that video, but what's happening here with the current weather.
Yeah, so it's great that we have this shot from Eliana there because we've been working on updating some of our fire perimeters within our maps on our weather computers. So this is the most recent one that we have for the Palisades fire, and she was showing you this general area right in here. So again, the fire started down at about this area, it spread this way, and also spread west all the way up to about where the Franklin fire burn scar is, which is right in this area here.
That's like this right here.
This seems to be that active area, and this is also getting higher and higher up in the Santa Monica Mountains. So likely around right in this area here is about the summit, some of the peaks. That's why you can probably see the glow from some parts of the San Fernando Valley. But the key thing is that's getting up to the ridge top. Well, ridge top observation sites are still showing that we've got winds out of the north right now at about 28 miles an hour, gusting to 34. So not saying that fire can't start to burn over the ridgeline, but the thing is, if flames are coming up the ridgeline here, they're likely being blown back by the wind on itself. So that's probably a little bit of a benefit right now. But yeah, this seems to be probably the more active area of fire. But if you look at our maps, you can already see this is a lot of communities right in here. Here's the 405 Cestus 12-foot pass. But this is really just a lot of open space right now that it's burning through, which is what Eliana was just talking about there. So right now around the Palisades fire, as I mentioned, we still have a couple of gusts along the ridge tops. Around Malibu Creek, the gusts have picked up a bit, but only to about 15 miles an hour. Around Topanga Beach and around Santa Monica, the winds are relatively calm right now, which is good news for firefighting. I wanted to show you some of the conditions around the Kenneth fire. We've also added the burn scar now for this area that we just got in. You can see how it's kind of burned through a lot of this open space here.
But it did not hit any of the civilian homes. All right, that's the Kenneth fire, which again, reporting from Brian Eaton, is being investigated as arson. That's this Kenneth fire that he's talking about here. Okay, so the images we're seeing on the sky cam is now the Palisades fire, and there's some spot fires that are taking place that you're seeing on the image here. Let me see if Brian Eaton's posted an update to that. Anything further? Nope. So again, Kenneth fire is an ongoing arson investigation with at least one person within custody. Wondering why we're not hearing that on any of this reporting yet. They're still looking at the Kenneth fire here. Really good work on that one. Other news are not really showing it. Okay, at least LA, NBC, unless you guys have other cameras
out there right now, and you can see the burn scar area that Eaton fire has chewed up. So here's what we're looking at with air quality right now across the region. Notice it's the eastern half of the San Fernando Valley extending down into the Glendale area and down into Los Angeles, looking at some of the red coloring, and that means unhealthy for everybody. Orange coloring is unhealthy for sensitive groups, so anybody with respiratory issues or maybe a heart condition should keep in mind that you really shouldn't be.
You should just not go outside. Breathing outside would be bad. Let's go to the flight radar and tracking some of these. Let's turn up some of the scanner comms right now.
Palisades incident, correct?
They're over that fire right now.
Yeah, correct. I have 3 private dozers.
Okay. Let's tie in with operations per Palisades.
Here they are.
If they don't have an assignment for those 3 dozers and you as the HEQB, we're going to release you back because you're on the plan tomorrow for the Palisades. Operations, can you confirm if we're going to need those 3 dozers and the heavy equipment boss? Yeah, standby, break, Division Whiskey operations.
Trying to decide what resources they need for Palisades right now, and the spot fire we're looking at. I think I have the right comms on now. Now we're looking at it, so yeah, that's still the Palisades fire. That's the first fire of all of them still. Still seeing 0% containment on our reporting here on the incident map. 17,234 acres for the Palisades. 17,234 acres. Eaton fire, which is
so strike team that needs to be out by 2000, and we'll be releasing from Whiskey is 9420 Charlie and 9440 Charlie. Both will be released here shortly. Back, and no need for Dozer 13 to come and reinforce that line per Whiskey.
Trying to figure out what resources they need and where.
9420 Charlie and 9440 Charlie.
That's affirmative. We'll keep 9421 Charlie in staging at Las Virgenes for now.
Okay, copy that. Let me know when when you're clearing them, and then break 9421 Charlie. Do you copy that?
Seeing police sirens go up to it right now.
Yeah, 9421 Charlie copies. We're staging Las Virgenes and Morel.
And operations, I copy that. 9420 Charlie being released, 9440 Charlie being released, and then we can release the heavy equipment boss and 3 private dozers.
Kenneth, I see LA.
LA, go ahead.
Kenneth, I see. Do you have any requests for air resources for tomorrow?
As of now, we're not going to have any requests for any fixed wing or air attack. We'll keep the county copters and the QRF copters assigned to the incident on a short leash available for any new IAs, and then we'll reevaluate the need for any rotors tomorrow.
LA copies.
Hey, really quick, you guys, for the Palisades fire, it's actually bigger than, it's just under 20,000 acres. The Watch Duty app is more updated than my 3D map, so it's actually at 19,978 acres. We also have, actually, as of 23 minutes ago, we have 6% containment on the Palisades fire. So 23 minutes ago, the fire is 6% contained per Cal Fire.
I see, copy.
6% right there for Palisades. That's the first time we've seen any type of containment numbers come in for that fire. Let's see what else we got here. About an hour ago, they're just getting updates on structural damage. We'll have to check tomorrow too with some of the images we got for today. Kenneth fire, just the latest with that. Radio traffic indicates that resources have made good work and have picked up the spot fire. Overall fire behavior has moderated and dozers are making progress to the point where we're hearing on the comms that they're going to decide if some dozers can go now and be used for tomorrow. Eaton fire, checking this one out. The latest was 2 hours ago now on this one. Mount Wilson camera that chat was wanted me to look at.
Heavy equipment, Boss Suey, IC on command.
Towards the communication and the observatory.
This was the...
Are you in staging with 3 separate private dozers, or are the 3 private dozers already working?
This is a couple hours ago now.
We're on the side of the road at the intersection with 3 private dozers loaded up.
Loading up their dozers. Right by the observatory. Right by the observatory up there.
E405, E406, E410.
Okay, then let's look at the Hurst fire. Hurst fire updates a couple hours ago. Evacuation orders have been reduced to warnings.
E45, E46, and E410.
Warnings have been lifted.
Affirmative.
Let me see which areas for the Hurst fire. I don't see any orders actually. So if there were orders for the Hurst fire, the orders have been warnings, and now the warnings are gone.
Yeah, I'm on landline with Ops, and we'll see if we have a need for you. We can release you back to the Palisades.
What do we have for containment?
Copy.
Here it is for the Hurst fire. Evacuation orders have been reduced to warnings, and areas under evacuation warnings have been lifted as of 3 p.m. Residents returning to evacuation order areas are advised not to drink tap water until notified by the LA Department of Water and Power. Also, some residents may be without power. Angeles National Forest. So, Eaton fire, quick facts, acres, 13,690, 0% containment, and they have 1,396 personnel. That was just posted 31 minutes ago. So that's the Eaton fire. Over in the Altadena area. Let's see if they have any images of it. No. Still waiting for some new sky camera. They have mirrors on. She's live in Altadena right now.
Traffic for operations, go ahead.
Guys don't have anyone streaming?
Branch 1, go ahead.
I got LA City resources here that we're good to kick loose. Let me know when you're ready to copy.
Here we go. What's this?
LA City,
what we know right now is that
let me turn this down really quick here. So this is our video report.
1036 Alpha.
The video report from Brian Eaton just a minute ago.
What we know right now is that the incident started here, and about 30 minutes later, a suspect was detained over in Woodland Hills area by citizens.
So someone purposely set the Kenneth fire?
At this time, that's what we believe, yes.
Do you know how or
detained
why?
by citizens.
Is this a crime scene right now?
Yes.
So everything's closed off?
It's being investigated as a crime.
All right, it's being investigated as a crime. LAPD. Why are you're not hearing that anywhere else? It doesn't mean that's not true. It's just that's the only person reporting it right now is Brian Eaton. Wonder why that's not being shared Not seen that one anywhere. Big deal. Got more from the fires here on a KCAL.
But some of their friends.
Oh, they're waiting. What time is it? 9. About to be a shift change for the reporting. Guys, if you could like the stream, solid viewership the last few days, you guys. Thank you so much for the support.
Branch 5.
Well, thanks for everything you do, Mark. Thank you, Brendy. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you.
Night ops, good. Hey, Jeremiah, when are you going to be down in this area?
Could be the hikers.
Face with you with the situation I got.
Not sure yet.
Yeah, I'm Topanga and Fern up at Fire Station 69 right now. You have cell service? Hey, it's no rush. It's something we're going to have to deal with tomorrow. I was just going to run it by you, make sure you're good with it. Yeah, I'm assuming you're talking about the 3-story collapse issues? Firm. I just ran into the LA City Assistant.
This is a look in Pacific Palisades right now.
So I just want to run it by you, and then you can run it up. Copy. Hopefully they got some excavators.
Yeah, we got 6% containment for Pacific Palisades. We've had none until just recently.
Start putting a plan together, and I'll run it up.
Just recently, in the last 30 minutes.
Copy that.
6%.
I'll be down at Will Rogers State Beach, right at the end of Temescal, and that's where the entrance is at, and I'll meet you there. I'll leave my flashers on for you. That's going PCH. I'll holler at you in a bit. Break. Branch 10 operations.
Also, just reporting from an hour ago, report of looters in the area of Church Canyon Place in Chapman Court.
Branch 10, where you calling me?
In Altadena. That was an hour ago.
Just checking where you're at right now.
So there are some reports of looting in the last hour.
Zulu, Yankee break. I heard you're at the drop point 69. I'll make my way to you.
We're listening to the helicopters right now. Helicopters over the Palisades fire. I don't know if we're seeing them on the... Yeah, hard to see them on the sky cam. They did request nighttime helicopters. I didn't know that...
Branch 7, were you able to make it over to 69 off top?
I did not know that you needed nighttime...
I tried to catch you earlier. Little sketch.
Daytime and nighttime helicopter resources for the fire department were different.
You can make it through. Copy, thanks.
Well, I'm seeing those up in the sky according to flight radar here.
Operations, Palisades Communications.
There is a Chinook up there.
Operations.
LA Fire Department's still up there.
I have 3 addresses for you when you're
Ventura County up there still. Ventura County.
First is a report of a structure fire at 16816 Charmel Lane, CHARMEL. Second one is reports of a fire at 1744 Correa Way, CORREA Way.
Correa Way.
Another report of a fire 246 South Topanga Canyon Boulevard.
This is Palisades. There's a house fire report. Reporting out a fire at 1744 Correa Way. Again, that's in the Palisades area. West Hills, people are out reporting. Is AXN News or any of them out there?
I'm in bad cell service right now. I'm going to get down there, and then I'll hit up communications, get those addresses again, and then I'll punch it out. Yeah, I think the Charmel Lane's yours.
Well, looks like he was going out there. I don't think he's set up yet.
And also for them to get their work done. So really, this is a good reminder for all of us, not just people who live in these surrounding communities, especially over these next few days, to have a go bag ready and, most importantly, to have a plan. Colleen, Michael.
All right, Amber, thank you. And of course, it's going to be the way of the world.
Have a plan, have a battle, buddy. That's the Army taught me. That's the Pacific Palisades fire still. They have old B-roll footage playing from earlier today. But that's an image of the Palisades fire still going. Here you go.
They haven't seen this. We had on retired LA County Fire Chief Daryl Osby. He joined our coverage earlier today. He's been in this for many years. He hasn't seen this, and he's talking about the fact that we have, 6+ fires that we are reporting on in one single county.
That is a lot. That was a lot of fires. It's still at 5. Palisades at 6% containment.
Those 3 addresses you just put out, can you give them to me a little slower, and I'll get them pushed out.
I got it down. There's one of them.
Communications copies. First is for a structure fire, 16816 Charmel Lane, CHARMEL. Second is for reports of a fire at 1744 Correa Way.
We looked at the other one.
ORREA Way. Third is for another report of a fire at 246 South Topanga Canyon Boulevard.
Topanga Canyon Boulevard. That's all Palisades fire. So
thank you.
this is all Palisades fire calls and requests now.
Branch 5, Branch 1, I got the one on Korea.
Just under 20,000 acres in size. Just under 20,000 acres. There's under
area for a while now. We've sort of watched a lot of people initially.
There, the news got the report.
Branch 5, Branch 7.
Arson investigation underway. There it is.
South Topanga.
Start working their way down the hill here, and then a lot of
246, just up from Fire Station 69.
They're talking about the arson on NBC LA here.
We also at one point had sort of a large plume of smoke just on the other side, and one neighbor told us that he a couple times sort of really felt as though this was the area that this whole sort of situation was beginning to unfold. So obviously a very active investigation here. We were just learning from the LAPD that this is sort of all going down at this moment. So we'll toss it back to you folks for now and try to learn a little bit more over the next few hours.
Well, this happened very, very quickly because this fire broke out at about 2:30 this afternoon. Did we lose him? Is he still there, Kevin?
Yeah. So again, news just caught up. The possible arson suspect detained in Kenneth fire. They're on it now.
They all cleared to go back inside. But as you just mentioned, Marla and Alex, of course, the big news, and Gigi Graciette, our colleague, having sources within the LAPD, saying that a person of interest has been questioned, is being questioned at this hour. We were told that it's a homeless person in his 30s.
In his 30s?
The investigation was focusing at the Victory Trailhead. Now, we have not seen any indication of that here. As I told you a little bit earlier, we've continued to stand out on the street corner along with the other evacuees. So people were anxious to be able to go back inside. But as of a couple of minutes ago, when I walked over here, they still had not been given the all clear to go back inside. So this most significant piece of information would have been that that person is being questioned at this hour. We watched as they did an aerial attack and seemed to be quite successful in putting out those flames.
Good thing they did.
Over our shoulder. We watched earlier this afternoon. But for right now,
put that person in Gitmo.
Standby mode.
They could have killed or taken out 4 neighborhoods in the vicinity alone.
I'm here from Calabasas, sending it back to the studio.
So some new information there from Laura Diaz that the person is a homeless individual in his 30s. Laura Diaz, thank you for that. It is now the top of the hour. Usually this is the time that Billy Bush welcomes you.
Well, no, chat. I think chat got that one. They guessed it a couple nights ago for the other big fires, but we still don't have the investigation for those two. But seems the Kenneth fire was caused by a homeless individual.
We want to get you caught.
But chat clocked that one 2 days ago. I was reading the comments. I was watching them. I was reading them
quickly, just in case. We're still watching a lot of those helicopters. Like Michael mentioned, there's the filling station sort of right in this area for some of those helicopters. So there is sort of a lot of activity right in this area that we're continuing to.
30-year-old homeless individual.
In this area, in case more things happen right here. We're right on Victory Boulevard for now. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, more to get to on that. All right, appreciate it. It's 7 o'clock here, folks, and we are continuing our coverage of Southern California's wildfire emergency live on the air nonstop since Tuesday morning. Good evening once again, everybody. I'm Michael Brownlee.
And I'm Colleen Williams. We are keeping a very close.
We're just waiting for some more from the sky cameras. They're going to the
evacuated here at Las Virgenes and Malibu Canyon.
It's all a crime scene now.
Not go into their homes. I spoke with one woman. Her animal is still left inside, her cat. She's very worried about that. And right now, it's just mandatory evacuations until firefighters can get a better handle on this fire. It started at 50 acres and now has exploded up to 800 acres. They are fighting this from the sky with water tanks.
They got it closed off.
Dropping down, but these winds are unpredictable, and that is one of the challenges for firefighters tonight. I spoke with two men who live over here in Malibu Canyon. They were just evacuated. Take a listen to what they told me.
What'd they tell you? So I have to wait.
So they were telling. Oh, there's no. So we'll have that sound for you later. But the men were telling me that, you know, they got the alert on their phone. They raced over here. They packed, just grabbed whatever.
Which YouTuber, Chris?
Then they got out here. They're like, well, maybe I should have grabbed a little bit more. But, you know, Juan, I was telling Pat in the earlier hour, for a lot of people out here, this is just reminding them very much so of the Woolsey fire, bringing back a lot of those memories because this area was also impacted as well. And just to be in the same situation again and a much bigger level here, it's just.
So the news is catching up to Brian Etton's reporting and put it out. I think he was the first one to put it out of the potential. Or the arson suspect that's in custody.
What we know right now is that the incident started here, and about 20 minutes, 30 minutes later, a suspect was detained over in Woodland Hills area by citizens.
So someone purposely set the Kenneth fire?
At this time, that's what we believe, yes.
Do you know how or why they did that?
That I don't know.
Is this a crime scene right now?
Yes.
So everything's closed off?
It's being investigated as a crime. What we know right now is that the incident occurred.
Okay, so that was from LAPD. Again, looks like the other news is catching up to it. See who they're talking to here.
Everybody was getting alerts to leave.
Okay, talking about the alerts.
69 Bravo. They're seeing a plume up about a half mile east and slightly north of 69 Bravo. Also at 19876 observation, possible fire at location, structure fire.
Other structure fire. Here's some clips from some of the moments too. We're waiting for some new footage on the Palisades fire. That was from 2 nights ago.
Fire at 198.
If anyone remember the wind, how fast the wind was. Okay, just update from Governor Newsom just literally 28 seconds ago. Containment of the Hurst fire is now at 37%. As of 3 p.m. today, evacuation orders have been downgraded to warnings and lifted, as I've read out to you. Residents returning home are advised to observe extreme caution and not drink the tap water. Don't drink the water. Get bottled water. 37% containment. They're doing the weather reports. They're on the ground, waiting for some sky camera of the Palisades.
From LA?
Negative.
Flight radar is up. We still can see the resources that are over the Palisades now. The Palisades fire.
Mile east of the 69 Bravo helipad.
There's their movements. You can go full screen for this one.
At 19876 observation.
Those are all the flight paths of all these helicopters.
Copy, Blue from 69 Bravo and fire 19876 observation.
Yeah, that was some serious wind. That was from 2 nights ago.
Affirmative. one more report, multiple calls for a backyard fire at 1424 Calle del Genoa. Spelling's going to be C-A-L-L-E space D-E-L space J-O-N-E-L-A.
Thank you for the PayPal. Appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the hot dogs.
Last of the 3 words and the numerics one more time.
Sky Nicole, thank you. Michael, Random, Nowhere Girl, Susan, thank you for the hot dogs.
1424 Calle del Genoa.
Let's go back.
C-A-L-L-E.
We had some footage there.
Space J-O-N-E-L-A.
I go back to the flight radar and watch the helicopters and listen to the scanner, because that's where we're getting the latest information on this right now.
Break branch 7, branch 5, that 19876 observation drive will be in Division Victor.
RS385 says the downside of one of the reasons being a homeless person committing arson is that bad people are gonna use it to bring more hatred. Yes, yes, that is possible. Yep.
Sure, I apologize. I should have asked you if you were ready. 1.
But if that's who it was, that's who it was, though, right?
76 observation drive.
That's what it was. That's what it was. Guilty of nearly trying to kill an entire neighborhood. Let's get a full update on the entire situation. Yeah, we do have updates to it. 6% containment on the Palisades fire specifically. Let's just look at all of them right now. We're waiting for some more on Palisades. Palisades fire at nearly 20,000 acres, 19,978 acres at 6% containment. And then also at 13,690 acres at 0% containment. All right, also at the Hurst fire at nearly 700 acres is at 10% containment, but we just got an update that it's actually 37% containment now. That was just the latest update in the last couple minutes. I'm sure my map will update soon. And then the Lydia fire at nearly 350 acres is 60% contained. Again, those are the major fires. The Kenneth fire, which is being under investigation. It's the only one we have like an idea of how it started, and it was arson, at least as of now. That's what the LAPD has put out there. And nearly 960 acres reports that it was an arson. Third person in their 30s, homeless individual. That's the only reporting we have on that as of now. But I don't know if we can get anything further or anybody's reporting on the arson suspect. Kenneth fire.
1151 Charlie.
Kenneth fire in LA. Arson suspected. Suspect in custody. Let me see here.
Mike, branch 5. Did you copy the traffic for an address structure fire?
This is Brian Eaton.
Huge and very frustrating development.
Yeah, I mean, totally unexpected, Dan. Was not expecting to get that piece of information in the last couple of minutes. We were sort of wondering why there are so many police out here. Obviously, this is a fire scene, and we've been at fire scenes for the last couple of days, and it didn't really make a lot of sense that more and more LAPD were showing up, and then the crime scene unit also being out here. So we spoke to the lead officer in charge, who you saw there, and he was very open about it. He said that they believe the Kenneth fire, which is the latest fire to start here in LA, now at 900 acres, give or take, they believe that someone did intentionally set it, that this is now officially an arson investigation. He said this whole area behind me, the canyon behind me, they're calling now a crime scene, and that they have a person in custody, detained, who they are questioning. Apparently someone in the area may have seen something. Now someone is in custody. But when you think about what has gone on in LA over the last 3 days, and granted, keep in mind, this is just the latest fire. This doesn't mean the other fires that we've been covering were intentionally shot. We don't we don't know. But LAPD saying they believe this latest fire was was arson, Dan.
Right. So again, like we don't have official on the other ones yet. On the other two fires, but for the Kenneth fire specifically, the LA County the Kenneth fire is being investigated as an arson. It is being investigated as arson. Wait.
We're looking at.
Let's go back up.
4 officers, assuming Palisades Elko.
I do have the Palisades, which is on V1. Palisades fires on V1 frequency.
Charlie, copy. Safe site.
For those that are wondering, V4 was Kenneth fire, but the operations on the Kenneth fire they're dwindled down now. So I think most of the resources are going to be diverted to this Palisades fire that's still going, which is the first one that started 3 days ago now.
Branch 1, Division Alpha.
It's like the only source that has a view of it right now. I see a dozer out there. I do see a fire dozer on the ground. Zooming in on it. Let's go back let's go full screen. I think they're getting ready to try to. Yeah, there we go. This is what we've been waiting for. I'm gonna see the fire department put this thing out. Aerial resources are over. It looks like volcano, doesn't it? How fast this spreads.
Look at that at night, though. I mean, it's just so dramatic.
There you go. Well, there you go. Big drop. There you go. Now they're hitting it. Now they're hitting it with the air. Wow, look at tornado. Look at the wind. There's still some wind in there.
What we get to see on Tuesday night was that water drop.
Right.
So it is.
Oof. There's some wind in there.
So it's yeah.
This one's spreading. This is the one that we saw that was like just here. And now look how much this one spread. It's from the Palisades, but that was that spot fire.
Yeah. So
off the Palisades fire.
Tuesday,
Why don't we stay on that? Why are we leaving that? They have just an aerial camera watching the firefighters put it out. They keep bouncing around. I do have the scanner on right now. I'm not hearing anything. It's a radio silence. Let me see if I know we can put on this one. Dispatch. Also, LA City Fire would be out there too. Let's put them on.
For expirations, 112 West 50.
So I got LA City Fire and County Fire. And both of them going. Operations are over the Palisades right now. They're waiting to see it. They're cutting away from it right now, doing other programming.
106, fire 1987.
Check the flight radar. You can see them.
Fire 1767, Old Ranch Road. Get out real quick.
Private owned helicopter up there. California Department of Forestry.
Take out this little flat area right here. So if you want to grab one side, I'll grab the other, and we'll just start working it to make it nice and level for service.
United States Orange County Fire. Orange County Fire. That's a nighttime helicopter. There's some photos of it.
77 confirming it's inside the previous burn. Engine 77 will handle. Cancel everyone.
That's the helo you're seeing there. Damn, dude.
Roger. All companies responding to structure fire. 8600 Tamarack Avenue. Engine 77 is going to handle the incident. It's just a previous burn. All other companies may cancel, discontinue. We're going to take back TAC AG.
Other fire resources, we got the California Department of Forestry. Cal Fire is up there. Okay, so there's some of the images of the helicopters that are in the sky. When we can get another sky feed again. There's a private owned helicopter. A news helicopter. I think that's their newscopter. Would that be the news one, chat? Those are track helicopters all the time. Los Angeles Fire Department here. So you got the California Forestry Service up there, the county fire department, Orange County.
Pushing route. Intro from Brush Patrol 109. Shows radio 109.
They're up there, just waiting to see feeds from it. They're showing other things right now. Still 0% containment for the Eaton fire.
Like Kevin Conway, who you are about to hear from.
Okay, they're cutting other things at this time, so I'm just waiting for more. Put a comment where everybody's tuned in from.
14 cardiac arrest, 44, 14 Avalon.
Put a comment where you're watching from in the chat if you could. Still covering the SoCal fires. Still tracking them, listening to the scanner, and watching some of the rest of the Palisades fire get put out, at least as it's spreading. Still 0% containment on there. But we're seeing the response teams, the fire crews are up there right now fighting it. We got Oklahoma, we got Wisconsin tuned in, we got Southern, SoCal is tuned in. We got Australia, Wisconsin, Boston, Tampa, Florida.
Palisades, Elko. I'm in Romeo 31 trainee on command V1. Truck 87, rescue 104, difficult respirations 16947, Forest Street, across McLean.
Southern New England.
237, go ahead. Under 237, one route to tree fire off Old Ranch Road in Mill Hill. This is in Manville Canyon. Just call this fire. Do they have any resources nearby?
See if we got anything further from Brian Eaton on here. Nope.
Engine 237. You appear to be the closest resource.
19,000 plus acres. Here you go.
Roger. Palisades, Helco. I'm in Romeo 31 trainee.
Helicopter's back up on Fox. As soon as I cut over to it, it cuts away. Amazing timing. Incredible. It looked like there's another spot fire up there that they're talking about on the scanner. And we're also seeing the helicopter crews overhead on the flight radar. Got one here. United States California Department of Forestry. Again, Department of Forestry.
Rescue 889, traffic accident, 8940 Glen Oaks Boulevard.
Superb coverage of all aspects. Thank you, Newport Marina. Thank you so much for the support. Best way you guys can support is hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Let's get a big GG's for everybody. We got 68,000 subs now, onward to 70,000. 70,000 subs. See if we can get to 100K by the end of the year. So we're watching the helicopters, their patterns here. This is the flight radar. Live movement of the fire department helicopters over the Palisades fire.
Palisades communication. I'm in Romeo 31 trainee on command. Smoke detector 218 North Bridge Street.
We got both the city and the fire, or the city and the county fire departments on.
I'm in Romeo 31 trainee. I'm trying to raise Helco for a mapping mission in division uniform on air to ground.
Talking about coordination for the Palisades fire.
Man Romeo 31, did you try AG6? Affirmative.
Yep, Palisades is at 6% containment now. Yep, out of the two biggest fires of all of them, the Palisades and Eaton fires, the Palisades is at 6%. Nothing still for Eaton. Nothing still for the Eaton fire. It's still at 0% containment. Thank you, Mr. Nobody. Thank you. Doing weather reports. Get some daytime image of this tomorrow. I'm sure more and more people will show what it looks like. The devastation areas. How much this is really how much these fires have spread.
Place that I barely recognized when I came in to work today, and I know that it's going to be hard for people to come back when they see what this fire has done. It's beyond tragic. Back to
It's unbelievable. I'm glad to hear about your aunt, Tom, but right behind you there, I can't believe that used to be a Ralph's supermarket. Just unbelievable. All right, Tom, thank you.
The Ralph's supermarket right behind him. We watched that playing earlier as that in live. They're showing old stuff.
Down, and they are fighting this with such tenacity, and I am grateful that they are digging even deeper. I was just with them at Zuma earlier this afternoon, talking with them about their resilience, how they're doing, how they are finding the resolve within themselves to continue fighting these fires. And so the fact that once they heard the alarm, they went back out and got right back to work. I'm just grateful for them, and I hope that should it turn out to be arson, that they are held to the fullest extent possible accountable.
Of course, we're continuing to follow up on that information that we received about a potential arsonist. What so far, noting that this is absolutely unprecedented, the fact that we have multiple fires, we know that, of course, your district is the Palisades fire. You've been out there, were out front at these press conferences, you've been talking.
Been out there for every fire.
Palisades Communications, LA.
I got comms on Palisades now.
Go ahead.
Palisades Communications, we have locations for you for structure fires. The first one's at 246 Topanga Canyon. The second one's at 3003 Vista Mar. 3003 Vista Mar.
They still haven't responded to the Topanga Canyon one.
Third one's at Coral Canyon and PCH. Coral Canyon and PCH. And the last one's at Barrymore and Vista Mar. Barrymore and Vista Mar. Which is probably related to 3003 Vista Mar.
At 246, Topanga Canyon house is still on fire. Or if that's the reported a house fire.
Communications copies. Break. Operations. Palisades Communications.
Right in the midst of the Palisades fire. Right in the...
Operations copies. 246. Victor's taken care of right now. I'll get back to you on the other two.
Okay, he said the 246 house is being taken care of right now.
Operations. Branch 5, I copy it. I'm looking it up now. I'll dispatch the appropriate. Copy.
Yeah, I want to hear Los Angeles County Fire Department helicopter.
Branch 7 from Victor Trainee. 246 observation was a false alarm.
246 was a false alarm.
Branch 7 copies. Thank you.
Okay, so that 246 was a false alarm. You can still see the helicopters over that area. They checked it. All over the Palisades fire now. You guys are just tuning in. You're watching Mercado Media. We're covering the Southern California fires. About 5 major fires still ongoing. The Palisades fire, Eaton fire, Hurst fire, Lydia fire, Kenneth fire. The Hollywood Hills fire has been contained completely. This is the one that we saw yesterday. Or last night start. It's been completely contained. So now we're just at the 5 major fires. Again, just under 20,000 acres for the Palisades. The Eaton fires at 13,690. Hurst fires at 671. Lydia at 348. There you go. They're out there again.
What do I do now?
They're out there. Look at this. Is this the? No, I wish they would just keep it on the Palisades fire now.
Who do I talk to? What government agency do I reach out?
Okay.
Communications branch 5.
Oh, they're still interviewing her.
Communications.
Yeah, Kenneth fire is contained, at least from what we saw.
Vista Mar.
There's still some little spot fires, very small. But those were nearly contained about an hour ago.
I have
I copy. That's well outside the fire. I'll have Branch 7 dispatch somebody to take care of.
Yeah, is NBCLA in the sky yet? No.
Branch 7.
Fox is the only one in the sky right now.
Copy the address. Give it one more time, please. 3003 Vista Mar. It's up off of Coral Canyon, which is on the north end or the west end of the old Franklin.
You guys are looking at the Palisades fire in this background here. Let me go over here.
Copy, break, division uniform, branch 7.
And chat off for now.
Uniform, branch 7, go for uniform.
So it is a live look at Palisades.
Vista Mar.
You're from Topanga, but you're in Redlands, California right now. So sad, so much sorrow and loss. Glad you were able to stay safe, Bobby.
3003 Vista Mar off of Coral Canyon. It's in the Franklin burn scar. Can you kick an engine down there? I think you're going to be closest to check it.
Okay, 3007 Vista Mar.
3003.
Okay, copy, we'll address.
Thank you, FM. Outstanding coverage. Thanks from South California. Thank you, FM. Appreciate it.
Palisades Communications, LA.
Communications.
So you're looking at the Palisades fire.
Reports of another structure fire. Coral Canyon and Seabreeze. Coral Canyon and Seabreeze.
You have to use the helicopters on this one.
Communications copy. Structure fire. Coral Canyon and Seabreeze. Operations, Palisades Communications.
Operations copies.
Sullivan Fire Road.
Division Tango, branch 7. Go ahead. Hey, are you copying those reports of a structure fire 3003 Vista Mar and also Coral Canyon and Seabreeze? Coral Canyon, Seabreeze, that's in the Franklin burn scar. You might be the quickest route in there. Can you go in there and assess?
Yeah, firm. I got them plugged in. It's showing me about 8 miles out, but I'm headed that way.
I copy. Uniform was going to send an engine down that way just to close the loop with him. If you need something, then you can also pull from Papa.
Copy. Go ahead and have him continue the at least the single ink, and then I'm working my way. They may beat me there.
Yeah, this is a Sullivan Fire Road where you're seeing it.
We'll keep everyone going.
This is where the fire is on the Fox report we're watching. There, you're seeing it now. Sky Cal's got it up.
Juliet Division is no longer an aircraft that we can use. The Super Scooper is obviously a very large piece of equipment that is very valuable, and by the way, not ours. It comes from Canada. They loan it to us, or lease it to us rather, every year.
Super Scooper.
To help in our wildfires. And tonight it is unfortunately on the ground because of that drone strike. The LA Times reporting that there is a hole in one of the wings from the aircraft there. So that's certainly something we'll be paying attention to. I have tried to follow up with the FAA, who is deferring all questions to CAL FIRE, who is not answering any questions about the incident at this time. We want to know if they found the operator of the drone, obviously. And for those of you who don't know, it is punishable by time in federal prison as well as a $75,000 civil fine by the FAA. And not only that, it is incredibly dangerous. Juan, that drone made contact with the wing of an aircraft, easily could have brought it to the ground, which would have been a whole other tragedy that we would have been dealing with. So, unfortunately, the best case scenario in this situation is that we are now down a aircraft to be able to help fight this fire. I want to talk to you also about just kind of the devastation. We got a chance to look at it from SkyCal today, getting really a firsthand look at just how bad everything is, which is, probably what that person with the drone was trying.
So really quick on that, the drone Drone collides with firefighting aircraft over Palisades fire. Oh boy. A drone collided with a firefighting aircraft flying over the Palisades fire on Thursday, the FAA said in the statement. The aircraft landed safely and the incident will be investigated. It is a federal crime punishable up by 12 months in prison to interfere with firefighting efforts on public lands. Additionally, the FAA can impose a civil penalty of up to $75,000 against any drone pilot who interferes with the wildfire suppression, law enforcement, or emergency response operations during a temporary flight restriction. We hit a drone this afternoon. First one, said LA County Fire Chief Anthony Marone. Our super scooper hit a small drone. What does that look like? Super scooper? Plane. Wow. Oh, was this Canada? This is Canada's super scooper that they gave us. This was that Canadian plane that we had.
LA County, Branch 7, command.
It was flying yesterday. That's been grounded all day because of the collision with the drone.
Branch 7, go ahead.
They put a hole in the wing and it's grounded.
A single report on the structure fire at Coral Canyon, Seabreeze.
Marone said the FBI is now planning to come to the area with what he called aerial armor to make sure no further drones can fly in the firefighting area.
Copy, thank you.
As the world awaits to see the full impact of the fires, several drone pilots have flown to capture images despite a temporary flight restriction. Oh, God. In a separate statement released on Thursday, the FAA warned against flying drones near the wildfires. It had pointed to a temporary flight restriction issued for wide swaths of airspace blanketing Los Angeles. Still, several people posted what appeared to be drone photos and videos of the restricted areas online. Among the first were still images of a devastated neighborhood in the Pacific Palisades. The photographer has since taken his photos down, but they spread far and wide on the web, becoming some of the signature images of the Palisades fire. The backlash was swift. Fellow photographers and drone experts flooded the photographer's other Instagram posts with comments. Bro, that drone shot is going viral. What were you thinking? Please don't fly your drone around fire activities. It's dangerous enough as it is. Regards all low-level operators. Abhorrent to be flouting FAA rules and flying a drone over an active rescue site. Shameful and good to see everyone across social media calling it out. No matter what you delete, the evidence is there. Drone pilots can apply for waivers to fly in restricted airspace, but the FAA said no such waivers have been granted as of Thursday afternoon. FAA spokesperson told The Times that they spoke with LA County Fire Department officials, and due to the number of manned firefighting aircraft in the airspace, they are currently not able to accommodate drone flights within it. Keep your drone out of the restricted area. The devastation will still be there. You took an air resource down. You need prison for that one. You need prison time for that. Probably multiple charges at that. Obviously flying in a restricted zone, but you literally got one of the resources taken out of the sky.
For now, we'll send it back to you guys.
God dang it.
We know that this fire has burned at least 800 acres at this point. We know it's also burning away from you. Are you hearing any choppers, seeing any aerial assault to put down the flames on the rest of this fire?
Yeah, absolutely. It's kept up pretty consistently. Definitely a little bit slower than this afternoon. I mean, this afternoon, there was a massive plume of smoke sort of in this section. We were sort of watching it with one of the neighbors in this area, and you actually hear one of the choppers going over right now. We've sort of watched sort of a massive presence, and then all the smoke sort of came up. Multiple helicopters kept sort of flying around this area. There was a ton of movement, a ton of helicopters, everything from Blackhawks to Chinooks, just trying to get some of this area tamped down. But then as the fire sort of worked its way, the wind was really in the favor of the residents right in this area. They were all sort of watching it from their porches. A lot of them were sort of getting out in the immediate moments, but then some of them who mentioned that they had experienced some fires that have come really close right on the county line here, sort of just watching it, and they knew the wind was in their favor, at least at that moment. Now, of course, we're feeling the wind sort of shift in a different direction, still sort of getting oriented in this area to determine exactly which way that wind is going. But there's still a pretty consistent track of helicopters working their way through. I'm also told by some of the neighbors there's places where the helicopters can plug in here and actually collect some of that water to make more dump runs with water down sort of on any of the fires in this area. So there's definitely still a pretty significant presence, but even in sort of the recent few minutes I've been sort of out here watching police kind of do their job, they've already started to kind of slow down specifically in this area.
Yeah, folks out in that area obviously running the gamut of emotions. We saw the interview that you did with Michael not too long ago, and the way he felt from the top of the mountain down to where you saw him at the bottom of the mountain, much different. So again, breathing a sigh of relief. Yeah. All right, man, we appreciate it, Kevin. Thank you so much. Alex Vasquez, live for us at the Ontario Airport, where the National Guard is about to deploy. Alex.
Oh, wow.
Michael, what you're looking at here is the base, actually located just south of the 10 freeway along Grove. This is the National Guard base that's located out here in the Inland Empire. And I just saw
National Guard being deployed right now.
These Humvees and different vehicles basically getting a line as they're going to start a convoy. Now, I spoke to a couple of the National Guardsmen off camera, and they told me that they couldn't give me much information, that they were just being deployed out to the fires, and they were there to provide much needed security. So right now we're taking a look at it as they're kind of lining up here. They're getting ready to just get on their way out in that direction towards the fires. One can imagine that at least some of them are going to be going to Altadena, because I was in those neighborhoods yesterday covering the fires, and I can tell you that a lot of residents were easily getting back into the neighborhoods because there just wasn't enough law enforcement and roadblocks to kind of keep everything.
Yeah, they're going to Altadena, David. They just said that.
Areas and a lot of ways in and out just from the side roads. So the National Guard has been deployed out here before. The last mountain fire that I covered out here at Mount Baldy, they were the first line of defense. They were the ones that set up the roadblock, kept people that didn't belong in those areas out of the areas. Even us as media, they made sure they checked our credentials. They asked where we were going to be at, where we were going. They even took a look inside my news van when I went up to cover that fire. They wanted to check the back of it, see what was with me, who was with me. So this is kind of what one can imagine is going to take place here. The National Guard being deployed here out of Ontario isn't something that we haven't seen before, but it's definitely something that we don't always see when fires occur, especially out here in the Inland Empire or along the foothills. It just seems like something that's definitely necessary in the Altadena area for sure.
Yes.
So that's where it looks like they're getting ready to just take off and head in that direction.
Alex, are these local guys? I mean, you've got a couple of bases they could have been flown into, either March or maybe even Ontario Airport. And are they the Air National Guard or the Army?
Look, it's the Army National Guard from what I've seen so far, and that's an excellent question, Colleen. You know, a lot of these, especially reserves, are out of the area, and a lot of them actually live in Colorado. The last time I was at the fire up in Mount Baldy, which was just a few months ago, some of those were from the Colorado area, Wyoming. So it's not unusual to see that they are flown in to help cover the areas, but I haven't had a chance to talk.
They're going to provide additional security to the affected areas because people are looting.
They did ask me. They said, hey, we haven't been up there. We've seen the images on TV. How bad is it? And I just, the one thing I told them is keep your mask on because the air quality up there is really bad. But these guys are trained for everything. You know, we've seen them in other natural disasters, floods around, across the country and stuff. And I've done stories here where some of these guys, the local guys, have gone to cover different hurricanes and different disasters, natural disasters around the country. So they're trained, well equipped to get in there and provide security. And as what you're seeing here is just the convoy is still getting ready to deploy. They should be leaving here shortly.
Those are JLTVs.
All right, really quickly before
which I never got to drive or use because I started using them right after I got out.
What are we talking here? We heard earlier from
If I would have stayed in, I would have drove it though.
You know, Michael, from what I've seen here, it's at least 150. There was quite a bit.
Those are replacing the Humvee. Or already have. We're in the process of it. I'm not sure where that's at right now.
You could tell that they were going over certain precautions. One specific soldier here had his fire shelter. He was kind of looking at it and making sure that he knew how to deploy it, looked like. So they're probably receiving some last-minute instructions and probably just some sense of direction, because a lot of these guys, like Colleen mentioned, they may not be from this area. They may not know what wildfire is like here in Southern California, especially these winds. You know, I'm here in Ontario right now, and as you can see, I mean, it's blowing out here too. So one can
really quick, an update for the Kenneth fire. Forward progress for the Kenneth fire has been stopped. So forward progress for the Kenneth fire, which is being investigated as arson, There they go. Here comes a. There they go. There they go.
Out there right now. Keep in mind, they are here to support fire personnel and law enforcement, and to that end, their description of duties was going to be, just as Alex mentioned, checking IDs and putting up roadblocks and handling checkpoints. So that frees up fire personnel and law enforcement to take care of all the other duties that they have with these fires. And yes, they will be going to Altadena, but we also understand they'll be going to the Palisades fire and any other place they will be needed.
All right, we right now have Roberto Ruiz now live from our family of NBC and Telemundo stations.
Yeah, actually, I thought we were going to stay with the National Guard. Going to be getting put out there. So National Guard's getting deployed now, going to the devastated areas.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any drone operation. Stand by, I might see it.
Drone operator, more drone operators, not good.
I copy. Yeah, all of our aircraft are currently on the ground waiting to make comms with Helco to get back up. But we're operating in division uniform. Yeah, copy. Break, Zulu, branch 10.
So if you guys are just tuning in, we're covering the Southern California fires. One being investigated for arson. That's the Kenneth fire, which just started this evening.
Yeah, are you out towards the branch break with branch 1?
But forward progress on the Kenneth fire has been stopped. Some resources are starting to be released.
Disregard then. Break. Zulu, actual, branch 10, command.
That one got up to just almost 960 acres. And again, that one, the Kenneth fire, is being investigated as arson. We're still looking at overview of all the fires. Palisades at 6% still. Haven't seen an update on that one, on the Palisades fire. 19,978 acres. Eaton fire at 13,960 acres. 0% containment still on that one. The Hurst fires at 10% containment, 671 acres. Lydia fire at 60% contained at nearly 350, and then the spread of the fire is done completely in the Kenneth fire, and resources are being diverted elsewhere. So that's really good news for the area around the Kenneth fire, which would be just north of the 101. The Oak Park,
Air Ops has been notified.
Bell Canyon,
UAS and Yankee Zulu.
Hidden Hills area. It was pretty scary for a while there.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any operation and can't get a hold of anyone that is. Yeah, no approved UAS operations. The only one is in division uniform so far, and they're not off the ground yet.
Hundreds of evacuees at Pasadena Convention Center.
Families at the animal shelter, and now today in the people shelter. There are numerous families who have lost everything that they worked so hard their whole lives for. They have lost their houses, their homes. Everything is in ashes. There's nothing left in their houses. A lot of people lost their vehicles as well. Some people lost their lives, unfortunately, but thankfully most people have survived the fires because of the warnings, the evacuations. But the atmosphere, the culture right now is very sad, is very devastating. People are in grief. We are grieving with them. It is a devastation that's happening, and unfortunately, from what I know, it's getting a little bit worse right now in some parts. The fires are growing, so people are heartbroken, and it's going to take a long time to heal from this, not just spiritually, emotionally, mentally, but material-wise. I don't know what's going to happen to these people after 7 days, so it is truly a heartbreaking thing to see. So many families suffer right now. So many families yesterday having to drop off their animals because they have nowhere to stay. Some people are sleeping in their cars. Some people, they can't go to the shelter for some reasons, so they have to sleep in their seats in their cars today, and they have to drop off.
Camarillo Hellbase, air operations on command.
Terrible humanitarian situation right now for those that are devastated by it.
It very seriously, especially since there's been concern of looting, and especially since one of the neighbors from up a few blocks away was saying that they chased about 3 looters away yesterday looking at their building. So in any event, that's the situation here from a very eerie Palisades. Let's go back to the west side.
It really looks so.
So they have looting problems in Palisades and in
Hellbase, air operations. Can
Can you advise Helco there's unknown UAS operating in Division Zulu?
And in Altadena. Let's check the latest from the LA Times.
Copy. Unknown UAS operating Division Zulu.
Okay, so man arrested on suspicion of arson in Woodland Hills. Los Angeles, where'd it go? Los Angeles police have taken a man into custody on suspicion of arson after a witness reported seeing him attempting to start a fire in the Woodland Hills area. A caller reported the man attempting to light a fire on the 21700 block of Ybarra Road.
We're having PD request if they can enter the TFR and a copter for looking for looters.
Oh my god. Damn, dude. At 4:22 p.m., LAPD senior lead official Charles Dins told News
I'm not sure if you're over in Alpha still. When you get over here, can get you on air to ground command.
News Nation that the Kenneth fire was intentionally set, as we saw in the report. But the police told the Times they could not connect the suspect to the Kenneth fire at this time. So it's being investigated, but they can't connect the suspect to the fire yet. Investigation is still ongoing. The police said the suspect was being held at the LAPD Topanga station. That's important to know. So they haven't been able to connect this specific suspect who was trying to start fires to the Kenneth fire, but the Kenneth fire is still being investigated as arson. Okay. Information. So as you guys heard, also they're requesting more resources for looting.
LA, Cabrio, Halibut.
There's the Palisades fire on ABC 7.
Palisades fire that continues to burn, and as you can see, the danger is still out there. This is far from over. So let's go to Chris Christie in Air 7 HD. Chris?
Let's get an update.
That's right. You're watching another water drop in progress. They are continuing minute.
This is still what it looks like.
A number of helicopters continuing to operate throughout the night with the luxury of night vision in many of these choppers, all these choppers actually, that are fighting this fire as this 20,000 acre Palisades fire continues to burn through the Santa Monica Mountains in the middle of, well, really the middle between the valley and Brentwood, just to the west of the 405 freeway. So you're really kind of in no man's land here. This is all state territory, and you can see it is really lighting up the night sky, sending out a tremendous glow across the entire city. You can really see this from all angles. A really brilliant fire. Whenever they see those really big loom-ups, those really big flare-ups that light up, that's what they really aim for with those water drops, because what they don't want is for the flames to get too tall. Tall flames means you're sending more embers and more particulates in the air, and so they want to try and minimize that and tamp down the fire until the big guns come back in the morning. Those air tankers do the heavy lifting to try and prevent any more forward progress towards the population. David.
Chris, thank you for that report.
Well, we're also hearing so many heartbreaking stories from the
So that was a look
in the foothills of Altadena.
That was an aerial view of the Palisades fire right now. What do you got here?
18 and 210 freeways. It's the vegetation that leads up to
Where's this
the
one now?
freeway to the westbound side of the 118.
That's right next to civilian houses there.
But you'll notice the close proximity to homes.
Yeah, where's this one now?
Why firefighters from the LA City Fire
Shadow Hills?
got out here so quickly to
Another fire?
to not encroach on these homes.
Where's Shadow Hills?
Setting up for structure protection. They're going to get some of these firefighters
Bro, what
on
the
roof of the nearest homes.
Where's Shadow Hills?
A little bit of a tactical advantage here to be able to get some water on these flames. I went in at the shot so you can look at the big picture. Again, this is right at the transition
In the shadows,
of the
nice.
210 and the 118 freeways. Let me quickly throw in the map here so you can look at what that looks like from the map. From the map
210 east, 210 west.
Putting up a lot of smoke and flame. As soon as our
Where is that?
told us to come check, I swung the camera over here, and we couldn't.
What in the fuck?
So at this point, no structures have caught fire. It's the vegetation, again, adjacent to the westbound lanes of the 118 freeway. And that smoke is laying across all lanes of the freeway,
how would that happen?
East and west. So the CHP may be coming out here to shut down the freeway here through the area, because you're basically driving into nothingness here, unable to really see what's on the road ahead of you. The good thing is not too much in the way of traffic on the 118. That's generally how it is here. We really don't usually see a lot of delays here on these freeways. And there's the 210 freeway coming through as well. But again, a small little brush fire broke out. No size up on it yet. If I had to just kind of guess on how big this might be, I might put it at about a 1/4 acre in size, but again, continuing to burn towards the 118 freeway.
Got another fire.
Eliana, any evidence of this perhaps being a car fire?
Or what? A car fire?
It's unclear exactly how this may have started. I really don't see anything down there. I will tell you, sadly, we do have a lot of unhoused people that tend to live in these parts of the Pacoima Lakeview Terrace area. So it's unclear if it could have started as a warming fire. I'll tell you that as we fly around in News Chopper 4, our airport, Whiteman Airport, is just south of here. So we fly over this area all the time. So it's really not out of the ordinary for us to see warming fires down in the vegetation, and the fire department is always really quick about it. They can get it out really quickly, but we also see a lot of fires typically just south of here at Hanson Dam, which is just literally if you hop across the 118 freeway. So this is an area that is prone to these small vegetation fires. The LA City Fire Department Station 98 is probably just about a mile away, so they were able to get out here
literally right here
quickly, but at this point unclear how this may have started.
Ileana, as we look at this, it seems to be burning uphill. We know that when fire burns uphill, it burns faster. But what's the wind situation? Is it being pushed by the wind at all out there as well?
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked, because my pilot, James Pollard, just told me the winds. He says they're consistent at 20 and gusting up to 27, I believe was what he said. Is that correct, Jim? Yeah. So consistent at 20, gusting up to 27, which is not that out of the ordinary for this area at this time of year, but considering how
brush fire right here,
as we keep repeating that, even a small fire like this can grow quite rapidly. The good thing is it is burning towards the freeway, and other than
how many more new fires do we need to see started here?
CHP gets out here quickly
to
stop the flow of traffic. Other than those vehicles, the fire is going to continue to burn towards the freeway, and typically freeways will act as a natural fire break, so it should hold the fire there. But I don't want to speak too soon, because of course embers don't respect that. They don't respect natural fire lines like that. They don't respect fire retardant. So we could reasonably have an ember flow up towards the south and lead into these communities here. And this is Pacoima proper. So these are definitely the Pacoima communities just on the other side of the freeway.
Pacoima.
LA City Fire out here. I'll widen out the shot so you can kind of look at the big picture. Hard for me to tell if, you know what, this area is actually out of power. Yeah, so this area is actually without power.
Wow.
I'm going to move the shot around. These commercial areas here, I think they're on a backup generator. But look at this over here.
They're losing power right now.
More homes in the Silmar area here. That's all without power. So this area has been impacted by a power outage, whether intentional as a precaution or unintentional, that's unclear to me. But I'll tell you, at Whiteman Airport, we do have power
another fire
airport, but on the streets leading up to it on our drive in.
Let me see. They'll be able to put this one out quick though, right?
That was completely without power. So there's a lot of four-way stops in the Pacoima Arleta area this afternoon due to these power outages.
Eliana, this fire and all that smoke it's generating definitely catching the attention of those drivers on the freeway. I just saw a few. Actually, it's becoming a little more congested, and they're actually slowing down with this site.
Hopefully they don't crash into each other.
It's nearly impossible to see, Michael. It's really the smartest thing for them to do is to slow it down. And I've driven under conditions like this before, not intentionally, but one time when there was a fire fire in the area very similar to this, and you're stuck on the freeway, so you have no choice but to drive through. Even through my vehicle with everything shut down, all the windows rolled up all the way, you could still feel the heat. I could feel the heat on my face, and that's just how intense some of these flames are. And that's because I was in a vehicle completely surrounded and protected in every way. Can you imagine being one of these firefighters that is down on the ground, that close to these fires, carrying all that heavy equipment, pulling on all of these heavy hoses? It's incredible work, and of course they're heroes. You don't need me to tell you that, but it's very difficult work for these firefighters that are stretched so thin because of the multiple fires that we are seeing in the LA area.
You know, Ileana, just in the short time we've been on this.
226 out of 19, first in.
See if we got scanner on that. See if we got the scanner for the
226, structure fire. 1800 Northwest Ridge Road. 1800 Northwest Ridge Road, across the Mango Way.
Oh, there's a fire spreading.
Engine 75. I want you to take perimeter control on the flank right next to you.
So we're tracking a new brush fire in Pacoima. I'm hoping I'm saying that correctly.
Metro Fire from Battalion 5.
It's right here.
FR-64 will be in charge of the fire watch resources. Battalion 5 is going to go available. Battalion 5, roger. FR-64 remaining in charge.
Another brush fire.
We'll hold on to TAC 12 for sunset incident. Roger. Keep in TAC 12. Battalion 9.
Well, why are we cutting away?
37. Battalion 9, truck 37 within 226 that's already en route. Structure fire, 1800 Northwest Ridge Road, across the Mango Way. The channel 7 response with a TAC channel of 1313.
So that was the location of that. I hope they cut back to it eventually.
You got an open gate and a hydrant there.
I hope they do cut back to that one.
Foothill IC, Task Force 1017. Go ahead and repeat that.
What are we listening to?
At this point, it's also...
Okay.
I'm going to have you start your progressive hose lay from Foothill. There's a hydrant there with brush patrol 74 and an open gate. Copy. You want all three of my engines there? I don't think you'll need all three of them, but I'll stage you there because if we get a handle on this, I want to keep you free for something else. Yeah, roger.
That's Adelphia and Fielding Street.
215, brush patrol 74. I'm standing by at the hydrant. I got your spot.
Adelphia and Fielding Street. Why didn't you hear anything or see anything further on the...
Metro Foothill IC.
Look at the damage that's left behind. The bulldozers had to move those cars out of the way. Are you retracking this fire now on Fox?
And so we're looking at other fires too.
There we go. They're looking at it now too. Adelphia. Let's see if they zoom in.
This is part of the Palisades incident with Charlie Division.
I have the city fire on now.
Hillside starts the progressive hose by the brush patrol 74.
They're showing old stuff there. Fox is the only one that's near that area.
I'm going to try not to get you committed to this.
Near the 210 West. Right here on this interstate here. 210 and the 118. Splits off here. Right over Paxson Street.
We're pulling up the Foothill now. We'll stay out of the way and let us know if you need us.
I hope they go back to that, what we were looking at, though. I don't know why we're talking to other people right now.
Yeah, looks like we got 14 around.
Put the Topanga camera in Discord so I can pull it up.
Helicopter 7 will be added.
Is this a loop? No.
Nothing further if you don't find anything.
No. We're live right now. January 9th, 2025, about to be 10 p.m. my time, 8 p.m. California.
Helicopter 7, we do not need it for observation. We are working on getting lines all the way around.
Roger.
Waiting to see anything more on that.
Control 98, you've been added to the brush. 98's first in intersection of Foothill Boulevard and Paxton. Channel 5 response, attack 1717.
Still talking to her.
They are working on getting it out, and I'm just looking in the area right now to see if there are any water dropping helicopters that are going to get involved in this, and it doesn't look like.
So now KCAL seeing
in the
it.
grand scheme of things, an acre is not that big, and if it's contained to the side of the freeway, they'll hopefully be able to get it out. And I can look through CHP really quick and see what kind of information they have on it as well, because it's likely something that was reported to them. Excuse me, as a Paxton and Foothills where they originally had it. So they originally had it as trees on fire. So it's unclear what started the fire, obviously, but 7:38 p.m. is what time CHP was first called. They said trees on fire close to the westbound 118 freeway. Fire is about an acre. They said that they're getting some units to shut down the freeway, or a portion, at least the transition road, the westbound and eastbound to the 118 to the 210 is what they are closing down. So they do have a break at the 118 from the 5, and Caltrans is being asked to assist with the closure for a little bit. And you'll see, I mean, even as we get kind of closer here, as Pat Harvey joins us now, they are working on getting, Leslie's there too. Hi, Leslie. They're working on getting some of the road closures.
There you go. Finally, dude. Why even cut away from it?
Morning and good evening to you. I'm Kathy Vara. And I'm Colleen Williams. There is the new fire. That's one Kathy was referencing in Pacoima. Ileana Moreno overhead a news chopper 4, where just in the short period of time, within 10 minutes
they put that out.
Made, so much progress on this. As you can see, this is right at the 118 and the 210.
Now, how did that one start?
Here's where the largest 3 fires stand right now. The Kenneth fire, that started near West Hills around 3 o'clock. Actually started closer to 2:30 this afternoon. This one burned more than 900 acres so far. The fire initially triggered some evacuation orders for Hidden Hills, parts of Calabasas, just north of the 101. Some of the areas within that order were downgraded just after 5 o'clock this afternoon. Forward progress has been stopped on this fire. We're happy to report investigators are now looking into whether this fire was deliberately set.
In fact, they made one arrest in that. Over in Altadena, the Eaton fire.
Yeah, one arrest for the Kenneth fire. For the Kenneth fire, we have one under arrest right now for suspected arson. But this Pacoima fire, that just started. New brush fire in Pacoima.
Is a person that has been detained. Now, I'm going to walk you through this because there's a lot of unknowns at this point, and we're really trying to sort it all out. But what happened was in Woodland Hills, so keep in mind the fire started almost in the West Hills area, Woodland Hills, south of the Ventura Boulevard, south of the 101, there was a person that a group of citizens, for one reason or another, believed was an arson suspect. That group of citizens detained that arson suspect. LAPD Topanga Division came out and picked him up, brought him to Topanga Station, and now detectives from Ventura County Sheriff are coming to Topanga Station to interview this person.
Okay.
Right now, LAPD is not able to say if this person is in fact an arson suspect, if it is in fact an arson suspect from the Kenneth fire. That is everything that is still under investigation. But again, he was found in Woodland Hills by a group of citizens and was taken into custody by LAPD while they investigate. He is not under arrest. He has not been charged. They're just detaining him as they investigate. So as we look at the chopper now live in Pacoima.
So we're waiting for further on that.
It's already out. There's no flames left. So
yeah, you're late. You're
really
late.
Encouraging here, and it just really goes to show you the difference in the wind conditions and how much of a difference that makes when we don't have those winds to contend with, and right up against the homes here, but already under control. And just if you see right there on the side of the freeway, looks like just some smoldering hot spots left at this point.
Well, that is terribly good news to report. And you know what? Even if, in terms of that suspect that they have, they are questioning someone, and at this point, you really have to follow all of your leads.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're not going to say, nah, never mind. They're going to, you know, even if he's not.
Of course, you want to know how this started or how all this began. If that's a lead there, you got to go down it and figure it out. Let's turn this back up. So the Pacoima fire, I was going to post about it, but it already came and went. That's good to see, but man, there sure is a lot of fires being started. A lot of separate fires away from the main ones. There's the Pacoima fire still. They'll be able to put that out.
So we're looking at the 118 and the 210 here really quick, and there is some flames left just right there in the corner, but you've got plenty of engines there on scene. They should be able to get this under control pretty quickly.
Yeah, at some point, Mike, you know, we keep seeing a lot of these little spot fires.
Exactly.
Well. You wonder what started this.
Exactly.
Under the freeway there. So you wonder what started this here. So
chat, we're looking at our guess what's cause of the fires. Random wildfires is less votes than unsure. arson and wild, both combination of both are winning the poll right now for what's the cause of these fires. But I don't know, there's no coincidence of those ones. All right, so we'll see more further on the Kenneth fire specifically and see if something comes from that, from the detainment of one of them. But that new Pacoima fire, that's pretty weird. Right along the, I mean, I think you can even go underneath. Can you even go underneath the thing? Just go underneath the bridge, or it's like right next to the bridge. I think you can go underneath it. Oops. It's just not showing me on the, let me see here. I think you can go, I think you can get underneath that. Or get right up alongside here, over here you can. Can't get underneath the, interesting. Okay, that was a Pacoima fire. Doesn't seem like that's going to be a big problem. Fire crews are able to put that one out. Here.
Started. Obviously, it's early in the investigation, but interesting, they already have someone in custody. You see behind me, we're on Las Virgenes. The street is shut down. This area is actually covered by the sheriff's department, so they're the ones who shut down this street. And it's pretty dark back there because there's no power back there either. A number of condos and apartment buildings all have been evacuated. Actually, when we just arrived here earlier this afternoon, and those folks, some of them waiting here in the corner, hoping to get back to their homes, but at the moment, that evacuation order remains in effect. I want to show you pictures from a little while ago, because we were the only crew that got up close and personal with this fire as it got close to some of those condos, as this line of fire inched closer and closer to these apartment buildings that are kind of on a lower level, and up at the top of the canyon, a number of condos and apartments as well. It's mostly grass when it gets to the top there, so the fire seemed to slow down an awful lot, but it was a big assist from above. The aerial attack really slowed down the fire, especially as it got closer and closer.
That's what we've been seeing today. Let's jump around here. Okay, overall situation report as of now. What do we got? Just 7 minutes past the hour. It'll be 8:07 p.m. California time. All right. So Palisades fire, 6% containment now. 6% containment, just under 20,000 acres, 19,978 acres. The Eaton fire, no containment still, 13,690, at least no reported containment. The Kenneth fire, which that of all the fires, this is the only one where we have a suspect detained. Doesn't mean that he's the one responsible for it, but there's a group of civilians that detained him for the police, and now the police are following that lead in case somebody intentionally started this this Kenneth fire, and that's at 960 acres. The other two fires, though, the Palisades and Eaton, do not have anything yet. Still under investigation. The Hurst fire, 671 acres at 10% containment, and this Lydia fire is about 350 acres at 60% contained, and that is all of the fires in Southern California right now. Now, what we're seeing. Let's check the NASA firms. Yep, you can see those pretty strong from outer space still. Let me refresh. It'll pop up here. It'll take a second to populate. Yep. So still seen from outer space. Of the fires in the area from the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire. Okay. See here what we got for our reports. Let's go to the Palisades fire. What are the latest reports here? 2 hours ago. The latest update is still from 2 hours ago that they have 6% containment on the Palisades fire. The latest update from the Kenneth fire 44 minutes ago is the forward progress of the fire has been stopped. The Eaton fire latest update report from 4 minutes ago was just posted. Still 0% containment. This is the evening update. Acres burned 13,690. 0% containment. Structures threatened. 39,428 structures are threatened. Current situation for the Eaton fire, that's the Altadena area. Today's priority remains structure protection throughout the affected communities. The Mount Wilson communications site was threatened, but firefighters were able to successfully conduct a strategic firing operation to stop the advancing fire. Damage assessment. It has been publicly reported that approximately 4,000 to 5,000 structures have been destroyed. This is a preliminary estimate by non-public safety personnel. Numbers reported above and the full update indicate verified damage assessments completed by field personnel and will be updated with validated information as it becomes available. For the weather, a red flag warning is in effect through 6 p.m. Friday. Critical fire weather conditions will continue across the area until at least Friday evening. Winds will likely be very significant between higher terrain and lower elevations of the fire. As the area is sheltered from the northeast, there is a chance of critical fire weather conditions developing this weekend and early next week. Okay, that's the latest report from the Eaton fire. For the Hurst fire, last update is an hour ago, and it's at for my 3D update, I don't think it's updated yet, but the Hurst fire is at 37% containment. I gotta keep referring to this one, so that the 3D map isn't updated yet. The Hurst fire is at 37% containment, and that was an hour ago. And then the latest reports with the Lydia fire, that was almost over 12 hours ago reports. So almost a whole day's worth of nothing from the Lydia fire. And that's what we got going on here. Okay, that's the latest from the situation in the SoCal fires overall. That's the overview of everything, of all of it right now. What a situation it's been. If you guys could hit the like button on the stream. Hello, what up, Keith? If you guys could hit the like button on the stream, make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel. If you're watching over on Facebook, come on over and say hi to the YouTube stream. We passed 68,000 subscribers on the coverage here, so I appreciate the support there. Any major efforts for the animal shelters that are likely going to need support or fundraising for that, you can post into the Discord server, and I'll pull it up probably on the stream tomorrow, because I have a feeling tomorrow we're going to be just looking at aftermath of a lot of this, because I think by tomorrow a lot of the major fires spread, and devastation they'll be able to contain it more to where we're seeing now. Again, we still have 0% on the Eaton fire, but a lot of the neighborhoods and the urban area, I do not think that the fire is affecting it at this time. It spread northward towards Mount Wilson. But again, like I reported, reports came out just 7 minutes ago that the fire department was able to stop the spread of that fire towards Mount Wilson up any further. So it was heading north. Whereas yesterday it was like the fire, or 2 nights ago, that's why the Eaton fire is so spread out like it is, because of the wind. The wind 2 nights ago was going everywhere, 80-mile-an-hour winds. So that's why this fire is like over here, and now it went northward because of the Santa Ana winds. But there's going to be a lot of devastation from these areas. The National Guard, as we saw, is getting deployed literally just in the last half hour to go try to help some of the areas that looting is being reported, unfortunately. Okay, let's go back. I'm not seeing anything. They're out doing their nightly reports. Curfew into effect. She's in Altadena.
Their cars down outside of this evacuation zone and walking in, because that seems to me like it would be, the only way you'd be able to get around deputies at these roadblocks.
That's why it's going to take neighbors helping neighbors, because if you see somebody that doesn't necessarily live on that street, you may want to ask some questions. All right, thanks so much for that, Nicole. One of the other problems that we've been talking about in fighting these fires is...
All right, let's switch around. Eaton fire burn. Yep, we're watching now. Let's see your live report in the Eaton fire in Altadena.
That it's just such a tragedy, and so many people are hurting tonight and wondering what's next and how you can move on from this point. How are you going to make your life work when this is what you have that used to be a home? Marla and Alex?
And when people hear that name, Nickerson, they're going to say, that sounds familiar. Nickerson Gardens. And that's the same family.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Same family. So it was the grandfather of Rodney Nickerson who founded Nickerson Gardens. So yes, and Rodney himself has quite the legacy in that for that home that we were at, that was earlier today, apparently 45 years ago, he could buy that home with a $5 down payment. And as soon as he made that down payment.
I don't want to hear that anymore. I don't hear about the olden days and how the old people have to put like $13 down on a house and they built it from their, like, bros. I don't want to hear that anymore. We have to sacrifice a limb, dedicate our lives to something to get a house these days. I put $13 down and made it on my own. Man, I wish I could put $13 down on a house. That sounds great. That sounds like a great idea. Can we do that? No, more like $13,000. $13,000 on the low end.
Poured onto this fire.
Usually like 30,000 now, right?
You know, as we head into the overnight hours, what will you guys be focusing on? You know, what is the concern in the overnight hours?
Of course, Nancy.
So the overnight hour, the concern is this: we're still under red flag conditions. So although the evacuation orders have been reduced to evacuation warnings that were in LA County, and although the evacuation warnings in Ventura County have been lifted, we're still going to have firefighters on the ground patrolling neighborhoods, making sure that we do the most important aspect of our job, protecting lives and protecting property. Simultaneously, we'll have crews out, dozers, hand crews, and other types of fire apparatus fighting fire along the fire's edge to make sure that we get this fire fully suppressed.
Where's Westlake Village? So he's out in Westlake Village.
26 unconscious, 11935 Dorothy.
You know, what are we seeing up there?
We have approximately 400 firefighters currently.
400 firefighters.
We know we're just a couple of
This is all more of the Palisades fire.
when we talk about the
West Lakes Village.
lifted, you know,
That's, man, again, that gives credit to the Kenneth fire, the firefighters that went out there and stopped that, because the Palisades fire and that could have connected if the firefighters weren't on point, which they were. My goodness.
Very straightforward purpose: to protect lives and protect property. When evacuation orders are issued, we really encourage the residents to follow them. And we saw firefighters to get in and fight the fire where it's at. So I would imagine that the residents are very thankful that we were able to get the upper hand on this fire so quickly.
Right, and definitely a difference from what we've seen, you know, other communities not too far away be faced with, you know, that heartbreaking reality of people that...
Oh, we're getting an update on the Super Scooper.
So we're getting information from the FAA about this. I know the LA County Fire Chief spoke to the LA Times.
That's the Super Scooper.
But as to who owned the drone, if they were, I mean, obviously they were legally operating it. One thing I want to point out about drones too, because we talked about this when they arrested that guy in Vandenberg. Drones, and we've used drones here at KCAL as well, they are, the technology on them matches federal regulations, right? So if there is a restricted flight zone, your drone, when you buy it, won't allow you to fly into that area.
Facts.
So in order to bypass that, you essentially have to hack your drone.
You have to jailbreak it.
Disable the governmental flight restrictions that are installed in the software. So there absolutely is a flight restriction over the Palisades fire, because it's one we're abiding by. It's one that's clearly marked on the FAA's website, and one that this drone operator would have known about, and in theory would have had to bypass to fly it in that area. That's what we saw when we looked in. I read about
it's literally like a red zone. Like you can't. It won't let you.
In Vandenberg, he had to download essentially a software that allowed him to bypass the federal regulations prohibiting him from flying the drone near Vandenberg Air Force Base. All of those drones do that. And we have had a situation where we tried to send a photographer with a drone to fly in a certain area, and he said, the software won't let me because I'm too close to an airport, or the software won't let me because I'm too close to this. The drones themselves don't allow you to do that. Because they are matching what the Federal Aviation Administration has designated as no-fly zones. So this person, in theory, would have had to bypass that restriction, making it harder to say, oops, sorry, I didn't know, right? Because you have to do it, you have to bypass that information.
It's intentional. GGs and all the good things. Thank you, Agatha.
The FAA, hopefully they were able to recover the drone. And
not the Canadian Super Scooper.
So we don't even know if they recovered it.
We don't know, yeah. They're
not saying.
The FAA is, the only information they're providing is that they are investigating and that they confirmed the collision. Everything else they're putting on CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE is refusing to answer any questions.
That even makes it more intriguing. So I know you'll stay on top of that, Mike, because we want to know.
Yeah.
In the meantime, don't.
Or maybe it was, maybe it was one of the fire department's own resources, right? Their own drone, and it collided.
Yeah.
Like if it was because obviously the law enforcement at all would be able to bypass that. So maybe that's why they're not saying anything yet about it, or they're still conducting the investigation.
Because all of this really rides on the winds right now.
Okay, so the winds, 32-mile-an-hour winds, 25-mile-an-hour winds, wind gusts. They are picking up, but I'm not, the actual like Palisades fire, I'm not seeing like major concern of where it's going. Like the Palisades fire was heading like up into the hills here, away from the civilian homes, northbound here along the, would it be the Mandeville trail bench? Let's do the 3D Google Earth here. Where are we at? Nope. Rotate. That fire's up in here now. Up in the hills. Going away from the homes.
Closer to where a lot of residents believe that this Kenneth fire started, was up sort of the top of this hill.
And that Kenneth fire is under investigation. Well, they all are, but this one is closed off right now.
They started finding some of those fires and started sort of calling them in and reporting them. And then there was sort of this mad dash when we sort of arrived up in the hill section here. Coming down Route 101, we sort of watched as sort of that smoke plume just grew and grew and grew, and sort of watched people on their phones in their cars, unfortunately, you know, sort of like having this moment of panic, trying to determine exactly what's going on. And we still have a pretty active scene here. I mean, you can hear the helicopters whirring overhead, sort of moving around in the area. And then, of course, sort of from the vantage point on top of the hills here, unfortunately, we're also watching some of the other fires burn sort of in the Central California area. So we're still learning more about this specific investigation, this specific incident. And, of course, we'll bring that to you as we learn more.
All right, Kevin Geis, thank you, reporting live for us on the Kenneth fire. You hear that noise, those choppers overhead, and you know they are still out there doing some night flying, dropping water out there. All right, Kevin, thank you. We're going to switch live right now. This is a live picture from Van Nuys Airport. If we can get that up, we're going to show you.
All right, we're going to switch from Kevin eventually and get to this live picture because we want to talk about something, Colleen, that you were just mentioning. It.
Oh, they're all out the Super Scooper.
Scooper right there. These are these airplanes.
Thank you, Schwinn.
Loan. We actually leased them from Canada during fire season. Well, we understand that Super Scooper was hit by a drone while flying in the Palisades fire this afternoon. We're told the plane is expected to be able to fly again tomorrow. That's very good news because typically we only have 2 of these. Crews out there have the drone that hit the plane. The FAA wants to remind people it's a federal crime to interfere with firefighters and their operations. And flying a drone near wildfires is not only dangerous, it's not recommended, it's illegal. This aircraft, as I said, once again expected to fly tomorrow. We can tell you David Bigger is with us right now. You not only are a pilot, but you know a lot about this. The whole drone situation being up over the area.
Well, yeah, so the thing is, as soon as fires start breaking out, one of the first things that they start coordinating at the FAA is putting up a flight restriction. There's a flight restriction over the entire Palisades fire from the surface up to 7,000 feet. Now, most drones aren't allowed to be operating above 400 feet anyways, so anywhere within that area, not allowed. Part of the concern that always exists for firefighting aircraft is they're flying pretty low. They're doing a lot of water drops and retardant drops. And
that was downed all day today because of that drone. A really quick side note, you guys might have to cover it tomorrow on the stream, but it came out an hour ago that upcoming President Donald Trump can be sentenced. The sentencing is still going to happen. Supreme Court ruled 5-4 ruling in the Supreme Court. So President-elect Trump can be sentenced tomorrow in his New York hush money case. The Supreme Court said in a 5-4 ruling. The High Court on Thursday rejected Trump's emergency request to delay it, setting the stage for him to be sentenced just days before he's inaugurated. So some drama coming up here. 4 justices, Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, Neil Gorsuch, and Brett Kavanaugh, said they would have granted his request. Justice John Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett joined the 3 liberals to side against Trump. Judge Juan Merchan, the New York judge who oversaw the Trump trial, ordered the sentencing of the case for the Friday morning, but has signaled that Trump will face neither penalties nor prison time. The sentencing hearing is scheduled for Friday at 9:30 a.m. Trump will appear virtually, according to a person familiar with the plans. And so they'll have sentencing tomorrow, but the judge signaled that Trump will face neither penalties nor prison time. We're still going to have it tomorrow anyways. No delay. Thank you, Schwinn, for the gifted. I appreciate you.
Right. Well, thankfully.
Okay, so that is the latest, that report with Trump. And then nothing new here yet on the latest with the fires. Let me check here. Anything new? That was the latest update, was with that Eaton fire. Palisades fire, still nothing new within the last couple hours. We got reports the FAA is investigating that drone strike with the Super Scooper.
Owner, are these things licensed? I don't know that much about drones.
So the FAA wants everybody to register their drone, especially if they're going to be flying it.
Okay, so that is like what the news is looking at now is the drone. We already kind of heard about it though, right? If you went around the federal regulations to not fly, that's significant. You're going to be in very big trouble for it. If an individual went around that, well, regardless, you're in trouble, but I'm sure it's like extra trouble if you basically like jailbroke your drone to get around the restrictions. So it's probably like extra penalties. But again, we're waiting for further. FAA's investigating it, and they said that they passed down any answers to the Cal fire, but they're not answering anything right now either, specifically in regards to the drone. The Hurst fire is finally updated on my 3D map to 37%.
100%. Mop up, especially in those trees. And then can you get the information from the people in that house that had the heat damage?
I want to give an update, but I do believe nothing has changed since my last one.
I'll let Metro know you want to keep attack.
Check the flight radar. Helos are still over the Palisades fire. I'm not seeing any sky reports of it other than the Super Scooper here. Which sucks because that was sent and it was used yesterday.
He's going to remain in charge.
But also, I mean, the fire department nailed it. That Kenneth fire, that we saw that in real time.
1 hour.
We saw how the Kenneth fire was put out in real time.
6-7 unconscious, LAXL like 5.
All the evacuation warnings even have been rescinded here in the Kenneth fire area.
Abdominal pain, 1747 Cuenca.
That was
Go ahead, Metro.
that'll be studied how they
701, return to 88 first.
how they positioned all their resources and coordinated their air support. Oh, this could have reached. Look how many houses this could have reached, just like the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire did. If it wasn't contained, it was going to take out whole neighborhoods here. And it wasn't due to the firefighters. Big shout out to the firefighters that have been out there for days straight. Okay, so talking about the Super Scooper, talking to a couple of people out there.
Community mates are the people of the Palisades who are crying out. We want them to know that we're here for them, that we have a place for them, and we're there to get the rebuilding started as soon as the city wants to give us a go sign.
This is an embrace for help offered by one of the largest American Legion posts in the country. You were telling me we have veterans ready and willing to assist in the recovery effort. You yourself, Commander, are a resident of the Pacific Palisades. You were telling me that your home did survive. How did you manage to do that?
I was able to, after the last brush fires that got close to us a couple years ago, I bought these cheap sprinklers, the ones that wave back and forth, and bought hoses, had them ready, popped them up on my roof, turned them on. I sprayed down a fire retardant on the side of my house, and I left. Got out with my family. I got trapped by the flames going down Sunset. It was difficult. It was like Afghanistan type difficult. But what happened is, because I had those sprinklers up there, the flames came down the hill, and you could see from where the sprinklers arced in the backyard that the flames came right up to that water and stopped. And below me are about 14 houses, my neighbors, who I've been able to tell them their houses are still there. And you can see where the flames went up the hill and along Lockman.
All companies on scene at Foothill.
It's devastating.
We're going to switch over to Channel 3.
All my neighbors up across the top, their houses are gone. And then to my right, there 2 houses got caught. And the reason I came back today is that the power's turned off for the water. And so I brought my associate Jason, who's a Marine, brought him up, and we spent about 3 hours going to the pool, buckets, dumping water on the roof and on the sides, and because not just to save my house, but it's my neighbor's house beneath me, and yeah, we just had to do it. I had to be up there. And the people, they're contacting me, begging me to check on their houses, and everyone up here is doing a great job. I've been talking with LAPD, LA Fighter. They're doing everything they can, but it's a war zone.
And I want to ask you about that, and bear with me, Jim. I mean, you know, for this man to be reduced to tears, and I know Colleen's going to ask you, so I'm going to ask you first. Can you tell us, and I know you don't really want to talk about it, a little bit about your military experience?
I did 30 years Army Special Operations. I was an officer. I was qualified as a medic, and I was also a survival instructor. So this is the ideal situation for me, but the worst situation. I'm used to this overseas. 30 years, I've been all around the world. I've seen what the world has to offer in its worst case, but my neighbors are not ready for this. My family's not ready for this. My 10-year-old daughter asking me, where am I going to go to school, Daddy? At first she thought, oh, great, the school's shut down. And then she has no idea. There's nothing. Every place where she grew up here is gone. And our house, I'm thrilled that our house is standing. We have something to come back to. But this is a devastated neighborhood. But again, that's why we in the Legion, you know, we're outfitted for this. We're Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, veterans who've been through what the world has to offer, and we're going to help this community rebuild. And we've got that training and experience.
What the commander said to me before, Colleen and Kathy, which just sort of gutted me, was you've been to the war-torn areas. You've been to places that you've seen devastated. You've been to the Afghanistans and the Iraqs, and you've seen it. And I asked you, and you said, and now this. And I said, how is this comparable? And you said, they were ready.
Yes. We were prepared to go to war.
How can one of the most desirable, enviable zip codes in the entire nation, in the entire world, be prepared for this? And is this comparable, what you're seeing? We use these words like war zone. Is it fair to apply that to what you're witnessing here as people get ready to come back in?
When you talk battle damage assessment in a war zone, and you look at what's going on here, I just stood with my friend on his yard, and his house is still there. He had sprinklers on his roof too, and we looked out at probably 60 burned out hulks and a public school that looked like it'd been carpet bombed. I have not seen anything like this. I don't know how civilians are going to engage. We're here for them. But no, this is nothing that the average American is ready for.
Were you ready for it when you saw it, Commander?
No.
He prepped his house as best as he could. He said he prepped his house, though. He put the sprinklers up, and he put his own fire retardant down around his house. So not ready for what the damage was going to be, but at least he tried to do everything he could to prep his house ahead of time. We're still listening to some of the traffic, some of the radio traffic in the background.
33 South intersection of McKinley and 57.
I don't have anything further on the suspect or anything about the Kenneth fire. Don't have anything on that right now. They're out there talking to some civilians on the ground affected by the areas what we're looking at here.
Next day or two seem to be better.
Yeah. So here, I'll say this first, because our first concern is tonight and tomorrow morning, which we do have a high wind warning back in effect now in the short term, tonight and tomorrow morning. Then we go to the weekend, and I think there's going to be a little uptick at some point Saturday, and I'm going to show all that in a moment. And then, yes, Monday.
That's why it's important to get these. Got to get these fires completely contained as best as they can before the weekend comes. 65, 30 to 40 mile an hour gusts of 65 mile an hour winds. That's not good. Especially with the Palisades fire still going. It's at 6% containment here 3 minutes ago. Per the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, all evacuation order and warning areas for the Palisades fire are now under curfew from 6 p.m. tonight until 6 a.m. tomorrow. So Palisades area, the areas under order and warning areas, which again, it's looking like all of this, all under curfew. Let me pull that up on the map here. That would be all the way to, make sure this is right. It's not by the airport. Does that go all the way to the airport? Pacific, right along Pacific Coast Highway. This is the Malibu area. I think I went too far. There we go, right here. I did go too far. So over in the Malibu area, I think it cuts off. I'm trying to figure out a good road it cuts off. The Malibu Canyon Road up to, well, it goes all the way up and over. Continues northward. Oak Hill. A lot of these areas I'm not completely familiar with, only through the covering of where the fires are. But if you're in this evacuation order, evacuation warning area, can I just pull that up? The whole evacuation area? The whole, let me see. See if I can pull that up on here. Those are the shelters. Okay, so I can evacuation order for the Palisades. It's all under codes. They're all under codes. I don't have like the specific city or the specific areas here. Evacuation map. Let's see, what's this evacuation map? Mandatory. That's not all of it. It's got to be more than that. I don't think this map is updated specifically. I know we have a good resource for the specific cities that have been evacuated. There's codes here, but that's, I don't even know if the people that live in there would know the codes. Maybe you do. Well, they're under curfew for from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Where are the helicopters getting water from? They have we saw control points that were set up in the hills that the helicopters are using to get more water. Like this looks like it would be one. They're stopping up there, getting their water and going back and hitting it. Here's two of them still active. Two of the helicopters. United States Los Angeles County Fire Department, and then the Los Angeles County, two county fire departments up in the sky, still over the Palisades fire. And you got another one here. The Los Angeles Fire Department, Fire 4. Fire 4. I'm not hearing anything on the feed. Let me go pull up V1 again.
I think it's like the 18,000 block.
Got the Palisades fire up now again.
18,000 block of what street, sir?
Palisades fires on V1. County Fire V1.
I copy that. Break communications, branch 5, did you copy 18,000 block of Palisades Drive? Gas representative is needed for a leaking gas meter.
Leaking gas.
Communications copies.
Damn, how long do you need to talk to this guy? He's like...
1800 Palisades Drive.
That's a view of the Palisades right now. Why are you standing in front of it?
18,000 block of Palisades Drive. 18,000.
They're doing another weather report? How many weather reports do we get?
Communications copies, 18,000 block.
It would be nice to have a... Is that...
Division Mike. Or 1107 Alpha. Branch 5.
Do we have that static camera that's up in the sky? What was the name of that static camera we had? Or not the static one, but the helicopter that we had. It does. I would like to see more of what the Palisades fire looks like. I don't know if we're going to. You still think it's going to get much worse? We'll see. In terms of some of these other fires, the worst is subsided. The winds that are coming this weekend, it will dictate if they can get the Palisades fire under control before the weekend arrives. Not Sky 7, not ABC 7. I have all those ones up. There was one that didn't have any with the news reports on. iBlue knew what it was. I don't know if we got iBlue in the chat. Guys, if you could hit the like button on the stream, like the video, make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you haven't done so.
Division Mike or 1107 Alpha, Branch 5 on command.
I don't know if we have iBlue tuned in right now. You've been scanning for it? Okay. We had it up a little earlier, but I don't think it's live right now. These are the latest incidents. Palisades fire report. Per the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, all evacuation. Okay, that's the... Where's the incident? Oh, these are incident updates.
Traffic for 1107, go ahead. 1107 Branch 5. Do you have engine 125 with you? Negative. Would you happen to know what branch or division they would be in? I do not know. I can look into it. I copy. If you could help us out, they're needed to do some pumping operations.
We'll be finding a different source other than the Red Cross to donate to, you guys. Not a fan of the Red Cross anymore. Personally, if you would like to donate to them, go ahead. But I've seen things. Let's just put it that way with the Red Cross, and it's not good. We'll find a better one for tomorrow. Or if you have any solid resources, post them in our Discord for relief for the animal shelters and any of the less fortunate homes. I mean, I don't want to pick and choose that, right? I'm trying to be immoral, but some of the individuals will be able to rebuild easier than others here because of the wealth out there. But maybe some of these areas in Altadena might not be able to. The animal shelters definitely. There's some that exist already, so I have to find out which one that would help the ones that need it the most. I'll try to find that by tomorrow, but we do have a resource for that in our Discord. Still talking to that guy out there. All right, finally let him go. Palisades fire update.
PD jumped out. They were driving by to patrol. They saw, they helped too. The fire department's just amazing. San Francisco and LA fighting the fire. They sat there and just tried to.
That CNBC TV 18 is not a good channel. They show old footage.
Embers are so insidious because they can jump from one place to another, and without any warning, all of a sudden the house explodes in fire. And
there's an image of it.
It's mind-boggling. I mean, my aunt's house has been there since the 70s. This other house next door that was burning was just built in the last few years, and the family that lived there had just been there for a short time. So, you know, and every other house that you could pretty much see looking around was gone. The elementary school, I think, was gone. There are parts of it. I've been coming to this neighborhood to see my aunt since I was a kid.
There's at least 4 or 5 YouTube channels that are just trash when you try to find live stuff, and they're like, you just type in like LA fires, right? And you click live, and they all kind of look the same too. Like that trash CNN News 18.
Destruction, homes destroyed, but you also mentioned a home was still on fire today. There are still those fires going on.
Yeah, absolutely. It was fully involved, fully engulfed. The flames were just going. It was.
I don't trust this. I don't trust the CNN News 18 one. They're usually like these other ones. This first post one, like here, it says this is live right now. That's definitely not live. It's dark outside. ABC 10's out there.
Around the clock, as you both have been reporting, and there were firefighters that down from San Francisco.
Footage looks weird. I don't trust it. NDT. There's like the Hindustan Times and all types of just garbage.
It's amazing to see.
They replay old stream. Here, the CNBC TV 18 one.
The winds continue to be of a historic nature, and
that's not going on right now. Here, look at it. That's showing. That's daytime. It's nighttime. Yeah, it's nighttime in California. Bad feed. But there's a lot of those that get put to the top of YouTube for some reason. It sucks. Those are not good. Yeah. Loop streams.
But it's just spectacular to see.
Well, they've shipped out all over the world when they are needed. And the thing about that, too, is they're out there.
ABC 10 feed is live. That's a good one. I just want to see the Palisades fire. Okay, this one's just the camera. We'll keep an eye on it, make sure it's not a loop. It hasn't been looping, has it? Seems to be the Palisades that we were looking at. We'll have to check it, go back and forth. Wish the other ones would be up there in the sky.
Palisades, I see LA. Correction, Palisades Communications, LA. Communications.
CNN 18 showing the Hollywood Hills. Yeah, that's old. That's from last night.
LA Communications.
Communications, we're getting reports of fire on the hill at Cordova and Villa Verde. Cordova and Villa Verde. Informant states it's on the backside of Calabasas Park Estates.
Thank you, Joe Lotto. Appreciate you.
Operations. That's going to be on the Kenneth incident.
Operations copy.
I'm going to go with KCal here.
See a shortage of fuel. We're talking jet fuel, diesel, and cars, gasoline that is needed. Now, the city of Las Vegas put out this tweet, which is what caught our attention to begin with here, that says, at an abundance of caution, the main pipeline that brings gasoline and other fuels to Las Vegas Valley is facing temporary disruptions in service, right? It all depends on how long that the pipelines are going to be shut down. It's a 560-mile long pipeline that I mentioned runs from Colton, has a stop in Barstow, and then carries fuel to southern Nevada to the Las Vegas Valley. Now, the city of Las Vegas,
thank you, iBlue.
They have assessed fuel reserves only for their emergency vehicles, and they're confident that they won't have any disruption in emergency response.
I love my moderators. Shout out to my mods. W mods in the chat.
However, the city of Las Vegas is telling its residents they should reconsider heavy driving in Las Vegas while the pipeline is disrupted. And right now, they don't know exactly when that pipeline will turn back on. Reuters says they are hoping to get the pipeline back on as soon as possible, but it's all because of the power outages that we've been talking about. Southern California Edison, which would service the Colton and Barstow areas, are facing significant power outages. In fact, while we're talking, I'll go to check their outage maps right now and see how many people are still without power for Southern California Edison. But it has been certainly quite the ordeal here in Southern California for people not having their power as a result of everything.
How many people are still without power in chat?
195,000 Southern California Edison customers that are on the public safety power shutoff issues right now. 33,000 of them are in San Bernardino County, where Colton is, obviously, and where that would start. So there are a ton of outages still going on, and now apparently these outages have caused the Kinder Morgan Cal Neve pipelines to be temporarily shut down. Now, an investor who was not allowed to speak on the record but told Reuters that if this doesn't go on for too long, there really shouldn't be any disruption in service. They should be able to keep things going. But the Cal Neve pipelines provide the Las Vegas Valley with something like 90% of their fuel, of their gasoline, their jet fuel, and their diesel, all coming here from Southern California, going to Nevada, and 2 of their pipelines are shut off right now because of power outages. So that has prompted the city of Las Vegas.
Pipelines to Las Vegas.
You should reconsider any heavy driving in the Las Vegas Valley because there is a concern that we could run out of gasoline over there. So the city says they're working as hard as they can, working with Clark County and the governor's office in Nevada, Joe Lombardo, to try to address this situation and hope that Kinder Morgan can get their pipelines back on and up and running so that the Las Vegas Valley doesn't face a gas shortage. But you can see our issues.
So really quick, on an abundance of caution, due to the fires in California, the main pipeline that brings gasoline and other fuels to the Las Vegas Valley looks to face temporary disruptions. The Cal Nev pipeline is a key line that brings gasoline and other types of fuels from refineries in California to Vegas. It is over 560 miles long. We have assessed fuel reserves for emergency response vehicles and are confident we will continue to provide emergency services for the duration of the event. Residents should reconsider heavy driving while the pipeline is potentially disrupted. We'll continue to keep you updated. So don't go for a drive to Vegas right now. What's this now?
wood debris on fire. He was riding around, and some neighbors that were just being very alert about this, certainly concerned seeing all of the fires in the community. You know, they knew that something was not right here. As he started to ride away, neighbors started to follow him. He eventually made his way up here to this intersection, and that is where a number of neighbors stepped in. Take a listen.
I had been sent a video by my daughter-in-law who lives on the first floor that an arrest was being made with a guy driving on a bicycle with a blowtorch.
This is the arson suspect.
I didn't see this, but somebody across the street tracked down this guy through the neighborhood. He was riding around and either tackled him, and my daughter-in-law called the police, or somebody called the police, called 911, and they sent loads of cop cars out.
And how did your friend intervene?
Apparently he saw him walking, and a couple of his neighbors did as well. They called the cops right away. Suspicious looking guy. They all came out of their house. They told him to stay right there, held him down, stuff like that.
They detained him?
Yeah, they detained him. That's what I heard.
So you guys, I understand you zip tied him? Is that?
Yeah. Damn. You got him.
This gentleman, I understand he seemed sort of agitated. Can you describe that?
I mean, it seemed like maybe he was on something or something. He was very like, I can't stop. I'm not putting this down. I'm doing this.
Use the zip ties on him.
On moving forward with the blowtorch, and we were like, we can't be doing that right now.
Yeah, just a remarkable set of events here. Neighbors, again, being alert, seeing something that was obviously suspicious, deciding to step in. They say that this man was acting incredibly erratic when they detained him. You saw that video that was shot from above here. That first person you heard from there, that was his. That video was shot from above from that home. The neighbors had some zip ties. They were again able to detain him. They said that this man did mention potentially being on some form of a drug. So
is this ABC 10? Is this ABC 10 feed good to go then, iBlue? Is this one good, or is it looping? We're still waiting on that. It does look like it's showing the area in the Palisades, but I don't want to keep playing a video if it's looping there.
In this community, which is generally a very quiet community, and they took him away. Again, we don't know if any charges have been filed right now, but we do believe he is being held potentially on attempted arson. Back to you.
Okay, so this ABC 10 feed is a feed from the sky, not on a loop. Showing the Palisades fire. Sound back up here. They recast Fox 11. Okay. There's like I'm guessing there's like a cable news, a link to uncensored video and pictures from X, Twitter, and the Discord main chat. The main chat, like the discussion chat. This is the suspected arsonist.
Commander 21, Adams is transferring. Incident command, Commander 21, boy.
We helped catch a guy trying to start a fire on my block. Riding around with a blowtorch. I don't know if this would be connected to the Kenneth fire then. Maybe. There's a photo. What are we looking at here on my stream? Okay, we're good. There's an image. This guy was detained by others. The suspected arsonist. Again, they're treating the Kenneth fire as an arson, but the connection to that guy and the Kenneth fire is still not sure yet. They're still not for sure on that. Oh, we haven't gotten an update on that, but this is a live look. ABC 10 feed. Just the sky camera, which is what I'm looking for anyways. I wasn't looking. I'm tired of just random interviews. I want to see what the situation is with the fire still. And that is the Palisades fire. Still got air resources in the sky. I do have the scanner on. There's another drop. Water drop. The winds are picking up in that region through the night. Yep, still burning, still fighting it. The Palisades fire. There it is in the background here. Of that feed and Fox. That's what we're looking at. Check into the stream if you guys could. Plus in the chat from everybody. About to be 11 p.m. my time, which would be 9 p.m. California time. About 5 minutes there, and we'll do a update on the whole situation.
Helicopter 15 on scene.
Copter 15, copy you on scene.
Got the County Fire V1 for the Palisades fire in the background. Just joined my channel, never paid for a sub, you're the first. Wow, Alan, thank you so much for your support. I appreciate that. Shout out to all my members on the stream. I'm completely independent with that, and I don't have any corporate anyone funding me. It's just a YouTube channel, social media, but I do get out there and cover things when I can IRL. They're really dropping them in. We should track the flight radar as well. Where's the flight radar? Hey, we're watching them do circles right now. That's the helicopters on the flight radar right here that we're seeing. Keep going back and forth. I wonder if I could pull up I can have the flight radar up there too. Pull this off to the side. Go full screen. Fire 4, and that's probably, I think that's the news chopper watching it. Another fire drop. That's Fire 4. I'm gonna make that a little smaller. Actually, we can go up here with it. Tracking those helicopters on the flight radar that are trying to hit this Palisades fire. No, it hits the ground. John, the air support's been everything today and yesterday. But no, the water and the fire retardant makes it to the ground.
She wants you, yes.
Let me actually zoom in a little bit on that as well. There you go.
Truck 89, Rescue 77, quarters.
Those are the patterns. There's two helicopters. Looks like right over the site of this fire you're looking at here. Fire 4 is up there. They also have just to the west, Los Angeles County Fire Department. The county fire department is up there. So the fire spread, there's air support up there. Fire 4 and the county fire department is up there. As we're watching it. I wonder how many flight hours these helicopters can fly before maintenance needs to be done. Yeah, I would not know that. I could tell you about maintenance on military vehicles, which is every day. So I would assume you got to do checks multiple times a day. You're doing maintenance multiple times a day. I would assume the fire department treats it like military equipment. So it's constant maintenance because you need to have your equipment to standard. You can't let it deteriorate at all, especially if it's used for situations like this. So again, I don't fly. I've never flown a helicopter. I've never done maintenance on one. We're in the helicopter. San Diego Freeway, the 405. San Diego Freeway. That's looking this way. The 405, that goes north-south. Up in these mountains here, looking at it. They're looking to the east. Another pass with a helicopter. Another pass coming in. I do have the scanner on in the background. It's just silent right now.
Sure, rescue 78's quarters, 78. Quarters.
Of course, Wendy, thank you for joining us. So right now, of all the fires, we have aerial coverage of the Palisades fire, which is the first fire. It started 3 days ago, but so many other fires have started and have come up. But this is the very, very first one. It's at just under 20,000 acres. It's at 6% containment, but as you guys can see, it's still blazing. It's still ongoing. What area are they in? This is the Palisades area. Just it would be just to the west of the 405 in the hills. There are no houses or anything, no structures in there, just hills. You got air resources and ground resources in there. Trying to pull up. Let me see what we got for scanner traffic here. Oh, that just ended. All right, so that one just ended on there. I don't know if we have any fresh sky cam now. ABC 10's done.
7,000 Hollywood.
Might switch over to a different news agency. I think they might take turns with that. So it might be that other one, that KC4 or whatever it was called. What was that, KC3? Thank you, appreciate that. There's another look at the Palisades fire from Fox.
Happened since this broke out Tuesday at 10:30 a.m. So we're well into this firefight. We're still under the red flag conditions. That has been extended through Friday evening at 6 p.m. So we have now less than 24 hours, thank goodness, until that expires. But it's much calmer tonight.
Yeah, and so we'll talk about some of the key headlines if you're just tuning in at the top of the hour. LAUSD and most of the surrounding school districts are shut down for tomorrow. UCLA, Pepperdine also shut down. The Rams announcing that the Monday night football game they were supposed to host at SoFi Stadium on Monday night against the Vikings has been moved.
My team.
To Glendale, Arizona.
Oh, wow.
So that game is not going to be happening here in Southern California.
Monday night football games in Arizona. Skull Vikings, but damn, dude, that game got moved.
Hopefully no problems associated with that, but out of abundance of caution, the Rams are moving their game.
The Lakers were supposed to play tonight. That game was canceled, postponed. It was postponed. J.J. Redick came out and said that he had to evacuate as well. So this is impacting, the sports world, and then, obviously closer to home, all of you impacted by it.
Let's switch over to KCAL. What are we looking at here now?
Police still have this blocked off, but the fire started about 2:40 this afternoon right up here at the trailhead. And that smoke, it was seen all.
Oh, we're looking at old stuff.
Saw it. West Hills.
Okay, they're showing us what we watched live with the dozers up in the fire. Fox is live with it, but they're showing the Kenneth fire, which is not there anymore.
Heightened nerves and raising a whole lot of questions.
Yeah, lots of panic that came from what they describe as a technology problem, but that was very, very alarming for a lot of people in multiple ways. So those are some of the headlines of the day. And then the other big headline is a potential arsonist in custody it's associated with that Kenneth fire, which burned in the West Valley. So the good news is no homes destroyed there. And I don't know if this potential arsonist is somebody who committed other fires, other acts of arson in the last few days. We don't know that other fires were potentially arson. I mean, this guy seemed to be literally...
Well, we'd be guessing because we don't know yet, but that certainly leads to some suspicion because we still don't have the answers of how they started, but could lead to some assumptions. Well, this looks like the only view of the fire we have right now on Fox.
No, so we're waiting to get full confirmation that that is an official arrest. We know that this person has been detained. We're waiting to hear from LAPD on that front. But again, the Kenneth fire in the Calabasas area, Woodland Hills area, forward progress has been stopped. Live pictures coming to you from Skyfox, and yes, the Palisades fire still does rage on.
There it
but
is.
It's just a much different picture than we've been showing you the last couple of nights with the severe winds. Those are gone for now. Not entirely gone. Because that red flag warning is in effect through tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, as I said, but the damage has most certainly been done, with more than 5,300 structures in the Palisades fire alone have been destroyed.
5,300 structures just in Palisades. Real quick, just an update on everything. We got 6 minutes past the hour here, maybe 9 p.m. California. It's just 11:06 p.m. January 9th. So 20,000 acres. We switch 20,000 acres of the Palisades fire. 6% containment right now for Palisades. Eaton fire still at 0% containment. Not seeing any further updates from there. 13,690. But it looked like a lot of the fire was moving up into the mountains, up into the hills towards Mount Wilson. The other major fire, the Hurst fire, is at 37% containment at nearly 700 acres. And then the Lydia fire is at 60% containment. Kenneth fire has been contained. I'm just going to put it that way. There's no further concern with the Kenneth fire.
615 West Pico.
And that is the update of the major fires as of now. Again, the Palisades fire at just under 20,000 acres.
104.45 Wilshire.
13,690 acres for the Eaton fire, 771 acres for Hurst, which is 37% contained, and the Lydia fire at 348 acres is at 60% containment right now.
Especially for all the folks here on Las Virgenes.
And they're still wondering on that arson investigation. We still don't have anything further on that. I don't know if we have any other. NBC News is covering it. Major news. Steve is still covering it. Calfield, he's going out there following. I don't know if that has to do with the fires. Just garbage. So CNN News 18, garbage. First Post, garbage. That's garbage. NBC LA. Why do they keep dropping from my queue? They're out there covering something, but they're at the Eaton fire. They're out there in Altadena.
Seeing how some structures can be completely left to waste, however, maybe just meters away, or in some cases we've even seen just inches away, there can be structures left intact despite the flames and all the destruction caused by the fires in our region.
All these are garbage.
Daniel Ramirez there reporting for us, and we are just finding out about 4 more deaths related to the fires burning across Southern California. Specifically, which fire, or perhaps a combination of fires, we're still trying to ascertain and find out for you. But in the end, that brings the number of dead now to 10.
We know it's been hard to investigate, so the numbers are coming in slowly. Hopefully there won't be more.
We got 10 dead now. 10 dead.
On this story, the FAA now investigating.
It's going to be more than that.
Firefighting plane, an aircraft striking a drone this afternoon. This was in the Palisades.
So we're at 10 deaths. Let me see where you get a source on that. Live updates. Deadly wildfires. Who's this? Was the source 37%? That was 16 minutes ago. Or can we get the death report? LA fire deaths. Well, they said just at least 10. Well, it was at 7, but now it's up to 10.
65 fall, 1651, East 103rd.
So officials have issued an update on the Eaton fire near Pasadena, which started Tuesday evening and burned through 13,690 acres and remains 0% contained. 5 civilian deaths have been confirmed in the incident. The statement said 1,396 personnel were responding to the fire. Damage assessments have now verified that 972 structures had been destroyed and a further 84 damaged, though preliminary estimates suggest the number destroyed could be as high as 4,000 to 5,000 structures. So they just said it got up to 10 deaths. I don't know if that just came in right now or what. That information must have just came in.
Place for that reason.
Right.
Last I saw was that 10. Or excuse me, the 7 deaths. That's old news now. 5. It's not 5 anymore. And they reported 7 last, and they just came in and said it's at 10. I'm not paying. As you guys should know, all schools in the Los Angeles Unified School District will be closed on Friday due to the deteriorating air quality. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho said Thursday in a news conference extracurricular and athletic activities are also canceled.
From Rescue 41, can you catch any one with the latest device?
So just another update on all the fires. The most extensive of the fires is the Palisades. It has burned through more than 19,970 acres in and around Pacific Palisades. In a news conference, LA Fire Department Chief Kristen Crowley said the blaze has destroyed at least 5,300 structures. The Eaton fire on the city's east side near Pasadena, the fire has so far killed 5, but again, well, that's just for the Eaton fire, so that's Eaton fire has killed 5. I'm not sure where these new deaths are from. They were talking about them in the report. But the Eaton fire alone, 5 dead, and burned through 13,690 acres without any containment.
Operations, Palisades Communications.
LA Fire Chief Anthony Marone said in a press conference.
Reporting a fire in the side yard at 1010 El Medio. That's L space MEDIO. Gate code is Charlie 1964.
Okay, I'm going to keep reading. Lydia firefighters have contained 60% of the fire after it emerged in the Antelope Valley on Wednesday afternoon, according to CAL FIRE's latest update Thursday evening, and had burned through 348 acres. The Hurst fire in the north near San Fernando, it has spread to more than 855 acres, according to CAL FIRE's last update. It is 10% contained. The Kenneth fire, the fire was burning about 50 acres in the Calabasas and Hidden Hills area when it was first reported around 2:30 p.m. Fanned by strong winds, the fast-growing inferno had ballooned to 960 acres less than 3 hours earlier, according to CAL FIRE. And the Sunset fire, which was in the Hollywood Hills, was contained as of Thursday evening. 100% contained. Those are the latest updates on all the fires from news reports. I'm waiting to get a source on that 10 dead.
1010 El Medio, MEDIO. Gate code is Charlie 1964.
Operations copies.
I'm not seeing any sources on here yet. There we go. Just posted just less than 1 minute ago. There have been at least 10 fire-related deaths in Los Angeles County Medical Examiner says. The County of Los Angeles Department of Medical Examiner said it received a notification of 10 fire-related deaths as of Thursday evening. No names have been released by the medical examiner. All cases are pending identification and legal next of kin notification. So there's the update, written form. There have been at least 10 fire-related deaths in Los Angeles County. That's the first CFC and CNN there. Wonder if any other places will update that. Nope, nothing on Forbes. That's on CNN. LA Times was tracking it too. See if they post the 10 dead now. 24-hour forecast. No, CNN just posted it just under a minute ago. So that's just coming in now. 24-hour forecast shows large volume of smoke moving over LA area. An experimental smoke forecast by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration suggests smoke will move east toward the Los Angeles area by Friday night. So there'll be a lot of smoke downtown LA. Just now, LA plans curfew, National Guard support to crack down on looting. This was just posted. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna announced several measures Thursday to ramp up security in areas that have been evacuated because of devastating fires in the area. More than 20 arrests have been made on suspicion of looting over the past few days. Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has officially requested the support of the National Guard. Okay, no. For both fires, Luna said they will be assisting us with traffic control and critical infrastructure protection. Now, we did see the National Guard get deployed in the feed. Palisades here, live look.
I mean, listen to this. For the Palisades fire, at least 5 churches, a synagogue, 7 schools, 2 libraries, boutiques, bars, restaurants, banks, grocery stores, they were all lost. So too were the Will Rogers Western Ranch House, Topanga Ranch Motel, local landmarks dating back to the 1920s, of course. The cost in terms of dollar is just astronomical.
Yeah, and then you think about, okay, so your house or your structure luckily is one of the few that stood, but literally everything around you is gone, and all of your friends and all your neighbors, their places are all gone. How much do you want to stay there? You know, that's not...
Okay, so we have a live look at it from the sky. Turn up the scanner volume a little bit more here. We are looking at the Palisades fire as it's still ongoing. Been 3 nights of coverage so far here. This is the 3rd night covering the Southern California wildfires. Shout out to my chat. Shout out to the mods. Shout out to everybody supporting the stream. Shout out to the firefighters IRL that are out there keeping people safe. The National Guard, law enforcement that are out there protecting anyone from looting. We get prayer emojis in chat for LA, like Mod Eye Blue says. Prayer emojis in chat for LA. We've been live on Facebook and YouTube and X. I don't know who's watching over on X, but we've been live over there as well. I got to cover more California wildfires. There's this other woman who covers them, and she sucks. Do it. I'll consider it in the future. Channel specializes in breaking news because these days, whenever like a big breaking news story comes in, a lot of misinformation and garbage gets posted, and people don't want that. Some do, or some don't care. I guess that's probably the best way to put it. Some don't care, but I do. So does my community. We're looking at the Palisades fire right now, listening to the scanner. New fires in Moreno Valley. Where are you hearing that from? That's where your parents live? Let me pull that up. Let me see if I got an alert on the fire alert. I'm not seeing that. Where are you seeing that report from Moreno Valley? Well, the sources I've been using, I'm not seeing that yet. Let's see. They're showing other things right now. There we go. Fox 11 is out there.
No fire here. No fire.
Yeah, I don't. Where are you getting the Moreno one? Right now, you guys are looking at the Palisades fire. I'm not seeing any postings from the city of Moreno. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything from the city of Moreno posting that. Of anything like that. Okay, keep moving around. That was a look at Palisades fire from the sky on Fox 11. They're still tracking that Palisades fire. Pull back over the flight radar. Pull this back up here. Let's look at some of what the air power is doing. One helicopter is still over it. 2 helicopters still flying over Palisades. Gonna be looks like a refuel point, or get more water up onto the helicopter or whatever they need. Resupply a fire retardant. I don't know how that works either. But these are the patterns they've been flying in to continue to try to put out the
1 unconscious, 404 West 31st.
Palisades fire.
It's hard to be happy, you know, even when something good is happening in such a tough time.
Yeah, you almost feel guilty if you're happy, you know? I mean,
Sure
that's
do.
just a common, you know, that goes along with everything that's happened. You know what I've noticed, guys, that's different today or different tonight? It's pretty quiet where you are, Tom.
Very quiet.
It's quiet.
Yeah.
You know, you don't hear.
It is, and it's nice. It's, yeah.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
You know, and I think, Pat, to your point, the quiet is, it's not just the air support, the choppers,
dark,
the planes or you know, the fixed wing support. It's, to your point, Pat, it's there's not as much wind, right? And that was just the devastating.
That was 2 nights ago. Was terrible.
Spotted in the area of the West Valley, close to where the Kenneth fire is burning. Now, we do have some video we want to show you, believed to be that potential suspect in handcuffs, reportedly down in the Calabasas area. We've blurred their face until we get some more information from officials. Now, it's not immediately clear that this person that the LAPD is talking to is responsible for the West Hills Kenneth fire, but investigators are looking into it. They're
Yes,
also
the Hollywood sign survived.
any possible connections to any of the other fires in the area, and obviously, sort of when this fire itself ignited the Kenneth fire, sort of at the top of Victory Ave here, we sort of walked.
Just a quick update on the Kenneth fire. It's at 35% containment. Kenneth fire has been 35% contained. It got up to 1,000 acres. Got up to 1,000 acres in size. 35% containment on that.
Years ago, my wife works at home, so she asked me to come home, talk to some neighbors, and tried to calm them down. I don't think they're locals, and tried to tell them that everything would be okay, that fire department was on it, and that there was aircraft over it, thankfully.
Absolutely. When you saw those aircraft come in, you started watching those passes go through. I'm sure that sort of comes with a little bit of reassurance once they sort of arrive and sort of get those.
Really quick, just saw a tweet get posted. I just reposted it here from the governor. The Cal Guard, which I should follow. Cal Guard has arrived to Los Angeles to support local law enforcement. Taking advantage of evacuated communities is absolutely sick. Looting will not be tolerated.
Elevator 3211, West 3rd.
So there's an image of the guard and they're getting ready. We saw them leave the gate. They're in a convoy. I haven't seen them, any further reports of them arriving into Altadena, which was one of the areas reported that they're heading to. They're heading to both Palisades and Altadena, but report of the looting is taking place in both.
Metro from truck 89, catch nail, let's rescue.
That was a posting from the governor.
Of a mountain where the wind's pushing it into home. I don't think it's a surprise that it could be arson at all.
And you heard the wind. We sort of watched the wind pick up again. We hear the wind continue to come through. That wind starting to kind of come back a little bit in this direction. I understand that's sort of a huge part for you folks out here. Depending on that wind direction, sort of depends on how you're feeling sort of throughout the day.
Well, normally when fires start...
Kyle Ball...
Intersection of Crescent Expedition.
Kyle Ball says the mainstream talks about the poor celebrities instead of the poor man who's in a shelter with his family tonight. Yes, that's very common. They do that.
Yeah, Metro, go ahead for FR11.
Elko, Uniform Training Command.
Metro from FR11, go.
FR11. Very reports us a flare up just east of you, Sierra Bonita and Franklin. Do you see anything in your vicinity?
You can see the image. That's the Palisades fire in the hills still.
And Metro from FR11, we're taking a look at it now. We don't see anything as of right now.
That's the scanner in the background. There it is.
We're going to send you an IDC.
Got the scanner in the background. That's a look at the Palisades fire. Thank you, Adam. Appreciate the support. Thank you, Adam.
$55-7, 2433, go rock. Check your MDC for a message.
Okay, we switched. What are you looking at here? What is this report now?
Love. So I approached this young lady here, Terry.
Hi.
Hi. Where are you from, Terry?
Glendale, just down the street.
Glendale.
Yeah.
And what do you have here?
So, chicken soup. Yeah.
Chicken soup.
Just plain chicken noodle soup.
What, just made you come out here?
Everybody needs to make a difference. Do the littlest thing makes the big difference, and whatever I can do. And our family loves to cook, so.
Yeah, show us that soup.
Yes.
It smells good. It smells really good.
Yes, it's still fresh. So we just cooked it like a few hours ago.
Yeah.
So just mainly pasta, chicken, and then some carrots.
It looks delicious and it smells delicious. And yeah, we smelled it and I saw the signs. I'm like,
wow.
Oh, that is so nice of you to do that. And you're here by yourself and offering free food to anybody who wants it. It's wonderful.
Free soup.
Just, there are so many great people just like you doing the same thing. Take a look. We interviewed several people, and these are the three that we chose for this clip, including Jose Andres from World Central Kitchen. Take a look.
We need to be here for them.
Oh, we know him.
All types of people. The work Red Cross is doing in the shelters, the work organizations like
Chef
ours,
Andres.
we do with food and water. Sends a message we see you. You're going through pain, but we're not going to let you go through that pain alone.
World Central Kitchen out there.
And the pain that we have witnessed firsthand is indescribable. It has brought me to tears at times. So we just want to do the best that we can to support each other and, nourishing each other with food and sustenance, and just the human community and connection really makes a difference.
I see the community mobilizing. I see people making phone calls. I see people coming here and saying
how can I volunteer? I think it's really important for us to understand that, you know, what has happened, this tragedy, and continues to happen.
They have instituted a curfew in the devastated areas, the warning areas, until 6 a.m.
The best of humanity.
So curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Absolutely. The best of humanity always shows up. And just take a look here. The little soup,
Wow.
It smells so good. Thank you so much. She's doing such a great job. And there are so many great people like this who are coming up. They're sending messages on Instagram, on Twitter, offering their place for people who've been displaced, offering clothes. I got a text that at the Rose Bowl, several people were gathering there, bringing clothing for anybody who wants to go by there and pick it up. So yes, this community is united. People from all over Southern California want to help everyone who is suffering right now.
Gina, did you say her name was Terry?
Yes, Terry from Glendale. Come on over here, Terry.
She
What's
is
your
a
last name?
star.
Uh-oh. Fernando.
You are a star. Marla on the assignment desk, our anchor, and Alex Michelson, they are saying, wonderful job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please have some.
Yeah.
No. We don't need it. Not for us, but I mean, just the fact that she
absolutely.
The fact that she took the time out in her own kitchen, made all this, and then just drove there and just put up signs and said, "I'm here to feed you." That's just it's a special woman.
It's wonderful. I just love the signs too. It's like chicken noodle soup, and I thought at first is it the book? She brought some books,
right?
But it's actual soup.
It's a good book.
Soup and chips too. All types of snacks for people out there. All right, so that is what we're seeing on the ground. The chicken soup for the soul out there. We're covering the fires in Southern California, night 3 here. Night 3. Let's do a full rundown of the entire situation. Let's do that really quick. Go full screen. Palisades fire still ongoing, but firefighters and their air support's able to get to it right now. That's what we're tracking. So Palisades fire, again, that's the one that's been going for a while. Hour ago, update per the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. All evacuation order warning areas for the Palisades fire under curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. For the Eaton fire, latest update came in an hour ago. Still at 0% containment, while the Palisades fire is at 6% contained. 6%. The Kenneth fire is at 35% containment. So this Kenneth fire that is still, I guess, under investigation for potential arson, or seeing if that arsonist is involved with that Kenneth fire at all. That we saw during the stream here, both start and end. Well, it's 35% contained, but the forward progress of the fire is over with. So that means there's just the embers and smoldering parts of the hillside that need to be put out that they're still working on, but it's 35% contained. The Eaton fire, 0% containment still, and that is at 13,690 acres. The Hurst fire is at 37% contained, 771 acres. And that is the fire's Lydia fire as well, which is at nearly 400 acres at 75% containment now. That just came out in the last 21 minutes ago. The fire at the Lydia fire is now 395 acres and 75% contained. Minimal fire behavior is reported. Crews continue to strengthen containment lines, and extensive mop up is required. They had a hot mic going there.
FR64 from Metro on Channel 7, FR64.
Here's a look at the Palisades fire now.
You're in the Pacific Palisades.
Yeah, like you said, it is sad that the wildlife gets displaced or injured or killed, but we have great wildlife centers as well and people who are willing to help, so hopefully they could rehabilitate that so we don't lose even more.
The wind has died down, which will help the fire crew significantly.
All right, Ileana, thank you so much. If you would like to help wildlife relief efforts, NBC4 is partnering with the American Red Cross to help people affected.
No, thank you. We'll find another one.
Grab a saline bag from the back of the RA as well as a O2 cylinder.
We'll use a different one and pull it up tomorrow when they're going through the devastated areas.
Max is is going to meet you down at the...
I'm sure the actual individual like animal shelters will be having their fundraisers.
Roger. Engine 41, engineer on 1. Okay, go ahead. Also have Max bring up a backboard as well.
Yeah, low wind is a good update.
Roger that. Redwood Avenue apartment, 316B.
Let's look up a power outage map.
Metro Rescue 264, to your comments, the attached fire comes in.
All the maps.
Right, semi.
That's reported power outages. All in the Palisades.
11 on deck 12. We're getting an addition of calls in the vicinity of the southwest side of where you're at, just above Sierra Bonita.
I can't pull it up full screen here. These are all the reported power outages. West of Burbank, tons of reported outages.
Foxtrot.
And north of Burbank.
Confirming you're on TAC 27.
East of the Beverly Hills or some Hollywood has some power outage.
Roger, thank you.
All up in the Palisades, or all up north of the Palisades, though, it's tons of power outages. He's standing in front of the sky cam. Is there another sky cam up there yet?
Foxtrot Branch 5. You had 3 water tenders sitting here in the Will Rogers staging, 291, 292, and 293. I pushed them out of staging. I'm having them do seek and destroy missions.
You haven't found one? Okay.
Roadside stuff up and down the neighborhoods. If they see something, they spray it down. If they can't, then they'll call you direct on TAC to advise you that they need an engine.
Yeah, thanks. Apparently the day drivers didn't pass it on night drivers. That was,
Metro truck 26, we ETA for me.
Yeah, for.
We have a large hostile crowd. No need for backup. Just an ETA.
A large hostile crowd. Or they have a large hostile crowd. Doing weather updates right now.
And Harbaugh took time to thank the first responders here in SoCal.
And also just been inspired greatly by the first responders, the firefighters, and the residents that have pulled together, had each other's back.
He's the head coach of the LA Chargers.
Tremendously inspiring, but abundant prayers and thoughts to all that are in this fight.
And tonight's Laker game against the Charlotte Hornets at Crypto.com Arena has been postponed due to the wildfires. The Lakers posting this statement on X saying they're heartbroken for Los Angeles, that their thoughts are with all those impacted by this unimaginable situation, and thanking first responders and others.
Little Uno says you haven't had power for 4 days now. So are you in that power outage area? It's significant. That's all the orange is reported outage.
We have the rescue come through the alley on the north side.
As always, meteorologist Dallas Rains. I have to say,
Roger, that'll be at truck 48.
Anything new from Brian Eaton on the suspect?
Everyone pays close attention. That's right. But you were talking.
Nothing new on that one.
All Santa Ana events are the same. The winds.
Metro from FR9. Can you use the PR meet us in the lobby? We're unable to make entry.
That's right. And usually it's between that
FR9, right, stand by.
Type of Santa Ana wind event that occurs in Southern California.
9492.
That's one of the he's detained.
In January, we have a lot of Santa Ana winds in October. They're hot, they're dry, but the wind velocities are generally between.
Air 7's back up.
To the alley on the north
I Blue Air 7's back up.
What we call cold air advection. It comes down from about 20,000.
I don't know if we can have a YouTube channel of it.
That situation, you get this type of extreme event. They don't come along a lot, thank goodness, about once every 8 or.
He's doing a weather report again, but here's a look at the Palisades fire right now.
Over the next 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, and if anyone's wondering why you mentioned Monday, I mean, that's what looks to be the next Santa Ana wind event. I will say,
and we're doing more weather.
Hey, go ahead.
All the weather.
Do me a favor, get the RA moved to the valet area. We're going to come down with the patient down the freight elevator. Roger that.
I don't know anything further about the large hostile crowd that they had mentioned. See if I can find it, and there's any postings about it.
411, check the NBC for a message. Chest pain 61 San Pedro. Yeah, Metro from F4 EAZ return back.
Say communication delay.
Company to that address, please. Incident till standby. 411, go ahead.
I'm not seeing anything about it yet on the the scanner updates. We heard it, but I'm not seeing anything.
Palisades Communications, we're receiving a report of a tree on fire, 558 Chautauqua.
How do you spell that? Chautauqua? I'm not spelling that right. Oh, Pacific Palisades. Tree on fire.
Station 70. 9.
Rustic Canyon.
558 is correct.
558 Chautauqua Boulevard in Santa Monica.
No, it's going to be a lift that's just out of the bathtub.
This is reports from Palisades fire. It's all from Palisades fire still. You can track that. They're using NASA firms too. I don't know how they put it yellow.
Metro.
Let's go today.
205 radio check on 16.
We're changing it to today.
205 go. Radio check only. Fine, you're coming across loud and clear on 16.
Waiting for it to update. The fire. This is the last 24 hours now. What about today? Gotta let that load. What do you guys recommend another filter on here? Brandon's here and he asked me a question.
Yeah, Metro from F411. We do have a loom up. Fermion Engine Company to that address you sent me on that.
What's my skincare routine? Soap and water. So I don't have it today, but here's the last 24 hours. Last 24 hours here of the NASA firms map. You can see the biggest chunk here has gone back up into the hills around Mount Wilson. And then the fire here, that's the Hurst fire. There's only a couple of squares there. So it has reduced in the past 24 hours of size, even from being able to see it from the satellite from space.
Be right here, and next door you can still see some smoldering just behind these cars. This was a dry cleaner's. A dry cleaner was next door, and then next door to that, a cannabis store. All of it burned to the ground.
Not the cannabis store.
Photographer David Gregory kind of look at this smoldering here. It's not something that you want to get too close to because of the toxic fumes that are coming out of that. And of course, as David Beeger was saying, it's
so put the camera right in there.
An N95 mask that can filter out those fine particles. But this is what we've seen all along Lake. Different businesses, different structures, homes destroyed. 4,000 at least structures and homes damaged or destroyed by this terrible fire. Now, in a few blocks in either direction, we'll see police lights. Most of those police lights are checkpoints. And those checkpoints are meant to keep looters out, meant to keep people out of this area who are taking advantage of a terrible situation, taking advantage of people being out of their homes, being evacuated, and just seeing if they can go through the rubble and looking for anything they can steal. Now, earlier in our coverage, we showed you what
National Guard.
Our newest DA, Nathan Hoffman, said about people who plan to come to these areas and commit a crime. He says that they will be arrested and prosecuted to the full extent of the law. We do know that the National Guard has made its way to this area.
Do we have footage of it?
I'll let my photographer, David Gregory, get a little more of this video. But we do know that the National Guard has been deployed to this area to stop the looters. A few minutes ago, we saw a law enforcement vehicle, unmarked, followed by a marked vehicle, rushing with lights and sirens up north towards Altadena Drive. We can only assume they were going because they caught someone or they saw someone doing some of this looting. We know that there have been about 20 arrests, 18 here in Altadena and 2 over in the Palisades area. But again, just another instance of the destruction and how fast and powerful this fire was. And of course, it's not over. We still know that they're working on putting out the hot spots. As we showed you earlier when we were over at the library a few blocks away from here, they were trying to cut off those gas lines. That's something that they're going to continue to have to do. It's going to take several hours, several more days to make sure that all of those hot spots are taken out, are extinguished. And if you'll just pan one more time for me over here, that is where the cleaners and the cannabis store used to be standing, just a small fire there. But here we have all of these cars. I mean, I count at least a dozen that have been wiped out by this fire. Michael, I'll send it back.
So I'm seeing on the scanner, there's 10 confirmed deaths across LA County. We got that update like a few hours ago, but I've been waiting for more.
Robert Kovacic, he is covering Pacific Palisades.
CNN had posted it a while ago.
3 days on and off, traveling around and
Let's turn this back up.
TV commander last time, he was really hitting a
Communications Branch 5 when you have a moment.
Here's an update on why the fire hydrants ran dry. As crews have fought the fast-spreading fires across. Let's turn on just the Palisades fire.
For the power company, I'm not sure which would it be, whether it be Public Works for Malibu or Southern California Edison. High-tension wire across Temescal Canyon, cross of PCH. It is going to be a hazard for high-profile vehicles, including fire engines.
That's right here.
If we can get Edison out here to either lift it or remove it.
Temescal Canyon Road and Pacific Coast Highway. These are like very, very famous, well-known places along the Pacific Coast Highway.
Communications copies.
That are just gone.
High-tension power line to Mescal Canyon across PCH.
So that's right here they're talking about. Anyways, crews fought the fast-spreading fires across Los Angeles area. They have repeatedly been hampered by low water pressure and fire hydrants have gone dry. These problems have exposed what experts say are vulnerabilities in city water supply systems not built for wildfires on this scale.
Mid-L from Will Rogers on command.
No, I don't want I just want to see the water system that supplies neighborhoods simply doesn't have the capacity to deliver such large volumes of water over several hours, said Martin Adams, former general manager of Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. I think we can get this article elsewhere though. I think I've seen it posted here now.
Safety Zulu, that's a 9 line when you're ready to copy.
There you go. Well, that was the update. There's nothing further there.
From Will Rogers.
I was trying to get around the paywall. That's all that was written. So I read everything
you up in South Topanga? We can just do this on TAC 40.
That's everything on why the fire hydrants ran dry. LA plans curfew, National Guard support to crack down on looting in fire-ravaged areas, which I had a tweet here showing you guys the National Guard, who said looting will not be tolerated, right from the Cal National Guard.
communications from Will Rogers on command.
What?
Go for communications. Yeah,
Inside the Humvee.
Will Rogers. I was trying to get ML to do a radio check.
Let me see anything
Get a
further.
radio check from the Med-Al on command.
All right, they said the 330th Military Police receiving orders to support SoCal communities. Additional military police from your California Guard are ready and have received their mission assignments, deploying them to affected areas to assist law enforcement in protecting lives and property impacted by this unprecedented firestorm through any means necessary. Stay tuned to California Governor Office of Emergency Services.
Will Rogers staging from Palisades Communication.
And Governor Newsom for the latest safety, fire, and law enforcement updates.
Yeah, it comes from
so the 330th, we're getting ready. We're staging to go support local fire and police departments out in LA in response to the fires that are going on. My name is Sergeant Romero. I'm with the 330th MP Company. I'm a military police officer in the California Army National Guard. So here at the 330th, I'm a team leader. Right now I'm filling in as a squad leader. My responsibilities include taking care of our soldiers, making sure we meet our mission requirements at the squad level. I feel good about helping the community. I live right here, not too far, and it's nice to be here and be able to help and go support the local authorities with what they're doing. Yeah, thank you to my family. They support me every day, and I love them very much. So
all right.
330th, we're getting ready.
That was an update from the Cal National Guard getting deployed out to...
Earlier, I just assumed he called me on my cell. That's Med-Al Johnson, correct?
Over 600 service members have been mobilized.
That's from only available by landline at this time. It's not on site at ICP. Palisades Communications from Will Rogers. Copy that. I'll just get him in the AM. So I'll go ahead and run it from this side for the PM. Thank you.
U.S. Northcom activated 8 C-130 aircraft equipped with MAFs. I'm not sure what that even stands for. What is MAFs? C-130.
Safety operations.
Modular Airborne Firefighting System. There's an image of it. So the Air Force has these capabilities themselves. Big firefighting C-130s. To relocate the Channel Islands in Southern California to support firefighting efforts in the LA area. Some will be operational on January 10th with all of them. So there will be Air Force assets in the air tomorrow. Big Air Force C-130. There was one yesterday, but they bring in 8 of them. 8 C-130 aircraft. Again, the federal government's giving 100% support to devastated areas in California for 180 days.
And the reason why is you've got to show your ID, and that ID, you have to, has to say on that driver's license,
operations on command.
Address. So I was talking to some poor woman who was trying to get Spectrum on the line, so Spectrum can explain to the police officers that yes, she actually does live at this address, even though the address on her driver's license was a office. That's very important. You also have to explain to them why you do need to go to your home. You have to perhaps have a prescription, but you need to explain to them you need to go to your home because it is for a medical reason for you or a family member. And then you have to wait. And then the LAPD will take you up to your home. They will wait for you patiently there, but it's not a time for you to look around. It is a time for you to get what you need and to leave because a firefight is still going on here in the Palisades. As we told you about an hour ago, they were focused up in the hills, a small pocket of fire still with homes in peril that was pushing towards this end of Sunset, towards PCH, towards the ocean, that they were still very concerned about. But during our drive for those who know the area, Sunset and Chautauqua, almost all the way down here to the ocean, we had to stop because along the way there were forced closures. The LAPD and the the LAFD or whatever fire agency wouldn't let us through because in one case there was an apartment building with a roof that was about to collapse, and they were trying to put water on it, and they were trying to make sure that that roof would collapse and whatever fire was in it would not spread. So that is the concern, like we saw here just a few minutes ago with San Bruno Fire Department putting out menorahs that were on fire in the storage bin, but it is quiet, it is smoky, and this area is completely off limits, as they explained, unless you are with the DWP or with a first responder or some type of emergency vehicle. They are bringing now in the bulldozers, they are bringing now in whatever equipment they can to make sure that the power is turned off.
Okay, so this is a full look at it on Fox 11.
You're out there on a roof and you're, you know, how quickly the roof can give way.
That's the spread of the Palisades fire now.
That Governor Newsom's office just released that the Kenneth fire, 1,000 acres, now at 35% containment.
Oh.
So when we talked earlier with Tom Vakar, if you've been joining us for a few hours now, he talked about the importance of 35% containment as a threshold, that really, once you get to that, you're pretty much out of the woods. And the fact that we are now at 35% containment is really good news. And the best news is that many of those evacuation warnings went away and people allowed to go.
So Kenneth fire just posted is at 35% containment. The forward rate of spread has been stopped, which I updated you guys with that a few hours ago. He said grateful for the heroic firefighters from Los Angeles and Ventura counties who are actively engaged on the scene, deploying both ground crews and aerial resources. That's inside of the Cal Fire helicopter. Man, the images from the firefighters pretty extraordinary. Hey, that was from Gavin Newsom, Governor Newsom posted.
Including our friends from San Bruno Fire Department who are continuing to try and put this all to an end.
Bulldozer, we call it the fire dozers.
There, and we now want to turn our attention to Eliana Moreno. She's live for us over the Palisades fire, News Chapter 4.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
And we continue to watch these flames, Michael. They're still pretty intense, and you can see that they're not actually that far from homes. That's a home there on the bottom of the screen. Let me throw in the Doppler super quick, but you'll be able to see that one roof line. That's a home. And those, what I like to call tiki torches, all those palm trees, they go up quickly. But at this point, because of the way the winds are blowing, it's blowing away from that home. But nonetheless, if I was the resident of that house, I would be
Brandon.
Pretty worried.
Hope you stay safe out there.
How close those flames appear on the backside. But again, at this point, because of the winds heading in a northerly direction, it is moving away from these homes and into the Santa Monica Mountains, where there really aren't any structures. Of course, we do have animals, and that's sad in and of itself, but there aren't any structures in the direction that these flames are going. Now, we do see a lot of embers, though. If you look very carefully, you're going to see all those little tiny embers kind of floating up into the wind. They should go with the wind and go to the north, but that doesn't mean that you can't get a straggler that could head in another direction and then possibly head towards these homes. But of course, we're crossing our fingers. Firefighters are out here. They've got multiple helicopters on this. We won't see any fixed wing because it's simply too dark for them to fly at this time of night. But we do see multiple water-dropping helicopters still continuing their efforts to put as much water as possible on the fire. But besides this large plume that we see here, of course, we do have tiny spot fires here and there, as Robert was mentioning in his report, all up and down Sunset Boulevard in the city. But then up here in the Santa Monica Mountains, just beyond that one area of fire that I was showing you, we do have another area of fire. It's a little bit more difficult for us to see from the south side of the fire, but we do see that better when we're on the San Fernando Valley side of the fire. And that's that fire that we were looking at before, that was at the top of the ridge just above Tarzana. Of course, there was a concern that if the winds shifted, it could make its way down the hill, which isn't easy for fires to make their way downhill. It's a lot easier uphill, about 16 times faster. So the chances that it would go down into the San Fernando Valley and into Tarzana are very, very slim. At this point, it looks like the fire will be contained to the Santa Monica Mountains, where, again, there are no structures, but we do see structures nearby in Pacific Palisades that have not burned and hopefully will not burn.
Yeah, even though it's sort of a distance away, you see the outline of that house there. Again, just the being within proximity of fire and smoke, of course, is a trigger for these homeowners. David, you look at this here now, and your first thoughts.
Well, it's still so actively burning. That's the interesting thing. And you know, from
while we have that up, let's listen to the scanner. We've been going for nearly 8 hours today.
Stand by for a tech channel.
We're at about 8 hours of stream today, 7 hours and 45 minutes, which means the Facebook feed will cut soon. Facebook has 15 minutes left.
Tech channel be division or TAC CDS TAC 40.
Since there's only 30 of you over there tonight, there were like 100, almost 200 people last night. I'm just going to have you guys come over to YouTube once the Facebook stream ends in 15 minutes.
Reporting to?
Only an 8-hour limit. Oh, we're switching. We're back in the studio here, so let's move. We got to look at it on Fox.
Mike Trainee, Mike, command.
Fox is still tracking the fire from the sky. How long can I stay live on YouTube? Is forever. Never ending. You just do a feed and not stop. There's no limit. Arson investigation still okay. We don't have any aerial footage now of the Palisades.
Rogers from communications. You're reporting to Division Zulu.
Take a look at the flight radar. Still a couple helicopters up there.
Zulu for a male firefighter with a back injury.
Oh no.
You're getting rescue 4-3. Rescue 4-3.
I hope that firefighter will be okay. He's got a back injury. So much work.
Operations from communications, you copy rescue 43 en route.
Seen at least 4 helicopters in the air. About 4 helicopters in the air still over the fires.
Operations from communications. Could you landline when available to complete the 9-line?
That's the Palisades fire. The images are going to be it's like scorched earth. Also in Altadena.
Yeah, I'll touch base with you here in a minute, or I'll have safety get a hold of you.
Multiple neighborhoods wiped out. Can we stop being politically weird in the chat, Space Ghost? How about that? You get a timeout for that. Stop being politically fucking weird. Last I checked, these fires didn't have a political party. Here's another look. I don't know if this is live right now. 960 acres burned in Kenneth fire, but I don't know if that's like, that's not right now. That's more, they're going back to the Kenneth fire. Here's a look in a temporary shelter from the firestorm.
And then just across the street, there are homes that are still intact, being protected by a police officer. Families are trying to come up here and see what they have left. We've been seeing firefighters also come up here from different parts of the state, San Francisco, Nevada, and they are mobilizing in this area to take out hot spots. They say they're trying to mop up from neighborhood to neighborhood because, as you can see, there are still several flames in this area. I got a chance to speak with a neighbor who managed to get through one of the checkpoints. He rented a scooter to get back to his home to see if it was still intact. And it is, but he just described his neighborhood. He's grown up in this neighborhood. And
wow, 3D view works. Hey, it works now.
And I also was coming up here to see the assessment of the fires, if there were more fires still going on. I know a number of people's homes who, you know, are just gone.
It's like watching Santa's sleigh. I do have the 3D works now. Remember, I tried to get it to work for other news. It like would not work. It's bothering me. So literally watching the helicopter fly here. The 3D image of it. putting out the fires. The fires aren't mapped on here. On the flight radar here, we can see here. You can track all of them here. This one, but let's do one that's doing major sweeps here. They all are. Here you go. This one's putting in serious work. 3D view. Where is it? There it is. So this is the Los Angeles County Fire Department helicopter. There it is. Doing passes. It goes, and I think it might get some more water or fire retardant up here, and then it goes right back. Pretty cool. Do the one in Victorville. There it is. I think it's going to be grabbing more resources. There's one in Victorville. I have to look where that is. Where the hell is Victorville? North of San Bernardino? That'd be up in here, correct? Yeah, there's all these maps are live. I'm not seeing any helicopters up there. I'm not seeing any helicopters there. There's one here. United States California Department of Forestry. Here it is. Dropping water. There it is moving. She can make the map a little bigger. There's a map in the bottom. There we go. There it is. You guys are just checking in. We're tracking the Southern California wildfires. Using different tools to track where the firefighting helicopters are in the sky. Looking at the Palisades fire still. A couple side stories happening. A drone collided with a super scooper. Air resources. There's a arsonist under investigation.
This point,
or a potential arsonist.
Typically, this early on into any fire, don't have any kind of sense of how a fire may have started. Obviously, it's early in the investigation, but interesting, they already have someone in custody. You see behind me, we're on Las Virgenes. The street is shut down. This area is actually covered by the sheriff's department, so they're the ones who shut down this street, and it's pretty dark back there because there's no power back there either. A number of condos and apartment buildings all have been evacuated. Actually, when we just arrived here earlier this afternoon, and those folks, some of them waiting here in the corner, hoping to get back to their homes, but at the moment that evacuation order remains in effect. I want to show you pictures from a little while ago because we were the only crew that got up close and personal with this fire as it got close to some of those condos, as this line of fire inched closer and closer to these apartment buildings that are kind of on a lower level, and up at the top of the canyon a number of condos and
you had to dig fire breaks.
Well. It's mostly grass when it gets to the top there, so the fire seemed to slow down an awful lot, but it was a big assist from above. The aerial attack really slowed down the fire, especially as it got closer and closer to some of these structures here. I can say at this point, it doesn't appear any structures have been touched. This fire went in the...
Okay, so that's some B-roll footage of the situation.
Lights in a lot of the buildings that are not damaged because there's no electricity, so the looters in theory would be using flashlights to look around. That's something that law enforcement's looking at tonight. And one other thing, I don't know about a curfew. We've been hearing the possibility of a curfew here till 6 in the morning. Don't know if it's official, but I can tell you there is no activity, no civilian activity.
It is official. I don't know how you wouldn't know that. There is an official curfew. Per the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, all evacuation order and warning areas for the Palisades fire are under curfew order from 6 p.m. till 6 a.m. tomorrow. Go Fox, don't know what's going on apparently.
It's burning, still burning heavily tonight, but really tonight law enforcement is concerned about looters in the area.
I don't know if that's a live look here.
The past couple of hours, so they're keeping an eye on that. We do know the National Guard is on their way. Again, I talked to deputies just a few moments.
No, the mountain cameras are all off, and you won't be able to see much anyways right now. It's nighttime.
We got our first look from SkyCal today. Look at this, of the utter devastation in the Pacific Palisades. Street after street wiped out. Very little of this area
reports of flames near a home.
Yeah, it
1501, 1501, Chastain Parkway. Chastain Parkway.
How do you say?
P-A-I-N.
Chastain Parkway.
The Summit Club.
Another fire breaking out. Summit. Yeah, this is the Palisades fire still ongoing.
Copy 1501 Chastain Parkway West. Break operations.
Or 1571. Was it 1571? That's the same neighborhood. I don't know if we can go up in here. Yeah, we can.
Operations, we have another report separate from Chastain Parkway.
This is what that's looking like. You're listening to the scanner right now. LA County. This is
Okay, go ahead.
This is gonna be on V1 because this is the Palisades fires on V1. Still tracking it. That's their map guy. You guys could check in. We'll do a rundown of the situation. We're at what 9 minutes past the hour now. Here it's midnight. Pad 12:10 a.m., which would be 10:10 p.m. in California. It's now the January 10th my time, but still January 9th in California. Palisades fire, 6% containment, just under 20,000 acres, 19,978 acres.
Operations.
In size, the Eaton fire. 13,690 acres at 0% containment still. That's where a lot of the
Operations Branch 1.
A lot of the interviews we've been
Copy
seeing.
that address on Chastain Parkway. 1501.
In Altadena. The Hurst fire, which is, again, that should be at 37% containment. That number is not 10%. It should be at 37. But same with the Kenneth fire is 35% contained, and like their news said, the threshold of having it contained by 35% is important.
Yeah, that's going to be in Branch 5.
Hundreds of evacuees at
or Branch 5.
Pasadena Convention Center.
We're gonna ask. Hopefully, we're gonna have these images in our last live transmission, live shot. I'm sorry. We were able to capture this moment where there was two individuals that were taken out from the convention center into an ambulance. We did try to ask some more information about what was going on. Obviously, because of HIPAA law, those details were not provided to us. But that is something that we were able to capture in the last couple of minutes.
Breathing issues.
Communications operation on command.
The lungs breathing in the toxic fumes in the sky.
His homes and other structures destroyed.
Yeah, what's the second address?
A resident who evacuated his home he lives in with his mother while the blaze was raging. He returned yesterday expecting to find the house he grew up in reduced to rubble, and instead discovered that while several nearby homes had burned, it was still standing.
Primary damage is just from wind and some other pieces of ash and char that have blown in. It's just a miracle that it didn't catch something. This is the extent of the fire damage on our property right here. This tree has been, smoking. I believe the root system is caught, but it's much better than when I was here yesterday. And just the fact is that this proves that the fire was at a much higher intensity yesterday, and it didn't catch.
It's died down since 2 nights ago. That was a report from earlier today.
Operations. Operations, go ahead. Address check, 1061 Palisades.
Not seen any updates yet from.
Yep, that one.
My scanner updates.
Operations from LA County, Battalion 5. Battalion 5, go ahead.
Yes, sir. You were gracious to give me some immediate need units for the Kenneth fire, and we're just trying to track a resource, engine 554. Looks like they might have returned back to your incident. Can we confirm that?
Do you have an agency identifier for 554?
There's that. There's the.
Affirmative. Apologies. It's LA County engine 554.
Helicopters. Here's a view of it from earlier today, dropping it on the fire. Right on it. This is from that fire photo girl. She wasn't live today again, but this is her footage. Fire dozer. She must be able to get embedded with the fire department. Wow. Yeah, that was from Fire Photo Girl's Twitter. Well, and it seems she's on Instagram too, but I only follow her on the Twitter. She's out there live last night on the ground. Another look at the fire, the Palisades fire.
We're going to give you some breaking news right now, and if there is any reason to smile here in
We saw this report already. It's not breaking now. That was earlier. Gotta interview that guy again.
About the kinds of society that we want. Now, going up in the Mulholland area and looking at that, I cannot even begin to explain to you how many poles were down, how many were crooked over, and you can't, once they're burned or once they are, crooked over and they have any kind of problem with them, they just have to be replaced. So this is a long-haul thing that's going to take place just with this kind of infrastructure, let alone all the other public infrastructure and private infrastructure that has been damaged. So this is a process that can take a long time. They'll do very well and very quickly on these, a few months to get all of this back together. But the real kinds of things that need to be done to get the society back together are a long way off, and you're not going to see Malibu or Palisades back in any kind of real shape for quite a few years to come. I just thought we needed to mention that because this is a major, major priority that has to be dealt with before you deal with anything else. And that's really the way it is. I've seen this many, many times in many, many disasters, and it's always the same thing. Some people rebuild, a lot of people don't rebuild.
So, good to see you, Canty. How you doing, buddy? And an update on all this. See what we can look at on the flight radar. Still got the 3D tracking of the helicopters that are putting out the fires in the hills on flight radar. Let's take a look at all of them here. See their flight paths. Going over it twice. Looks like they have a few in the sky now, more than just 4. Here, this CAL FIRE one's right behind. CAL FIRE's right behind California Department of Forestry. I don't know if you're able to see both helicopters now, just the one. Still a pretty cool feature, though. You can see, watch where it's flying over.
Alpha, Division Mike Command.
Los Angeles County Fire V1 for the scanner.
For 1107. I can't copy on TAC. I'm up on the Highlands. Repeat your traffic. Yeah, there was a call for service at 1061 Palisades in Juliet's division. I had an engine there. They just checked it out and were unable to locate any problem at that address. Copy. Thank you. Break Juliet. Mike, did you copy?
Oh, here's a bunch of... Okay, well, for now, here's a Times article on how to help victims, and you can choose which one you would like to support. There's the California Fire Foundation, Wildfire and Disaster Relief, World Central Kitchen, Salvation Army, GoFundMe, California Community Foundation, CAL FIRE Benevolent Foundation. So at least for now, here's an article that gives you options.
Command. Are we able to find out what was reported at that address on Palisades?
How to help victims of Los Angeles wildfires.
1107 Alpha Mike. Can you repeat, command?
Injury is from back pain from a. So here's an update.
Are we able to find out what was reported at that address on Palisades so they can investigate a little further?
That firefighter that was hurt from.
Copy, Juliet Mike. Do you have any details on the nature of the call?
He had a back injury. It's back pain. He slid down the hill.
That's negative. All I got was to check an address.
I copy. 1107 Alpha Mike. No details. If you need me to get them, I can. If not, just check to your satisfaction.
We had $20 come in from Greenie Cake. Thank you.
Property looks clear.
And then another 20 from Adam. Thank you so much for the support on the stream there. Thank you so much.
Operations copies the Palisades.
So we're waiting for further, you guys, from the scanner and the situation. So far, the fire that's blazing the hardest right now and it's still going here is the Palisades fire.
You know, the thought of empty lots there is quite something, and although you do think of Pacific Palisades and also Malibu right along PCH were lost, you got to think that there's going to be a lot of incentive to get those things rebuilt quickly just because the real estate values are so high.
Tom Baker, thank you so much for your reporting.
The sad thing would be...
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, the sad thing would be this, that if people think that this is just a fire that happened to the rich, they're just wrong. A lot of the people who are going to be directly impacted by this don't live in these areas, as we saw over in
Eaton.
The Altadena area and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And remember, all the employees of all those businesses, some of which are just barely making ends meet, are going to be punished by this issue of businesses being closed. So this is not a rich man's fire. This is a people's fire. Yeah. And there are a lot of people that are going to need help, and we need to keep that in mind because these are our California neighbors.
Yeah, and good point. And I wasn't suggesting that this only impacts the rich. My point was just that these homes are so desirable and such nice real.
Sounds like you made a stupid point. Sounds like you made a dumb point. Because obviously they're going to be talking about it's prime real estate, the most expensive real estate in the entire United States, right here. But that it's more than just that, though. I mean, it's this for sure, but it also is Eaton fire in the Altadena area, and people that aren't like ultra rich. It's really I think it's affected all classes here. Definitely the ultra rich up here in the off Pacific Coast Highway, and then not the I guess the regulars. I don't know, like us, people like us. In Altadena, they've lost entire neighborhoods.
1107 leader copies that.
Entire neighborhoods are gone. So it's affected all types of people. Just like GSD expertise in chat says, it is many average everyday folks.
Communications Division Foxtrot.
I think you should have empathy no matter what it is, though, because it's good karma. Good vibes, good juju. You're going to be negative about any type of people, though, that could fall back onto you. Careful. Life was funny that way. You start saying, oh, it's just the rich people out there. Oh, yes, but I don't want to put that energy out there. It's not good energy that comes back onto you. So we're still waiting for further. I got the scanner in the background. We can take a look at the overall situation. We're also tracking flight radar. Well, they saved the $1 billion ones in Calabasas. Well, I mean, those conditions are right for it today. The conditions 2 days ago, Altadena and a lot of the Palisades fires, the winds were so bad they couldn't get the helicopters or any of the air support in the sky. It just couldn't happen. So today with the Kenneth fire, they were able to get the resources in place and in the sky and pull from other places really quick. And luckily the fire was stopped before it could reach any of it got right up to them though. We were watching it. The fire was right in the backyards of fire was in the backyards of these houses here, which yes, very expensive homes. But people over here that don't have very, very expensive homes, I would say like middle class, regular, people, just not to say that the ultra rich aren't regular people, they're just ultra rich. But these neighborhoods here, these are completely gone here over in Altadena. Okay, Altadena, entire grid's gone of the Altadena fires from Eaton. Okay. Let's go back to anything else. They're still interviewing that guy. It's an older report. You got a report here.
Can you just describe how you're feeling right now, seeing your community like this?
Heartbroken, devastated for our friends, our neighbors, our community. Our immediate neighborhood itself across the street is intact, and that's why we came up here to check on it and our friends and see how much of a threat was still here, and to recover some belongings because we hadn't been able to get back to our house to pack anything on the day the fire broke out.
Trevor, it's just amazing to see how this fire just picks and chooses which area it unleashes its wrath on. Your home is intact, your neighborhood over here is intact, but across the street from you is this condominium. Tell me a little bit about this area.
So these are the Woodies. This is the upper Woodies, and the lower Woodies is down a couple hundred yards and was also destroyed. It's a very tight-knit community. We're all part of the same accident of the pools across the street there. And it's a neighborhood of townhomes here.
I got 2 requests for
dozens of units. I don't know the exact number, but
LADWP. Let me know when you're ready to copy.
For the power outages, it sounds like. Palisades power outages. And it looks like the Facebook feed ended. It was at 8 hours. So if you joined us from Facebook, welcome.
Power lines and poles blocked.
I don't think for tonight we need to start another one. Last night I did because we had the Hollywood Hills fire that was breaking.
Across of Berea, Berea.
So again, Palisades fire, the last update, big update came in a couple hours ago, just that there's a curfew and that it's 6% contained. You got the Eaton fire, which that update came in a couple hours ago. And that is at 0% containment still. That's in the Altadena area. The Hurst fire, 44 minutes ago, came in 37% containment. Angeles National Forest acreage increases to 771 acres as a result of more accurate mapping. Containment increases to 37% with 477 personnel assigned. Evacuation orders lowered to warnings as of 3 p.m. today. For more information, visit Wildfire Incidents. That is the latest update there. Refresh the scanner. Also, with the Hurst fire, like I said, again, 37% contained, and the Lydia fire is at 60% contained. See if I have a new incident map. See, my 3D incident map's been updated now. 75% containment on Lydia. That's good to see. 37% on Hurst. And then Kenneth is at 35%, but it's just not marked yet on my map here. Should be marked on this map, which it is. 35% contained about an hour ago on the Kenneth fire. 35% containment. Recovery will take some time. It'll take a while. I mean, there's entire areas of the region gone. Pacific Coast Highway, Altadena, gone. Palisades gone. Parts of Pacific Palisades, Malibu area. It'll take probably months to rebuild. But again, they got 180 days of federal assistance to use. At 100% of the federal government will be supporting by 100%. The original deal was 75%, but they upped it to 100 today. Ladybug Lisa, thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate that and the support on the stream. Not hearing anything from the scanner right now. The radio's silent right now. Listening to Los Angeles County Fire V1. You're in Seattle and prices are insane. Middle class neighborhoods aren't middle class anymore. Yeah, same in Minnesota too. Yeah, you need about like 600,000, 500,000. The other thing that'll help me when I go to get a house will be I have the VA home loan. That'll be the thing that saves me from very expensive and interest rates. Houses aren't like $100 and some $1,000 anymore from what I'm seeing, which is still a lot from when, like we heard the report earlier, from when a lot of the people settled here. Elderly guy said he paid $13 down. That is literally impossible in the year 2025. Literally impossible. You need hundreds of thousands of dollars, at least $30,000 down. Here's a look from SkyMap 7.
Fire continues nighttime operations. Several helicopters patrolling the area and dropping water repeatedly over the main head of this fire, basically just trying to tamp down some of the major flare-ups so it doesn't send too many loose embers out over the valley or over the basin. And right now you can see that fire still lighting up the night sky with that glow, very visible from both the LA side or the city side as well as the San Fernando Valley side. Really brilliant flames coming from just to the west of the 405. David?
Yeah, those are important images that you're showing us because you get the sense throughout the day that maybe the problem is over with. Clearly the problem is far from over, and that proves it right there, Chris. Thank you for...
We can see it more if you keep the sky cam on.
When it comes to the progress of this fire. In the meantime, back to the Kenneth fire in West Hills, where an arson investigation is underway.
1041 Rivoli Drive, Palisades. 86 to 4 respirations, 104.
We keep cutting away from the sky cam of it. I wish we could just watch the sky camera and the firefighters working. But operations are still ongoing in Palisades. They cut back to it and they cut away from it. I do have the scanner on. They're playing older interviews now. All those interviews were live like hours ago now. Nothing from the sky right now. Check into the stream if you guys could. Let me know where you're watching from. Especially if you just started tuning in. We're covering the SoCal fires we have for the last 3 nights. What other games does Merc play besides GTA? I haven't even streamed. I haven't streamed GTA in a long time. Not on my YouTube channel. I did on my Facebook page for a while. Now I stream a bunch of games. We're doing Days Gone right now, but I paused that a couple nights ago to start this coverage, and we've been locked in since. Got Ventura, California. I'm using the watch duty map right now. There's an image. We saw that earlier. That's older now. National Guard moving out. She's outside the Pasadena Convention Center.
Outdoor shed. 211, truck level will handle.
Operation Palisades.
Go ahead.
Operations, we're receiving a report of a tree on fire east of 570 Toyopa.
570 Toyopa. That's going to be all in this area.
Branch 5 copies.
That's in the Palisades direction. We got Lansing, Michigan, KTLA 5 as chopper only. There we go.
Hey, so it looks like we got
KTLA 5. That's what we've been waiting for. We just want to look at the fire. Oh, it just ended.
Branch 5, can you repeat the address for the tree on fire?
It literally just ended, I think. Unless you got it.
570 Toyopa.
Oh, there's the National Guard.
What their official duties will be when they do get to the fire zones. Considering that we are closest to the Eaton fire, since we are in Glendale, so we're really just a couple miles away from the Eaton fire, I can only assume that this group of personnel are going to be making their way to that fire. What their official duties will be while they're there, that is still unknown to us. And again, it seems like they're getting their directions now as to what they are to do once they arrive on scene. Again, right at the CHP station here off of the 134 and 2 in Glendale. This is their command post. Again, this was their meetup spot after they got here from Ontario. And from here, they will be heading off to the Eaton fire. From here, likely going to be taking the northbound 2 freeway to get to the fire zone to assist with whatever it is that the firefighters need.
Andrew W., what's the name of the channel?
Helping with traffic control.
What's the channel name?
That the citizens need that have been affected by these terrible fires.
Mod iBlue, do you have it?
In addition to being staged there at the Eaton fire, Eliana, we're also being told they'll be staged at...
That's the truck I drove. I drove the Hemmets. I drove all these, but mostly the Hemmets.
Luna, and again, the governor signed off on it. 400 National Guardsmen, that was the request. And again, we are told they are staged and ready to go. The first mission.
LMTV, Troop Transport Vehicles, Humvee, that's a maintenance truck. Maintenance truck, Humvee, LMTV, Humvee, 1151A1 Humvee, 1151A1, those are up armored. And it looks like an MRAP. I don't think that's a JLTV, you guys. I think that's an MRAP.
Evacuation orders.
JLTVs are a little smaller.
Evacuation orders. And so, you know, the concern has been with looters and people being in the area who don't belong there. And so what they'll be doing, Michael, as you pointed out, is they'll be staging at checkpoints. They'll be checking ID cards. They'll be checking names and addresses.
Smoke and scan.
Sure, if you say you belong in that neighborhood, you do. So as we heard earlier, you know, that has become, I won't say a significant problem, but one of the main concerns here for officials is that the people who've been victimized by these fires are not victimized a second time when they come home, either if they've lost their home or they've been away because they've been evacuated, they've been robbed.
Was he a 420 friendly channel?
You just said here, as we've been told.
He's doing what I'm doing, though.
The county is.
He's doing the shit I'm doing.
Curfew paperwork, and you know the goal was to get it up and running here tonight, but I think they're now forecasting for this to begin tomorrow. And the curfew essentially is what they need, they say, in order to keep people out of these vulnerable.
What is that device on the Humvee, though?
Well, that curfew apparently running from 6
p.m. What is that thing?
Within these vulnerable areas.
I don't know what's mounted on that.
A bit of how that's going to work earlier today when we talked to Robert Kovacic in the Palisades area. There were a line of cars, people trying to get into neighborhoods. You had to have an ID, you had to have an address, and you had to have a specific reason as to why you were going in that neighborhood. Many people said they needed to go back in for prescriptions or specific things. They were not letting people.
It'd be like an LRAD device.
Items or to look around to see if their homes
could be loudspeakers. I'm not sure.
So that's exactly.
Sorry, I've only ever seen Humvees mounted with like 50 cals and 249s and 240s.
Doing some of those things, supporting law enforcement, supporting fire authorities.
I was a gunner with a 240, so I had the 240 Bravo on the Humvee.
Enforcement who are currently handling these duties as Colleen says, so they can be freed up to take care of things in and around the city and county of Los Angeles.
And we see right now from News
Mod iBlue, can you try to figure out what feed he's using?
We'll be staging or basing out of the CHP area just off the 2 and the 134. So we'll keep track of all of that and bring you more as we see it. In the meantime, our Macy Jenkins is joining us live in Altadena right now at.
That was a look at the National Guard. Look at the National Guard staged.
Start making a plan to move it. They got a lot of equipment up there, and I'd start making a plan to move it.
Okay, yeah, I copy that. I'll handle that in the morning for sure.
Division Alpha.
This is the Eaton fire over in Altadena.
Nature of this fire. It's just been torn apart after the fire swept through here on Tuesday. And, you know, for some reason, it just really caught my eye. As there are many things that you cannot see in the dark here. There are little fires that we've seen, hot spots still going, but this gas station just in pieces, and a car is still left in the garage from the repair shop. Now, because this fire was so unpredictable, and I cannot show you this because it is dark, but I will describe it to you. In the last few blocks, I would say the last 2 blocks, you have destruction that has been selective. We saw an Aldi and a Dollar Tree.
Yeah, I mean, we're 420 friendly over here for sure. I have my safety meetings, as we call them, but there's like a time and place, right? I guess.
And then you have
the time and place for everything. when there's people want information, I can't be. I gotta be on point.
Earlier, about an hour and a half ago, this shows a firefighter working at a library that was destroyed, but there were hotspots still going, and he was part of a crew that was going.
Okay, that's from earlier today. Let's put up the scanner a little bit. Waiting for further. So he's using. We do have one Sky feed. He has it. How he has that link? Maybe is he using? I can use my YouTube TV if it's on like cable news. Old footage right now. They're playing older stuff on the news right now. I do have the scanner up. Got some Florida orange. I need to hit up the safety commissioner and get some more. I'm almost out. Last couple days. But yeah, let's do an overview really quick. I'll do another one in 20 minutes. 6 minutes ago update. 6 minutes ago from Palisades, actually. Multiple copters are continuing to work on the western side of the fire in the Piuma Road area. Current view of that section of the fire above from the Saddle Peak camera. This is an image here. So the fires that we're seeing in the sky cameras, here's a still image of that. Multiple copters still continue to work on the western side of the fire in the Piuma Road area. This just came in the last 6 minutes for the Palisades fire. Kenneth fire, again, 35% contained about 2 hours ago. Just put out by the governor. Let me check the scanner. I'm not sure if there's anything else on that. What do we got here? This fire was put out. Which one? Okay. Individual fires that are taking place. I'm not seeing anything new. Okay, so Kenneth fire, 35% contained. Eaton fire, where we're seeing some reports of the damage here on the news. 3 hours ago, report 0% contained, 0% containment, and that is 13,690 acres. The Hurst fire, nothing in the last hour. Nothing within the last hour for the Hurst fire. And then the Lydia fire here, sitting at an hour ago, 75% contained, just under 400 acres.
Who are here, and they're trying to do their job, and they don't want anyone, they don't need anyone getting in their way. I'll send it back to you.
And you think about, Michael and Macy, the number of people deployed to this and the vast areas they have to cover. I mean, I think about the Altadena area alone, how many streets are damaged and how many checkpoints they have to set up at this point. And they're doing the same exact thing when they go to the Palisades.
So Canty's asking about this Hamlet fire. Nothing's from hours ago. It got to like 2 acres. This was at like 4
Division Alpha trainee, Division Alpha on command.
At 4:20 p.m. ironically enough, since we're talking about it. This is when it updated. Now I didn't make that up. Look at 4:20 p.m. right there, January 9th. It looks like it was contained. It only got to about 2-3 acres in size. So this one was put out.
Negative. I was working my way up Kenner.
Hey, copy. I got a text, and they're at 264s at the top of Resenda.
Okay, so that was
Resenda, R-E-S-E-D-A.
that was like the last update. All aircraft have been released, so they're not even fighting it. Forward progress was stopped at 4:45 p.m. yesterday. Well, it's still nighttime for California. 4:45 p.m. earlier in the evening for you in the for California time. So that one's good. That one was further south. Still waiting for another aerial image. I should do a legacy gaming night. What does that mean? I do play old games. I don't play only brand new games. Air purifiers are selling out at stores.
Now, obviously, because of the poor air quality brought on by all the smoke from the fires.
Goodness. Probably gonna have issues with like water. Hopefully they have enough water resources. This is a giant city, so it's not like Los Angeles is a small city or a small county. So hopefully some of any resources that are needed from further south can get there pretty quick if they need to get more.
Any good rain since spring of last year. I mean, the driest start to our winter since 1964. So that just gives you an idea of not just how dry it is out there, but how dry our vegetation is. So when you pair that with the winds that we're seeing, I mean, it's so easy for these fires to spread as rapidly as they have. And so
the Santa Ana winds, they're died down since 2 days ago, but there's still wind going. They're doing weather reports right now. Well, I almost got their whole... They got a schedule of like weather report, and then you get the wind, and then you get the sky cam, and then they go back to the studio, then they give a couple interviews, and then kind of got like a system, don't they? So we should get a sky camera here soon after the weather report, if they're staying to what it looks like. Here's an image of the National Guard moving out. We saw a sky cam of them.
Division Yankee Zulu training on command.
We also saw that same National Guard unit station. Here you go. Topanga Canyon wildfire.
Flames just shooting off of these trees and putting embers up in the air, and that's one of the concerns tonight as the wind is picking up. We're going to look down this hillside, and you can see and possibly even hear the fire down on the hill. It's relatively close to some homes, and that's one of the concerns tonight, as we aren't sure if any of these people are here. But back out here on the roadways, there are firefighters here. They're watching this really closely. There's more flames on other parts of the hill.
Okay, so let's get a report. I read it to you guys a couple hours ago, I think on CNN told you, but here's another one. Death toll in Los Angeles wildfire rises to 10.
Operations Palisades communication.
So we're sitting at 10 dead right now on these wildfires. The confirmed death toll in the ongoing Los Angeles wildfires doubled Thursday from 5 to 10. The Office of Los Angeles County.
237 Golf up there, and I have a 4050 Charlie's up there with a pump platform set up, and we did some good work in your division. I'll tie in with you in the morning and get face-to-face and let you know what we did.
Los Angeles County Medical Examiner announced it was investigating 10 fire-related deaths.
Copy that. We've tied in with them. We just left them a few minutes ago. They've done great work for us today. Thank you for the assistance.
So some of the resources are being released. Some resources are being released now. No information was available on the identity of the deceased or the location of the deaths. More than 9,000 structures damaged or destroyed. So 10 deaths, at least 9,000. This is going to be an ongoing number too. Like, this is going to increase. Unfortunately, for those that have died within these fires, that number will continue to rise. And then the amount of structures that have been affected. This is only what they can tally as of now. Officials said Thursday that at least 10 people have been killed and more than 9,000 homes, businesses, and other buildings have appeared to have been damaged or destroyed in Palisades and Eaton fires. Around 5,300 of these structures were destroyed in the Palisades fire, while another 4,000 to 5,000 structures were estimated to be damaged or destroyed in the Eaton fire burning in the Altadena area. But again, those numbers will go up. That's just the preliminary numbers coming in. I mean, there's just no way they can even get to some of these areas yet. And right now, I mean, just tonight, they've started to be able to get to some more of them, but there's nighttime right now. Close some of these Twitter. NASA firms. You can see the two fires for the Eaton and Altadena, or excuse me, the Altadena fires and the Palisades are still seen from outer space. Here's what we're looking at today. Just updated at midnight my time, so 48 minutes ago. Look at that, though. That's good news. So this is the fire spread right now. Look at how much it's gone down. You can see the individual squares now. Here's what it was. Here's what it was the last 2 days, right? Last 2 days is what we were looking at. Big red squares for how big the fires were. And then just today now, here it is. So you got about 3 grid squares worth of fires still ongoing in Eaton. These are the fires we're watching being fought right now in the Palisades. And then even up in the San Fernando, you don't even see a fire anymore. Or it's not even, you don't even see it from outer space, at least. There's likely still smoldering and embers still happening, but in terms of the fire being seen from space, it's gone down significantly in the past couple nights. Okay, that's the NASA firms, which I use to track the front lines of Ukraine and see where the latest is for Russian attacks on civilians.
Well, we're also hearing so many heartbreaking stories from the...
Damn it, I just missed the air report. God dang it. I missed the ABC 7 one. Okay, maybe we can get the Fox one. I can't rewind on ABC 7. It's like a constant feed. Just missed the air report. Just want to see what it looks like. Appreciate you tuning in, Joe. Thank you for stopping by. Chat, basically, if there's a big breaking news situation happening, we'll be covering it. That's just so if there's ever some oh shit situation going on, just check to the stream. But make sure you're subscribed, your notification bell's on so you can get notified. I will have daily updates covering the latest in Ukraine and other stuff, but if you're only here for breaking coverage, I get it. But I do other streams as well on the channel here, as well as my own coverage when I can get out there in person.
Foxtrot, Branch 5.
No, the Karen that got up in Newsom's face, no, I haven't seen any of that. I haven't seen any side clips. It's hard to see like side clips of things happening when there's... We already saw this report. We just saw that. Might be...
Address for you?
We're getting into repeat coverage time now.
To your Toyota.
If there's anything on like X or clips you want me to see, you can tag me in it or share it to the Discord.
41 Ravoli
case by case.
Drive.
You know what's interesting here is that they're not only helping humans, but they're actually helping our four-legged friends. We've seen a ton of animals come through here. So talk to us about those efforts.
Yeah, they are allowed to bring his animals, you know, small size, to this shelter because we have the facility to use another room when we have available for them, and they can bring it over here. Of course, you know, we prefer you can bring the case, the food, the toys, what they like, to make sure they are comfortable because either the animals are under stress in this kind of situations.
Ricardo, thank you very much. So this is what's going on out here. Ricardo is one of the many volunteers from the Red Cross making this place run smoothly. Reporting live from Westwood, I'm Jorge de Santiago for NBC4 and Telemundo 52. Now back to you guys, Colleen and Michael in studio.
All right, appreciate it. Great work being done there, as well as what we're about to show you here live from News Chapter 4.
There you go.
National Guard here is on the move, Colleen.
National Guard. With CHP escort Ileana Marino over the scene. Ileana, do they look like they're headed to the Palisades or are they headed to the Altadena area?
Probably Altadena.
I believe at least this group, Colleen, is going to be headed to the Eaton fire just because of the general direction that they're going in. They just hopped on the 134, actually.
National Guard's on the way to Altadena right now.
It'd be pretty much the same amount of driving, but it looks like they're favoring the 134 east. And we're going to be kind of limited in how far we can tag along with them just because there still is a temporary flight restriction over the fire. And the reason that is there is, of course, we do have firefighting aircraft that are overhead, so we have to stay clear of that. But we can follow them till they get to about the Eagle Rock, the rock itself, and Eagle Rock. So eastbound here on the 134, led by a couple of CHP units. We've got one to the rear and then one in the front. Several units here of the California National Guard making their way on the 134. The CHP didn't have to shut down the freeway for this because traffic in this area is
died down.
Light. In terms of most of our freeways today, we have in fact seen lighter traffic conditions overall. So a lot of people are heeding the warning of staying home. So it's a good thing. People staying off the road, allowing some of these first responders to get where they need to go, allowing evacuees to go where they need to go as well. And you'll notice it's very faint, but I can kind of see it as we're just kind of shooting along here. I can actually see embers flying through my shot. So some of that ash that we have seen from the fires all over our air here in the LA area. But again, the National Guard is making its way to the Eaton fire, but we know that there is at least a separate crew that's going to be heading to the Palisades fire.
Yep.
And their duties while there is going to be to assist with traffic control, to help at intersections where there's no power, to basically take some of the load off of some of our police personnel who have been out here for hours. LAPD went into a tactical alert as soon as the fires grew to the magnitude that they did, and that goes for many departments in terms of law enforcement and firefighters that really haven't had much of a break. They haven't had much sleep. They haven't had much food. So having the California National Guard come and assist will be just a huge help in any way that they're able to assist in all of our fires.
Kel, I see what, 2? Is it 2 units deploying here or 3 or 4? It's hard to tell in the dark. Ileana?
Yeah, it's hard to tell in the dark, but they're all driving there in the slow lane. So I'm seeing at least what look like 4.
But it's 4 vehicles. It doesn't mean 4 units. It's 4 vehicles. It's likely one whole unit, but 2 separate convoys. One convoy going to the Eaton area and one convoy going to the Palisades.
But, they're sticking together.
They're calling each individual truck a unit, and that's silly.
They're actually not going very fast at all. Looking at about speeds of about 40 miles an hour as they continue to make their way eastbound here on the 134. They're going to be at the 210 here in just a moment. And again, at least this group of California National Guard men and women are going to be heading to assist with the Eaton fire.
Thank you, Jay. I appreciate that.
Help again with things like traffic control, help wherever there's downed power.
Appreciate that so much, Jay.
Any little thing like that where they could be of assistance to law enforcement, to allow law enforcement to have a little bit of a break and focus on other things. And of course, the other thing that the California National Guard is going to help with, and I wish I didn't even have to say this, but they're going to help with looting. And unfortunately, we have heard from our law enforcement sources that some people have been detained for looting or for being somewhere where they shouldn't have been, where they didn't live, they didn't have the right driver's license information to prove that they had a legitimate reason to be in a certain area. So unfortunately, on top of the victimization that these fires have caused for thousands of people, you have people being re-victimized, and the little things that they have left are possibly being taken by looters.
You know, and Governor Newsom was pretty emphatic in his words here when he tweeted earlier tonight that the California Guard has arrived to Los Angeles to support local law enforcement. Taking advantage of evacuated communities is absolutely sick, he wrote. Looting will not be tolerated. And that is sort of the message that city and county leaders have echoed throughout the course of all of this, Ileana.
Absolutely. If you have no reason to be in a neighborhood, then you shouldn't be there. Plain and simple. There's no reason to be a looky-loo. We have plenty of news sources, plenty of people who are providing great video on all sorts of social media that are, of course, major networks like us, where if you're curious about what is going on with the fire, you, of course, can turn to us and simply watch it on TV. There's really no reason to try to go in person to see any of this devastation. And there's definitely no reason to be in anyone's home where you don't belong, or to be in anyone's vehicle where you don't belong. A lot of people who had to flee, of course, had to abandon their vehicles. A lot of them did the right thing and left their vehicle keys in the car in case fire department personnel needed to move those those vehicles out of the way instead of being bulldozed out of the way. So we know that there's situations where people can take advantage of what is going on. And that is exactly what California Governor Newsom and law enforcement personnel here in the area are advising against. Again, if you have no reason to be in these burn zones, you have no reason to be in anyone's property where you don't belong.
Now we're watching the unit with the CHP here. It looks like they've just passed the Rose Bowl. Are they taking the 210 around? Where would they get off? Maybe Lincoln and deploy to Lake in that area from that side?
Yeah, correct. They are making the transition now to the 210 freeway. And we had been told earlier, based off of information that our assignment desk was able to gather, that the California National Guard would be going to Lake Avenue, was what we heard. So it's going to be somewhere along Lake Avenue. And of course, we wish we could follow them a little bit further to show you guys their arrival and the great work that they're going to do when they arrive. But unfortunately, again, because of that temporary flight restriction, we're pretty limited in how much further we're able to follow them. But I can tell you, before I had them obscured here by the trees, and there's the CHP officer, so we'll see him from every now and then. But again, they're going to be making their way over to the Eaton fire. Lake Avenue is where we were told they're likely heading, but they're currently just completing the transition to the 210 freeway from the 134.
And it's interesting because there is a Lake Avenue exit just off the 210 there. They seem to be going in the back way, which may be the fastest way for them.
All right, Elia Morena, live in News Chapter 4. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Right now at 11, we're continuing.
All right, that's the National Guard on their way to try to stop the looters. Fox is covering it now. It looks like they're a little behind, or see where they're at.
Has come to the aid of so many different regions when they're in need, and this is our moment of hurting, and it is heartening to see people from all over coming to help us. So we're about to approach the end of what we call the Fox 11 News at 10, and this is usually when we say good night LA, but tonight it is a continuation of our breaking news coverage.
So they're doing a shift change time. We got 1 a.m. my time. What do you got? 11 p.m. California. About time for our hourly breakdown of what's going on here in the Southern California fires. As you guys saw, the National Guard has been called to try to stop people from looting in the devastated areas. Palisades fire at 6% containment, just under 20,000 acres in size. Again, that's the Palisades fire, which is still being fought right now. The Kenneth fire, 960 acres, that's at 35% containment. The Eaton fire over in Altadena, which the National Guard's on its way to that location now to try to stop some looting. 13,690 acres at 0% containment still. Again, that's the Eaton fire at 0%. Hurst fire is at 37% containment, 771 acres in size. The Lydia fire, 394 acres at 75% contained, and that is the major fires that we are tracking right now. Still, again, Palisades, Eaton, Hurst fire, Lydia fire, and the Kenneth fire, with the Lydia fire at 75%, Hurst fires at 37%, the Kenneth fire is at 35%, Palisades at 6%, and the Eaton fire, there's no reports of any containment yet. No reports of containment yet out of the Eaton fire. And the National Guard is still on its move. KCal's covering it now.
Focusing on traffic and neighborhood security. I got some information from CalGuard today. That is who is obviously in charge of this. They say their military police forces are flowing in the greater LA area. Right now they're assigned to the LA County Sheriff's Office. They're being positioned into the different areas that they are needed through tonight and tomorrow morning. The first group, they say, is doing traffic control point locations scattered in the Eaton fire. Then the rest of them will go to the Palisades fire area. So right now it sounds like they're just kind of trying to get into position with local officials to figure out exactly what they need. I want to show you video from earlier, if we can, to show you when they were first leaving the Glendale area, when we caught up with them along the 134 freeway. There they are right there. So that's the convoy of them. This is just a small subsection of them because we've seen some photos of some other Humvees as well moving throughout the area. So this is when they were getting through. You see that on the freeway. It's always a little jarring, right, when you see military equipment driving through our region, and they just know that they have been deployed here in Southern California to assure everyone that things are safe. They'll help with security. They'll help make sure people aren't looting. As you can imagine, especially in the Palisades area and the Eaton fire area, the ground that needs to be covered to make sure the area is secure is really, really large. And CalGuard will help us do that. They'll help relieve some of our local law enforcement agencies so they can get some rest for their people and make sure everybody's recharged. So we're going to continue to monitor movements with SkyCal as much as we can. But again, they went right on the edge of that flight restriction area, so we're having a bit of a difficult time. But we at least wanted to tell you that they are here and they are being deployed.
The cavalry is here, and I got to say
yeah, we just started giving back to the people that lost their homes. I'm actually a resident here in Pasadena. I also had to evacuate. I didn't have power for 48 hours, so to distract my mind, I'd rather get back to those that actually lost their homes in Altadena, and also to get back to the first responders, the firemen, you know, the LAPD, the ambulance. It keeps my mind busy, and it's just a joy to get back.
And Jimmy, I know, so when we take a look at these donations, we're not talking about just a few donations, right? This has really spread across TikTok, social media, where you've had tens of thousands of donations, correct?
Correct. Tens of thousands of donations since yesterday. We haven't even left. We slept here in the lot in the morning. We've been at it since 8 in the morning until right now. As you guys seen earlier, there's U-Hauls, trucks, just nonstop donations and people coming together as a community, a bunch of volunteers that wouldn't even know. And just the power of TikTok, like I said, people watch our lives. While we do this, we're on live, and just, man, this is amazing.
And talk about why this is so important to you, you know, giving back to the community, making sure that people are taken care of in this devastating time that they're facing.
The reason this is important to me is because at the end of the day, this is all we have, is each other. You know, humanity, just coming together as one and being there for each other in hard times like this.
What has the response been? Because I know some people have come here to the parking lot, some people do.
Wow, look at them handing out stuff.
You know, you're getting a lot of donations, so you need people to actually come here and pick up these donations.
Truck fulls of supplies.
The response has been great. Like I said, like I keep saying, through the power of TikTok, it's been great. We have heard so many stories. As soon as we give the families a water or a hot dog, they shed in tears.
Hot dogs in the chat.
Their homes, and I feel for them. You know, and the response has been great.
And what kind of donations are here? We see stuff for children, we have seen the food, we've seen the water. Kind of, what are you guys asking people to bring here?
They're bringing everything from waters, hot dogs, baby wipes, diapers. They have, clothes, shoes, blankets, jackets, you know, supplies that you will need to survive, mask. Yeah, just a little bit of everything.
Anything and everything that you can think of. Is there anything that you guys need? Is there a particular donation that you guys are lacking right now?
Honestly, we're not lacking on anything. We're doing great right now. I believe we have a lot of hot meals. We have a bunch of water, sodas, juices, blankets, jackets. We got baby food. You know, I know it's important to have masks, especially because of the conditions right now of the air.
And we see dozens of volunteers here. You know, how many people have helped you in this effort here with just in the past couple of days that you started this?
Hundreds of people, especially my team right here that you see around us, and then everybody in TikTok. There's people donating.
Masks are very important. Just
Atlanta, man, from all over the place. There was this girl that came from San Diego and brought tamales. She drove all the way to San Diego just to drop off tamales, and she left. That was, to me, that was amazing.
And what are people, when people come all the way from San Diego, you know, what are they telling you about why they decided to come here?
They said that they watch our lives, and they wanted to just help us out and give back. You know, they were just thinking about the people, to feed the people that lost their homes.
Go ahead, brother.
How long will you guys be here? How long will you be taking donations?
We're gonna be here all night until tomorrow, just maybe all weekend.
And I know you said you slept here overnight, and so you're continuing to bring in the donations overnight.
That's correct. I slept here last night. Like I said, I'm a resident. I still have to be evacuated from my household. So to keep myself distracted, I'm here. This is where I'm at, and I'm going to continue doing this for the people.
Perfect, Jimmy. Thank you so much. So, you know,
that's in Pasadena. Look at
this volunteer effort. You know, people some people that know each other through social media, some people that are complete strangers but just want to lend a helping hand. Again, we've been here for about an hour, and just the energy from these volunteers has been extremely electric. You know, everyone's just happy when this truck came.
Do you know anybody that's live in Pasadena out there? Looks like there's some. I saw a couple of people with phones out.
And they know that that will help all the tens of thousands of families in need. Sending it back to you guys.
It's interesting, Valinda, to hear Jimmy say that he has been evacuated. He's a resident of Pasadena, and he just had to do something. We spoke to Dr. Lucy Jones yesterday, and she said that in fact, you know, helping others while you're when you're in need yourself really does something for both people or both parties involved. I can feel Jimmy's energy and what it does for him to help others. Are these volunteers here to help unload and help organize, or are there actually people here receiving some of these goods?
So this is going to be the location for both. What you see right now is all volunteers, but we have also seen families and cars that are in need that are coming here to pick up donations. And so this is both the drop-off and the pickup location. But what you see right now is a complete volunteer effort. And so people that are in need are trickling in. Of course, we are getting into the late hours, so we assume a lot of people are getting some rest. But throughout the day, that they have seen a lot of people in need come here to this location, picking up those essential items to survive, really.
Valina, what is the process for that? Do people have to show, you know, they live in the area or they're evacuated, or if they just come in and say, we need this, can you help us? Do they trust that?
Well, Colleen, let me ask Jimmy that question for you. So, Jimmy, the question is, you know, what's the process as those people that are in need come here? Do they need to show ID? Like, how do you know that those are the people that have been displaced?
Honestly, there's no process. They just come and tell us their story, or, you know, we just give it back to anybody. You know, even if it's mainly for the people that lost their homes and had to evacuate for first responders, but we're not looking for IDs or anything. Even if you want a meal or you want to come and help out, you're more than welcome.
And I will mention, this is
Jimmy Medina.
For Jimmy and these vendors. They have been doing this work for a year, right?
Exactly. Yes, for a year now. We also, on a weekly basis, we go to downtown LA Scare and we feed the less fortunate as a team.
All right, so this is something that you know has been laid on your heart. You guys have been doing this for the past year, just helping people in need, and now you see this extreme need for all the people that have been displaced from the fire and are jumping in this too.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you so much, Jimmy. So like you heard from Jimmy, no need to show ID. They're just hoping to help anyone in need.
It really is something to see.
Yes,
if you look at the right side of the screen here,
yeah, we're seeing that.
That's a picture of all the activity going on there, and you can see it just grew so very, very quickly. As you pointed out, Michael, everybody wants the need or feels the need to help in some way.
Yeah, and we talk about the power of social media and the power of live television. You can feel the energy there on the ground. Let's take it up topside to Eliana Moreno. Eliana, can you feel the energy there from the chopper? I mean, it's huge.
It is pretty, Michael, and I want to let folks know where this is, because as we were hearing, this is for the people who have been affected by these fires. So if that's you and you're wondering where you could go to get some of these items, again,
that's a parking lot.
For anything, they're taking you at your word. But of course, this is for the people that have been affected by the fires. Now, there's the Rose Bowl. So I wanted to give you a proximity shot.
All right.
There's the Rose Bowl. That's
almost across the street from the Rose Bowl.
The bowl, and it's right in the front entrance.
Yeah, right down the street.
The southeast parking lot. So that is that parking lot where
Southeast Rose Bowl parking lot.
Jimmy, the organizer of this all, taking in those donations. I see a lot of diapers.
Look at all the water.
Baby food. That is so expensive, but so vital for young families that have been displaced. So there are a lot of diapers. If anyone's listening to me, if that's what you need, lots of diapers. We see baby food. We see toilet paper. Lots of water. all essential items just to help people out at least for a couple of days while they get at least in some way or another back on their feet, get in a hotel, get in with a family member. But for now, if you need any of these items, or if you just need a hot meal, we do see that there's a food truck here offering free meals. There's all sorts of hot dog vendors. This is a great place to go. You will be welcome with open arms. Again, the southeast parking lot at the Rose Bowl.
Marina, overhead over the Rose Bowl right now. Thank you for that. As you can see, Michael, everyone, there's a lot going on with regards to the Eaton fire, any fire in Southern California tonight. As we pointed out, that is the
what a good way to see that.
The National Guard, the California Army National Guard, has been deployed. When last they saw, they were headed towards Lake Avenue and that burned out area we've seen from the Eaton fire. We're going to switch right now to NBC4's Darcy.
All right. That's what's going on now. Let's do one more overview, you guys, and then I think I'm going to call it for the day today. I think we're at a time where you got the National Guard going out there providing extra security. People are providing support to the displaced, the fires. We're honestly probably just waiting on the devastation and seeing how far this has gone. The fire in the Palisades is still going, but the firefighters are still getting that situated. Again, just a quick rundown of everything. Palisades fire is at little under 20,000 acres, and it is sitting at 6% containment. That's the Palisades fire. The Eaton fire, 13,690 acres, which is again 0% containment right now. That is the Eaton fire. The latest numbers with that one. The Hurst fire is sitting at 37% containment. The Kenneth fire sitting at 35% containment, and there's no forward progress anymore on the Kenneth fire, and that is the latest situation. All right, that is the stream for today in the breaking news coverage. I'm gonna call it, you guys. I'm gonna get some food here. It's like 1:14 in the morning. Gonna get some rest, but you guys have been awesome with the coverage today. Thank you to all the sources we've been using for their tireless work, all the firefighters that have been out there for 3 days straight fighting these fires in real time. Watching them work has been just amazing to see. All the air resources, law enforcement, National Guard, everybody that's been out there in Southern California working has been amazing to see. Pretty inspiring work as well. So thank you to everybody for supporting the stream, and I hope you guys are able to support the efforts that are out there. I provided the link, but we'll try to find some more tomorrow. Michelle and all the trolls want you to have this for your hard work. Merc, thank you, Sue Jack, for the big $100 super chat there at the very end. I do appreciate all the support you guys have shown the stream over the past couple days. But again, if you could hit the like button on the stream, make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel for more breaking news coverage coming up in the future. Tomorrow, we'll see if there's like breaking news to cover with this fire, but I really do think it's on like we're on the downturn in terms of it not being, random fires starting all over the place like there have been the last 3 nights now. I do think it's on the up and up in terms of fires not spreading anymore, and especially at a time right now where the winds are going to pick up through the weekend. Any major events are canceled through the weekend, including, my Minnesota Vikings were going to go to LA to play the Rams for Monday Night Football. The playoffs in the NFL begin this weekend, but that's got moved to Phoenix. So the Vikings and Rams have to play in Phoenix, Arizona on Monday night. Just to give you an idea of some of the changes in the city as well. The earlier notification, LA County sent out a text notification to everybody that there was evacuation warning. That was a big mistake. So only the affected areas. Okay, only the affected areas. The Palisades fire, the Eaton fire. There's still some warnings out there, but all of LA County, just pay attention to the latest on the Watch Duty app. And then the 3D app that I was using. But the Watch Duty app, I think, is the best one in terms of the latest information available to you. You should go ahead and download that. I'm not sponsored by it or anything, but that app and website has been one of the faster resources in getting all available information on a timely basis. So thank you guys again. You guys have a fantastic night. I hope to see you on future coverage. Again, I got daily Ukraine updates coming. So tomorrow we should really check in on the latest with Ukraine, but we also got like the Trump announcement tomorrow. He's got the original decision to postpone his sentencing. The Supreme Court voted against that, so his sentencing will be tomorrow. But The reports are that he's not going to face any jail time or any punishment really for the hush money, but yet he still will be sentenced tomorrow. So we'll see what that looks like. But then again, the latest with the fires and what it's looking like out there, the devastated areas, and then another update on Ukraine. So again, make sure you're subscribed, you guys, for all that and more. Check out my gaming channel. I'll be likely gaming tomorrow night. I haven't for the last few days, but we'll see. You know, things can change. We'll see tomorrow if there's any breaking news to cover through the night, but I don't envision that, or at least right now. But of course, if there is, I will do it. So check out my gaming channel for more tomorrow night. And you guys have a fantastic rest of your night. If you're in SoCal, I hope you're safe. If you're in the devastated area, stay as safe as possible and only look to official sources. Don't go to Twitter and start looking at random or your favorite podcaster and their takes on it. Like, that's not going to give you quality information. Go to official sources right now until future. All right. Have a good night, you guys, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace.